Chapter 509. Clang. Without the external force holding it, the long razor that belonged to Jian Shanming immediately fell to the ground from the air with a crisp sound. "Thank you." Jian Shanming, whose forehead was full of sweat, stretched out her injured hands while panting slightly. She struggled to get out of Seito's arms while thanking Seito. "You're welcome." Seito let go of Jian Shanming and chuckled. "Ugh." Jian Shanming, who stood up from Seito's arms, put her weight on her feet and immediately felt a piercing pain from her feet, causing her body to fall to the side uncontrollably. Fortunately, Ito Nara stretched out his hand to support her, preventing her from falling to the ground in a sorry state. "Beauty, do you need me to send you home?" Seito lowered his head and smiled at Jian Shanming in his arms. "Thank you, but no need." Jian Shanming took a few breaths and stood up from Seito's arms again. Then, she endured the pain from her feet and hands and took out her phone to make a call. "I'm Jian Shanming. I'm on the road next to XX Town. Come and pick me up." With a light clack sound, Jian Shanming said arrogantly into the phone. "Yes, Mississippi," the man on the other side of the phone responded. Jian Shanming then hung up the phone and put it away. She turned to Seito and said, "My people will come and pick me up soon. If you don't mind, please come back with me to my place and accept my gratitude." Seito heard this and reached out his hand to lift Jian Shanming's chin and said teasingly, "Your gratitude is with your body?" Jian Shanming didn't resist and looked into Seito's eyes as she said faintly, "If you like my beauty. TSK, you really dare to agree to anything." Seito clicked his tongue lightly. His palm naturally fell from Jian Shanming's chin to her chest. He gently kneaded and sighed. Jian Shanming didn't say anything when he heard this. He only looked at Seito quietly, allowing him to play with her breasts that were covered by her pink double-layer kimono. "Forget it. I don't want to help you release the evil in your heart. I'll look for you when you give up." Seito retracted his hand from Shanming's chest. As he stepped back and turned into a pile of soil, he said with a chuckle, "What a strange spell." Jian Shanming muttered to himself as he looked at the silent road without any trace of Seito's existence. Following which, he no longer forced himself to hold on. With a low groan, he knelt down on the ground. They were waiting for the people of the Jianshan clan to come and rescue them. Without the mutated Jian Shanming, Jianshan Nirvana wouldn't have died, and Jianshan Yellow Springs wouldn't have exploded. As for whether Three-Way River and Hong would find me in the end, I'm not sure, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, the main purpose of this trip is to collect the slaughter stones. Nothing else matters, Seito thought to himself as he reappeared on the bustling street. There are a total of 9 slaughter stones in this world, excluding the one in Three-Way River and Hong's hands, as well as the 2 in Tokimiya clan's hands. There are a total of 7 that could be snatched outside. Among them, Jie Shizuru from the Cursed Path has one. Jie Chana, who was killed outside, but has probably started to take control of the western branch of the spell and restriction path, has 1 or 2 of them. 2 of them are buried in the mountains, waiting to be unearthed by the mudslide. Finally, there is 1 at the bottom of the sea. In other words, I can only obtain the 2 in the mountains and the 1 in the Cursed Path's hands. Seito paused in his steps and controlled the Rubik's Cube with his mind, activating its detection range that was limited to Japan. Soon, dense, colorful dots of light appeared on a virtual map of Japan, appearing in Seito's mind. "That's them." Itosei, who was standing in the same place and looking at the virtual map in his mind, turned his eyes and locked on 2 light spots that were dark purple and located in the mountains. He thought to himself, "The Slaughter Stone is just as I expected. It's a combination of the world's power. Otherwise, it's impossible for something like the QB to have the power to control life and death, revive the dead, and destroy the world." Seito did not hesitate. He stopped an AXI and hypnotized the driver. He asked the driver to drive him to the mountains where the Slaughter Stones were located. After all, neither of these locations were within the Tokyo Circle. About 5 hours later, Seito finally arrived near the location of the first Slaughter Stone at around 1 o'clock in the morning. at the edge of a dark forest deep in the mountains. Then Sei Ito hypnotized the driver to stay in place, while he used the body flicker technique to rush to the location of the slaughter stone. For Sei Ito, who often jumped in the forest in Naruto's world, this small obstacle was nothing to him. The obstacles in front of them were nothing. It was as if they were walking on a flat road. It didn't take long for them to arrive right above where the slaughter stones were buried. Then Sei Ito was too lazy to do it himself. He directly opened the Rubik's Cube world and swallowed the land. After a deep pit of about 50 meters in diameter and more than 20 meters deep was swallowed out of the ground, a bright red, oval-shaped stone the size of a knuckle appeared in front of Itosei's eyes and was held in the palm of his hand. There seemed to be liquid flowing inside. At the moment when the slaughter stone was in his hand, a violent energy full of evil was suddenly released from the slaughter stone, tempting Sei Ito to follow its instructions and release the evil in his heart. I don't deny that there is evil in my heart, but it's a bit whimsical to think that you can lure it out with a little slaughter stone. Sei Ito sneered as he blocked the evil thoughts from his sea of consciousness with a spiritual barrier. Then he ignored the spiritual temptation released by the slaughter stone in his hand and stored it in the Rubik's Cube world. At the same time, he didn't close the Rubik's Cube world. He directly turned around and walked out of the mountain. When Sei Ito returned to the front of the AXI and closed the Rubik's Cube world, a huge trench nearly 50 meters wide, 20 meters deep, and more than 300 meters long appeared behind him. A trace of liquid continued to seep out from the soil, and soon a small puddle was formed on the ground. "Let's go," Sei Ito ordered the driver as he sat back in the car. The driver agreed and immediately started the engine to drive to the other place where the slaughter stone was buried that Sei Ito told him. Fortunately, the two places where the slaughter stones were buried were not too far apart, and there was no need to take a long detour to reach them directly. Therefore, when the sky was about to brighten, Sei Ito arrived at the location of the second slaughter stone buried in the ground. Then Sei Ito threw the second slaughter stone in the same way. After more than 10 minutes, he successfully obtained the second slaughter stone and threw it into the Rubik's Cube world to temporarily seal it. After that, Sei Ito once again created a huge trench in the forest that was not much different from the previous one. He then returned to the Tokyo City area by the AXI. After that, Sei Ito did not rest and directly bought a ticket to fly to Germany at the Tokyo International Airport. After waiting for 2 hours, he took the plane and flew to Germany. More than 7 hours later, Sei Ito set foot on Germany for the third time after the Gantz world and the Gundam Seed world. Then, Sei Ito directly bought a ticket to fly to Italy at the German airport and took the next flight to Italy. At this time, it was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Italy. #%#yen Sei Ito, who had just walked out of the departure hall, was immediately called by a strange tone. "Ugh, I just remembered that I don't speak Italian." Until then, Sei Ito remembered the fact that he didn't speak Italian, so he had to communicate with the taxi driver in English. Fortunately, even though the Italian taxi driver's English was not very good, he had no problem communicating with people who dared to solicit customers at the international airport. Therefore, after understanding Sei Ito's meaning, he looked at him strangely and said in awkward English, "Sorry, I don't want to do your business." As he spoke, he turned his head to greet another customer who walked out of the departure hall. "You can't do that." Seeing this, Sei Ito directly reached out and grabbed the taxi driver. Silver light flashed in his eyes as he used hypnotism on the driver. After that, Sei Ito, who had dealt with the Italian driver, opened the door and sat in. He was pulled by the driver and moved quickly in Milan, Italy. About 10 minutes later, they stopped in front of a gorgeously decorated Western restaurant. "It's here," the driver said to Sei Ito. "Okay, you can go." Sei Ito didn't say anything and directly opened the door and got out. Then, as the taxi drove away, he walked slowly to the door of the Western restaurant. "Sorry, please show me your membership card." Just as Sei Ito was about to enter, the waiter standing at the door reached out and stopped Sei Ito politely. "So troublesome." Seeing this, Sei Ito muttered in a low voice, then looked up at the waiter who was on guard and used hypnotism. After that, Ito Sei, who was unobstructed, entered the Western restaurant smoothly. The interior decoration of the Western restaurant was simple and luxurious, just like the palace hall of an ancient European royal family. The floor was paved with polished, oily marble. There were no extra furnishings around, except for a few Roman columns that formed an arch. As for the lighting, except for a series of 5-story inverted tower crystal chandeliers hanging from the semicircular dome more than 10 meters above the ground, which were painted with angels, the Virgin Mary, the Child, and the Garden of Eden, the rest of the lighting was provided by golden-laid wall lamps inlaid on the Roman columns. In the hall under the chandelier, there were more than a dozen tables covered with white tablecloths. Several men in black suits with ferocious expressions, accompanied by beautiful women in sexy women's clothing, and behind them were bodyguards with equally ferocious expressions. They sat at the tables in groups of 2s and 3s, chatting softly. "Sir, what would you like to order?" A waiter in black pants, a white shirt, and a black vest came to say Ito and asked in a low voice, "I would like to see Miss Shizuru Jia." Say Ito turned his head and said softly to the waiter with a smile. Chapter 510. P.S. Thank you to Xiao Mofeng for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Xiao Mofeng, Nickfany, and Laughing Devil for your tips. Sorry, we don't have a lady named Jino Shizuru here. The waiter replied, "It's okay. You can report my request to the owner of the restaurant. He knows who I'm looking for." Seito also knew that the waiter was at most a low-level worker. It was impossible for him to know who Jino Shizuru was. Therefore, he didn't expect to achieve his goal in one go. The waiter looked at Seito in surprise and replied in a low voice, "Okay, please wait a moment. Go ahead," Seito said casually. Then, he watched the waiter turn around and leave. Behind an arch, he bent down and whispered to 2 burly men in black suits who were sitting there, whose faces could not be seen. Then, the 2 men stood up at the same time and walked directly to Seito without the waiter's guidance. It was only then that Ito Sei saw the appearance of the 2 men. One was wrapped in bandages like a living mummy, while the other had a forehead and mouth full of stitches. He looked like a Frankenstein monster. "Kid, are you the one looking for Miss Jino Shizuru?" When they walked to Seito, the burly man who looked like a mummy looked at Seito with a grin and asked, "That's right." Seito ignored the ferocious aura emitted from the 2 men and replied with a smile. "Who are you? Why are you here? Why do you want to see Miss Jino? Tell me everything. Otherwise, I don't mind throwing you out to feed the wild dogs." The mummy man's expression was the same, but his voice was cold. At the same time, the man who looked like a Frankenstein monster next to him reached into his pocket and took out a pistol. He pointed it at Seito's head. "My name is Seito. I have the Stone of Slaughter." Seito's expression remained unchanged as he played with a Zippo lighter that had appeared in his hand out of nowhere. "Stone of Slaughter?" The 2 men were stunned when they heard Seito's words. He exclaimed in surprise. Seito glanced calmly at the 2 people in front of him and warned softly, "Yes, but I advise you to keep your thoughts to yourself. Otherwise, you will miss the opportunity to obtain the Stone of Slaughter." "That's not necessarily true," the tall man with the pistol suddenly said. "Huh?" Seito snapped his fingers, and a flame suddenly appeared at his fingertips. It burned faintly. "We're all sensible people. If you insist on using force, I don't mind letting you experience hell." Seito controlled the flame in his hand and squinted at the 2 of them. "Shameless boasting," the man with the gun said as he immediately pressed his finger on the trigger. However, in order to get information about the Stone of Slaughter from Seito, he didn't aim at the vital part of the body. Instead, he aimed at Seito's shoulder. Chirp, as the trigger was pressed, a soft sound instantly sounded in the empty Western restaurant. A flame immediately flashed from the muzzle that was equipped with a silencer. A thin line of light shot straight towards Seito. Seito's body immediately leaned back when the man pressed his finger. He lifted his leg and kicked the mummy in front of him. The moment he kicked the mummy, he threw the flame in his hand to the man with the gun. Boom! With the movement of Seito's arm, the flame instantly turned into a line of fire and fell on the burly man's body at a speed no slower than a bullet. It suddenly exploded like a high-explosive napalm and attached to the man's body, burning fiercely. The man who was being burned by the fire alchemy immediately let out a miserable shriek. If it wasn't for the fact that his body had been modified by the Tao of Spells, he would have been dead already. He should have been a charred corpse by now, not a human torch struggling in the high-temperature flames. At this time, the restaurant customers who saw such an unusual battle could no longer keep calm. Under the cover of the bodyguards and the screams of their female companions, they got up from their seats in a panic. He ran towards the entrance of the restaurant. "It's not good to let you leave." Ito glanced at the entrance of the restaurant and reached for the table beside him. He took a palm-sized piece of a solid wood table and made it into a bomb using Kimbri's alchemy. He threw it at the door. Boom! A loud sound instantly resounded at the entrance, and a large group of flames fiercely spread out. It swallowed the customers who were about to escape. At this time, Ito turned around and grabbed a wooden chair next to him. He made it into an explosive and threw it at the man in the suit who looked like a mummy. After seeing Ito's power, the mummy didn't dare to take the chair head-on. Without even thinking about it, he jumped to the side and immediately crouched on the ground with his hands covering his head. Boom! In the next moment, the wooden chair that flew to the mummy's original position suddenly exploded, and a large group of flames appeared in the restaurant. The resulting hot wind blew the surrounding tables and chairs away in all directions. Then Ito-sei leaned over and pressed his hands on the ground. With a sudden burst of electric light, several stone pillars rose from the marble floor in an instant, imprisoning the burly man who could only scream and the mummy man who was lying on the ground in a prison made of stone pillars. "Can you let me see Miss Shizuru Jino now?" Ito slowly walked to the stone prison where the mummy was imprisoned. He placed his hand on the surface of the stone wall and used his psychic energy to restrict the mummy's limbs. Then, he pulled the mummy's head in front of him and asked casually. "Yes," the mummy said tactfully. "Very good." Ito nodded indifferently. Then, lightning flashed under his feet, and the stone prison imprisoning the mummy seemed to be pulled by an invisible hand. He slowly walked to the front of another stone prison and reached out his hand to touch the surface of the stone prison. Then, the stone prison turned into a transparent ice sculpture at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, along with the frozen man inside, it shattered into countless pieces of ice that were only the size and thickness of a finger. They fell to the ground and shattered into even smaller pieces. As you can see, it's very easy to kill modified bodies like you. So, don't play any tricks with me later. Otherwise, I don't mind turning you into something like him. Ito stepped on the ground that was filled with ice shards and said to the mummy who was being pulled by the invisible hand without turning his head. "You know that we're from the Tao of Curses," the mummy said. He said in a deep voice. "Of course," Ito said affirmatively. "But it doesn't matter to me whether you're from the Tao of Curses or not. I'm only here to look for Shizuru Jino. However, if you guys annoy me, I don't mind doing something to the Tao of Curses." Upon hearing this, the mummy did not believe that Ito could do anything to the Tao of Curses. However, as a member of the Tao of Curses who had a tradition of obeying the strong, he did not refute. He didn't say any nonsense to refute. He quietly watched himself being brought to the restaurant's phone by Ito-sei. "Tell me the number, and I'll make the call." Ito picked up the phone and said to the mummy, "The number is 87. The mummy said honestly. While he was speaking, Ito pressed the numbers one by one and waited for the other party to pick up the call. "Hello." Soon, a young woman's clear voice came from the phone. Ito then placed the phone next to the mummy's ear and asked him to speak. "Miss Shizuru, I'm Carpenter Brown. I'm at XX Restaurant. Someone called Ito wants to meet you. He said that he has the Stone of Slaughter." "Stone of Slaughter?" Shizuru Jino's surprised voice came from the phone as soon as the mummy finished speaking. "Yes, but he said that he'll only make the deal if he meets you," the mummy said. "What the hell are you guys doing? We're the Underworld Gang. Can't you just rob us?" Shizuru Jino yelled in dissatisfaction. "Miss Shizuru, I'm in their hands, the mummy said. Okay, wait there. I'll be there soon, Shizuru Jino said after a moment of silence. Then, she hung up the phone immediately. Your mission is over. Shizuru Jino heard the busy tone from the phone. Ito-sei put the microphone back to its original place, then stretched out his hand and pressed on the mummy's face, and said softly. After he finished speaking, he immediately activated Decomposition Refine and killed the mummy. Then, Sei Ito formed a seal with one hand. He created a shadow clone next to him and had the shadow clone activate. Transformation technique. He turned into the man that he turned into ice dregs and walked to the entrance of the restaurant. He pretended to be seriously injured and fainted on the ground. After the shadow clone was ready, Sei Ito walked to his original seat and sat down. He created a pot of tea and enjoyed it leisurely. More than 20 minutes later, along with a sudden screeching sound of brakes, several heavy car doors opened and 4 figures of different heights walked in from the blackened and damaged Western restaurant. One of them was wearing brown high-heeled shoes and a dark blue V-neck short-sleeve dress. Her white legs and half of her breasts were exposed. She had a bright leather bag on her shoulder and her straight blonde hair draped over her back. She looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. She was Sei Ito's target, Shizuru Jino. Shizuru Jino walked into the restaurant under the protection of 3 men who were also wearing black suits. They were of different heights and sizes. She casually glanced at the man that was transformed from the shadow clone on the ground and the mummy in front of the restaurant counter. Then, she walked straight to Sei Ito. Creak. Shizuru Jino walked to Sei Ito's table and sat down. She looked at Sei Ito and went straight to the point. Where's the slaughter stone? Sei Ito didn't say anything. He reached into his pocket and pretended to take out a slaughter stone. He held it in his hand and showed it to Shizuru Jino. It's really the slaughter stone. Shizuru Jino said affirmatively when she felt the evil power flowing in the slaughter stone. Then, she looked up at Sei Ito and said like a queen, "What do you want?" "You." Sei Ito reached out his hand and put the slaughter stone back into the Rubik's Cube world. He looked at Shizuru Jino and said jokingly, "Sigh." Shizuru Jino sighed. She turned around and walked out of the restaurant. At the same time, she ordered calmly, "Kill him." Yes, the 3 bodyguards answered in unison. Then they activated the ability that they had obtained after the biological transformation. Horizontal and vertical lines immediately appeared on the body of the most burly man among the 3, making him look like he was stacked up with countless cubes. The other young man with a more normal body bent his body. Yellow and white fur grew all over his body. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a tiger that walked upright. The clothes on the back of the last person suddenly split open. Several curved thorns appeared on his back. Then, the thorns man attacked Sei Ito. Several thorns rushed to Sei Ito's side at an extremely fast speed and wrapped around him. Playing with wood? You're still not good enough. Sei Ito sneered. A large number of branches suddenly grew all over his body. In the blink of an eye, he was wrapped in them. Then, like a pig that had been injected with steroids, the branches grew out crazily. In a short while, they surrounded Sei Ito and the 3 men. What kind of broken toy is this? The tiger man stretched out his claws to grab the branches that were twice as thick as an adult's thigh. What a hardwood. Another muscular man used his transformed strength to smash the branches. Seeing that there were no cracks at all except for some broken skin, he said in a muffled voice, "Help me, I'm trapped." The last bramble man tried to pull away the thin vines that bound him as he called out. While the 3 of them were struggling with the branches, Jino Shizuru finally walked to the side of the shadow clone, disguised as a man. At this time, the shadow clone jumped up from the ground and slashed at Jino Shizuru's neck. But Jino Shizuru, who was trained to be the world's top assassin since young, wasn't weak. When he felt the danger approaching, he immediately lowered his body to dodge Sei Ito's slash. Then he clasped his hands in front of him and bent his elbow to hit the shadow clone's abdomen. The shadow clone's weakness was that it couldn't withstand heavy attacks. So when he saw Jino Shizuru's attack coming, He reached out to grab Jino Shizuru's elbow and dodged. Then, he turned around and with his back facing Jino Shizuru, he used his elbow to hit Jino Shizuru's cheek. This hit would definitely result in a disfigurement. Seeing this, Jino Shizuru hurriedly leaned back and dodged Sei Ito's elbow. Then, he kicked at Sei Ito's leg. The two of them were very close to each other, and there was no time for the shadow clone to dodge. So in order to not be destroyed, the shadow clone directly flipped sideways due to the force of Jino Shizuru's kick. Then with one hand on the ground, he flipped over and stood still. Chapter 511. No wonder you're the next master of the cursed owl. You're quite adaptable, Sei Ito praised. Who are you? Shizuru Jia slowly reached her hand to her thigh. She ignored the part of her body that was exposed and pulled out a sharp single-edged dagger with complicated patterns on both sides of the dagger from the sheath tied to her thigh. I've said it before. I'm Sei Ito. Sei Ito smiled meaningfully. Just when Shizuru Jie was confused by the smile on the shadow clone's face, a hand suddenly reached out from beside her leg. It grabbed Shizuru Jie's ankle and pulled her to the ground. Earth escape, heart decapitation technique. At the same time, Sei Ito's shadow clone shrunk the ground and instantly appeared in front of Shizuru Jie, who was sinking into the ground. He reached out his hand to grab the bright red slaughter stone pendant on her chest. At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared beside Shizuru Jie. Then, a gigantic square-headed catfish that was covered in lightning appeared next to Shizuru Jie. It coiled around her body and turned the shadow clone in front of her into smoke. It was Shizuru Jie's spiritual beast. Thunder Beast, Black 4 Boa, Little Black, attacked the ground. Shizuru Jie immediately ordered after summoning her spiritual beast. Boom! Upon receiving Shizuru Jie's order, the Thunder Beast immediately crashed into the ground in front of Shizuru Jie. The gigantic head of the beast that was covered in lightning made a loud explosion when it crashed into the ground. Sei Ito, who was hiding underground, was forced out. Pata! Sei Ito, who escaped from the ground, landed not far away from Shizuru Jie and stood still. I thought I could take you down easily. I didn't expect you to react so quickly. Looks like I have to put in a lot of effort. Sei Ito frowned as he looked at the spiritual beast that was coiling around Shizuru Jie. Hand over the slaughter stone, and I might consider sparing your life. With the appearance of the spirit beast Black 4 Boa, Shizuru Jie's confidence skyrocketed. She looked at Sei Ito arrogantly and spoke as if she was giving alms. Sei Ito chuckled when he heard that. He raised his arm to his side and pointed his palm at the trees that were overgrown with branches. He said in a low voice, "Tree binding, forever burying." As Ito Sei's words fell, the thick branches that were originally surrounding the three men in black suits suddenly twisted and twisted quickly. Not long after, it twisted into a tree trunk that was thick enough for 6 people to wrap their arms around it, squeezing the 3 people inside into a ball and burying them deep underground. At the same time, the thick tree trunk grew a little taller. Then, like a real tree, it grew many branches and dense leaves. Now the miscellaneous fish have been cleaned up. Let's have a good fight. Sei Ito lowered his arm. She chuckled at Quiet Stream. Oomph. Quiet Stream snorted coldly and ordered the spirit beast Black 4 Boa loudly. Little Black, kill him. As soon as Quiet Stream finished speaking, Black 4 Boa roared. It charged toward Sei Ito at an extremely fast speed. Seeing that, Sei Ito leaped backward. While his body was still in midair, he quickly formed a few hand seals with both hands. He puffed up his cheeks and spat at Black 4 Boa that was charging towards him. A few blurry air masses that were visible to the naked eye flew out of Sei Ito's mouth and hit Black 4 Boa's body. Bam, 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 bam. A few muffled sounds rang out around Black 4 Boa's body. Its body was twisted and sent flying, allowing Sei Ito to land on the ground calmly. At this moment, the wind from the wind release vacuumed Giant Jade. This explosion blew in all directions. Sei Ito, Quiet Stream, and Zhou Onli's white tablecloths fluttered in the wind. At this moment, Black 4 Boa that had recovered from the wind release vacuumed giant jade, moved its body and spat out a bolt of lightning that was as thick as a child's arm at Seito. Earth release, earth return. Seeing that, Seito reached out his hand and pressed it against the ground. A thick rock wall instantly sprang up from the ground in front of him and blocked the bolt of lightning. Boom! The bolt of lightning exploded with a loud bang. A large amount of smoke and dust spread out from the rock wall that was hit. At this moment, Seito, who was hiding behind the wall, flipped his hand and took out several metal rods that were as thick as a finger. He used alchemy to instantly engrave a sealing formation on the metal rods. He then activated it with his spiritual power and rushed out from behind the rock wall under the cover of the smoke. He swung the metal rods in his hand and threw them at Black Forboa that was floating in the air. Bam, bam, bam. A few soft sounds rang out in the empty restaurant. All of the metal rods pierced into Black Forboa's body. Then, Seito used his spiritual power to activate it. It suddenly emitted a faint yellow light that invaded Black Forboa's body. Black Forboa immediately let out a painful howl. Little Black. Quiet Stream hurriedly called out when she heard Black Forboa's cry. Akala King Fire World Curse. Seito formed a seal with his hands and quickly chanted an incantation. He used a yin-yang technique on Black Forboa. As the incantation finished, a red flame that was rotating horizontally suddenly appeared in front of Seito. He pushed it in front of Black Forboa that was temporarily unable to move due to the sealing of the metal rods and started to burn. Compared to the wind release attack that didn't hurt at all, this yin-yang technique that specialized in killing spirit beasts was simply painful for Black Forboa. The moment the flame fell, Black Forboa couldn't help but let out a miserable howl. Damn it! Seeing this, Shizuru Karino cursed and quickly took out a pistol from the bag on her shoulder and shot at Ito's eye. Although Ito-sei could basically ignore ordinary pistol bullets, psychologically speaking, he was not so cheap that he had to suffer the pain. Therefore, the moment the bullet was shot, he immediately let go of the hand seal, turned around, and rushed toward Shizuru Kyoya. Quiet Stream's gun technique wasn't weak. Almost all of her shots were aimed at Seito's heart and brain. However, these weren't a threat to Seito, who was extremely fast. Before Quiet Stream released her fourth shot, Seito had already arrived in front of Quiet Stream. He reached out and chopped at her wrist, knocking away the pistol in Quiet Stream's hand. At this time, Shizuru Kino, who had lost her gun in pain, frowned and bent her knee towards Ito's lower body. Seeing this, Seito moved his feet and placed his leg between Quiet Stream's legs. At the same time, he flipped the palm that was chopping at her wrist and grabbed Quiet Stream's wrist and pulled her behind him. He then used his shoulder to hit Quiet Stream's chest. Bang! Quiet Stream's body was sent flying by Seito and fell to the ground. Clang! Crash! The pistol that was chopped away by Seito finally fell to the ground. After a crisp sound, it broke into a pile of parts. Then, Seito moved his psychic power. The energy in his body moved along with his finger and drew a Taoist exorcism rune in the air. With a thought, the rune quickly flew to the struggling spiritual beast Black Sifu. Roar! As the rune fell, a faint red light suddenly appeared above Black Forpython. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on its body. Even though Black Forpython was roaring and struggling, it was still stuck in place. It could not break free immediately. Cough, cough, cough. Quiet Stream, who was hit in the chest by Seito's shoulder, coughed violently. Her body was half supported, and her face was filled with pain. Clap, 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 clap. Seito, who had temporarily suppressed Black Four, walked step by step toward Shizuru Okino, who had fallen to the ground. The soles of his shoes made a clear sound on the marble floor, which echoed in the quiet Western restaurant. Swoosh! Just as Seito came to Quiet Stream's side and squatted down, Quiet Stream, who had been coughing violently, suddenly swung the dagger in her hand and slashed it towards Seito's neck. Clap! However, Seito immediately grabbed her wrist and used a little force to take the dagger from her hand. As the dagger left her hand, the spiritual beast, Black Sifu, who was not far away, immediately roared and gradually disappeared into nothingness. It seems like this is the spiritual beast's sealing artifact. Say Ito raised the dagger in front of his eyes and looked at it with admiration. Return the dagger to me. Quiet Stream's expression changed when she heard this. She struggled to sit up from the ground and reached out to grab the dagger in Seito's hand. I'm sorry. From now on, it's mine. Seito moved his arm and dodged Quiet Stream's grab. Then, he flipped his hand and put it into the Rubik's Cube world. He looked at Quiet Stream with a smile and said, "And this too." Then, Seito suddenly reached out again. He grabbed the Slaughterstone pendant that was swaying in front of Quiet Stream's chest and held it in his hand. Our cursed sect will not let you go. Quiet Stream stared fiercely at Seito and threatened when she saw that her two most precious items were taken away. Do whatever you want. As long as the people from your cursed sect dare to come, I will dare to kill them like I did to those 3 people. Seito reached out and pinched Quiet Stream's chin. He said jokingly, "But before that, how should I treat you?" Seeing Seito's expression, Quiet Stream's expression changed immediately. She looked at Seito in panic and fear. Haha. Seeing this, Seito let go of Quiet Stream. He straightened his body and laughed. Don't worry. I'm not interested in raping you for the time being. Of course, if you beg me, it'll be a different story. Only a ghost would beg you. Quiet Stream heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. Then, she shouted fiercely, "Ha! Goodbye, cute little girl." Seito chuckled and waved his hand with his back facing Quiet Stream. Then, he slowly walked out of the restaurant. Soon, he completely disappeared from Quiet Stream's sight. Bastard, wait for our cursed sect's revenge. Quiet Stream shouted unwillingly in the dilapidated restaurant, where she was the only one left. Chapter 512. Now that I have 3 slaughter stones in my hands, and that woman, Gino-chana, is too fickle, I can only hope that she will come to me instead of me looking for her. So, in the end, I can only rely on the resonance of the slaughter stone to obtain the one at the bottom of the sea. Seito pondered absent-mindedly as he strolled on the streets of Milan. But since I'm in Italy, I have to take a look at the beach. I haven't even seen the sea in my previous life, let alone a beach full of beautiful women in bikinis. When he thought of this, Seito completely lost the mood to look at the beautiful women on the streets of Milan. He raised his hand and stopped the taxi, asking the driver to send him to the nearest famous beach. A few hours later, Seito was sent to Genoa, Italy by the driver. The taxi stopped at a parking space on the beach of Genoa. Then, Seito paid the fare and got out of the taxi. Facing the hot and humid sea breeze, he walked toward the beach full of beautiful women in bikinis and men in swimming trunks. Sure enough, it's a foreign country. Women are so open. TSK. The shape of the breasts is not bad. And that woman has a great figure. Well, forget about the man. Well, that woman is not bad either. Ito Sei, who was strolling on the beach, casually looked at the foreign beauties on the beach and thought to himself. Then, Seito turned around and walked toward a group of reefs nearby, where there were few people. When he arrived at the group of reefs, he completely disappeared from the eyes of the crowd and walked to a dark corner. Then, Seito's mind moved. A pair of bright yellow beach shorts with a green coconut tree pattern on the surface appeared in his hand. He quickly put them on. Comfortable. Seito hummed comfortably as he felt the sea breeze blowing on his body. Then, Seito's mind moved and summoned Ito Rita from the Rubik's Cube world. Ouch! The reefs were not flat to begin with. Ito Rita, who had just appeared, did not have time to adapt. He let out a low cry and fell to the side. Fortunately, Seito was prepared for this. He immediately stretched out his hands to support Ito Rita. Where's this? Ito Rita frowned and looked around. After seeing Seito's outfit and the blue sea water not far away, he asked with a puzzled look. Genoa Beach in Italy, Seito explained with a smile. Italy? Rita Ito exclaimed in surprise. It was no wonder that Ito Reina was surprised. It was mainly because Ito Reina had grown up Other than going to Hong Kong, Taiwan, and South Korea with big sister Suzu Ito during school holidays, he had never been out of Asia, let alone to Italy, which was considered relatively close to Europe. Yes, how about it? Do you want to join us? Ito asked with a smile. Of course. Ito Rina agreed without hesitation. Then, he quickly said to Ito, "Send me back first. Call me out in 10 minutes. Okay. Ito nodded understandingly. Then, he sent Ito Rena back to the Rubik's Cube world. He crossed his arms, leaned against the reef, and waited. 10 minutes later, once again, Ito Rena was released. At this time, Ito Rena was wearing a white bikini with a white chiffon tied around her waist. Her long black hair was casually scattered behind her back, gently fluttering with the sea breeze. Lead the way, Ito Rena told Ito. Yes, Mississippi Ito replied with a smile. Then, he took Ito Rena out of the reef area and returned to the beach. There are so many people. Ito Rena, who had seen the beach in a foreign country for the first time, exclaimed in surprise. Then, he pulled Ito and said, "Forget it, let's just stay here. There are too many people over there." Okay, Ito glanced around and nodded indifferently. Then, with a thought, a large blanket appeared on the ground for the two of them to rest on. At the same time, on top of the blanket, he set up a large parasol to block out the sunlight that shone down from the sky. "It's so comfortable," Ito Rena, who was sitting on the blanket with his arms wrapped around his knees, said softly. Hearing Ito Rena's words, Ito chuckled and sat down on the blanket. Then he stretched his body, put his hands on his abdomen, closed his eyes, and basked in the sun. After a while, Ito Rena stood up from the blanket. He walked slowly into the sea and played happily. But after a while, he walked back with a bored face. "Little brother," called Linghua out. "It's so boring to play alone without someone to accompany me." Ito Rena looked at Ito and said, "Wait, let me see what she is doing." Ito said with his eyes still closed. Then, he turned his mind into the Rubik's Cube world and searched for Shimabira Linghua. Soon, Shimabira Linghua, who was recording a variety show, appeared in Ito's mind. Seeing this, Ito didn't disturb her and directly withdrew his mind, opened his eyes, and said to Ito Rena, "No, she is recording the show now. It's not good to call her out." Then call Sakuraba out. Hearing Ito's words, Ito Rena paused slightly and said again, "Rubik's Cube world." "Okay, Rubik's Cube world," Ito replied with a helpless look, then closed his eyes again and contacted Sakuraba in Rubik's Cube world, wearing only a black lace underwear, half-naked upper body, drinking canned beer, and watching TV in Rubik's Cube world. After receiving Ito's message, Sakuraba's expression changed. She immediately put the canned beer in her hand on the tea table in front of her with a happy face, walked quickly into the bedroom, picked out a very sexy black bikini, and wore it in Rubik's Cube world. "I'm going to pick her up in Rubik's Cube world." Outside, Ito, who opened his eyes, stood up from the blanket and walked towards the reef group while talking to Ito Rena about Rubik's Cube world. In just more than 5 minutes, Sakuraba walked out of Rubik's Cube world wearing a sexy black bikini with her long black hair tied into a simple ponytail. She looked very much like Angelina. "Let's go swimming in Rubik's Cube world." Seeing Sakuraba walk out, Ito Rena immediately came to her, grabbed her arm, and said, "Rubik's Cube world." "Okay, Rubik's Cube world." Sakuraba agreed with a smile, then glanced at Ito with a charming expression and followed Ito Rena to the sea in Rubik's Cube world. Ito shrugged his shoulders, continued to return to the blanket, lay down on his side, and supported his head with his hand to watch the two playing in the sea in Rubik's Cube world. After a while, Ito Rena, who felt that she wasn't satisfied, returned to the blanket again, pulled Ito up from the blanket, and dragged him into the sea to play with them in Rubik's Cube world. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, it was about 7 o'clock in the evening in Rubik's Cube world. Ito Rena, who was a little exhausted, asked Ito to take out her and Sakuraba's clothes, and stood on the spot to change into them in Rubik's Cube world. There weren't many clothes, only two. Sakura wore a tulle dress with a floral pattern on the surface, naturally revealing the bikini on her upper body. Ito Reina, on the other hand, wore a long dress made of white gauze with a halter strap and a folded back that wrapped around her in Rubik's Cube world. Let's go eat something, and then find a hotel to stay in. Rubik's Cube world, Ito said after taking out 2 pairs of sandals for them to wear. Rubik's Cube world. For this proposal, the two naturally had no reason to refuse. So after Ito put away the blanket and the umbrella, the three of them left the beach together and walked to the nearby seaside resort. Rubik's Cube world. Just when passing by an empty cruise ship port, Ito suddenly stopped, looked around with a serious look, and said to Ito Reina and Sakura beside him, "Do you mind doing some exercise before eating?" "Of course not. I just want to test the results of my practice during this period." Rubik's Cube world. Sakura said with a charming look. Rubik's Cube world. "Whatever," Ito Reina said indifferently. Rubik's Cube world. "Then be careful. The opponent is not a mediocre Rubik's Cube world." Ito turned his hand and took out 2 long swords and handed them to Ito Reina and Sakura respectively. When he handed the sword to Sakura he said, "When you attack, remember to attach the chi in your body to the sword." Rubik's Cube world. "I know." Rubik's Cube world. Sakura took the long sword and nodded. Rubik's Cube world. Seeing that Ito Reina and Sakura were ready, Ito waved his hand at the ground with alchemy, and a dozen slender iron rods immediately appeared in his palm. Then, he used alchemy to turn them into explosives, and with the Tang Sek's hidden weapon technique, he threw them at the Rubik's Cube world, where the enemy was hiding according to his spiritual perception. Boom, 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 boom. As the iron rods hit the target, several explosions and a series of blazing fireballs instantly appeared in the Rubik's Cube world not far away. Then a dozen people wearing black combat suits and skull masks, holding light machine guns in their hands, and 2 men in black suits, dressed strangely, fanned out in front of Ito and the other 2 in the Rubik's Cube world under the illumination of the firelight. "You killed people from the Tao of Curses and stole their things, but instead of running away, you're leisurely playing with women on the beach. It seems that Miss Shizuru is right. You don't take us seriously." Rubik's Cube world. One of the 2 men in suits put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked at Ito with a ferocious expression. Rubik's Cube world. "Hand over the stone of slaughter and the ceremonial dagger, and I can give you a quick death in the Rubik's Cube world." The other man in a suit was much more straightforward, and he directly shouted coldly. Rubik's Cube world. Hearing the shouts of the 2 men, Ito sneered, and without even saying a word, he directly activated the Earth Release, Swamp of the Underworld technique. Rubik's Cube world. In an instant, a large swamp appeared under the feet of the group of people, and their feet sank into the swamp, making their bodies shake. Rubik's Cube world. Shoot Rubik's Cube world. Seeing that he was hit, the man in the black suit immediately shouted. Rubik's Cube world. Earth Release, Earth Release, Earth Release. Return to Rubik's Cube world. But before he shouted, Ito, who had finished casting the Swamp of the Underworld technique, squatted down and pressed his hands on the ground to activate the defensive Earth Release, Rubik's Cube world. Immediately, a thick wall instantly jumped out of the ground, blocking in front of Ito and the other 2, blocking the bullets that were fired. Rubik's Cube world. Ding, ding, dang, dang. A large number of metal clashing sounds instantly sounded from the other side of the wall. Rubik's Cube world. It seems that we don't need to do anything. Rubik's Cube world. Seeing this, Sakura slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said with a light smile, Rubik's Cube world. Don't worry, I will leave those 2 men in black suits to you. Rubik's Cube world. He turned his hand and several grenades appeared, and while opening the lock and throwing them at the men in black, he smiled at Ito Reina and Sakura. Rubik's Cube world. Chapter 5:13. P.S. Thank you to 9 Gods Guy for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Nickfany, Kai's 60, and 9 Gods Guy for your tips. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of multiple grenades exploding rang out from behind the wall. Dazzling flames and a pungent smell of gunpowder spread through the air. Numerous indistinct screams could be heard from the air at the same time. But even so, Ito didn't stop. He continued to take out grenades from the arsenal in the Rubik's Cube world and threw them at the enemy. He listened to the continuous explosions and smelled the pungent smell of gunpowder. Bastard! At this moment, a furious roar suddenly sounded in the ears of Ito Reina, and Sakuraba. Then, a man curled up into a ball with palm-sized steel spikes all over his body suddenly jumped out from behind the wall like a meatball and smashed towards Ito and the other two. Dod! Ito immediately stopped what he was doing and shouted in a low voice. He jumped back together with Ito Reina and Sakuraba, who reacted just as quickly. Right after they leaped away, a man with legs that were covered in gray beast fur rushed out from the side of the wall like a wild beast. His arms had long blades, his mouth protruded like a canine's, and his fangs protruded out like a canine's. He rushed towards Ito Rita like the wind. Reina, be careful, Ito, who had just landed on the ground, shouted anxiously with a slightly changed expression. Although Ito Reina didn't have a lot of combat experience, she had received special training from Ito, so her reaction wasn't slow. When the man's long blade was about to reach her body, she immediately pressed her left hand on the back of the long blade in her right hand and raised her right arm high to block the long blade in front of her body. Clang! The two blades collided and immediately made a crisp sound of metal clashing. Although Ito Reina blocked the attack, she was obviously weaker than her opponent because she couldn't defend herself in time. The moment the two blades collided, she was sent flying by her opponent's strong force. At the same time, the tip of the enemy's blade cut her arm, leaving a hideous wound with blood flowing out. The sword-armed man didn't stop moving. Using one leg as a support, he quickly turned his body and once again rushed towards Ito Rita, whose body was thrown into the air with a painful expression on his face. At the same time, the meatball rolled towards Sakuraba, who was standing in the middle of the road. Damn it, he said. Ito cursed in a low voice. He turned his hand and threw a kunai at the sword-armed man. Then, without looking at the result, he directly pressed his hands on the ground and used alchemy to create an earth wall in front of Sakuraba, who didn't know any explosive speed skills like teleportation technique. Clang! The sword-armed man immediately stopped chasing Reina. He raised his arm and blocked the kunai thrown by Ito with the blade. Boom! At this time, Ito Reina's body finally landed on the ground, but Ito Reina's face only showed a painful expression. Then he clenched his teeth and used his injured arm to support himself. Quickly, she stood. Bang! At the next moment, the meatball finally hit the earth wall that Ito, had set up with alchemy. His huge force instantly created a huge dent on the surface of the earth wall. It was full of cracks, making the earth wall look like it would shatter at any time. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, behind the earth wall, several explosions suddenly sounded. Then, dazzling flames, pungent smell of gunpowder, and dark smoke rose from behind the wall. It's really a return of courtesy. Ito frowned and thought. Then, without hesitation, he made a hand seal to summon a shadow doppelganger that quickly rushed towards Ito Reina and Sakuraba. At the same time, he directly summoned Zabuza and his beheading machete from the Rubik's Cube world. Zabuza, go kill those guys with skull masks. Remember to be careful of the guns in their hands. I don't want to collect your corpse. After Zabuza appeared, Ito directly put his machete into his arms and anxiously ordered. Then, without waiting for Zabuza to answer, he directly stomped his foot. He rushed towards the meatball who had broken through the earth wall's defense and spread his body open. It seems that the situation is urgent. Zabuza, who recovered from the change of time and space and Ito's words, softly sneered. Then, without any nonsense, he directly used the body flicker technique to hide and observe the other skeleton men who were attacking with guns and grenades on the other side. At this time, his real body waved his hand and summoned an alchemy rod and smashed it toward the meatball who was covered with sharp blades. Bang! The meatball crossed his hands in front of his body, and with a mocking look on his face, he directly received Sei Ito's rod. But in the next moment, the expression on his face immediately changed. On the alchemy rod, a cold energy emerged like a waterfall, eroding the meatball's body along his arms. Seeing this, the meatball didn't hesitate and directly broke the alchemy rod on his arms and quickly jumped back. Although his reaction was fast, a layer of fluffy ice appeared on the surface of his arms. While Sei Ito and the meatball were fighting, Sakuraba Sei, who rushed to Ito Reina's side, also fought with a knife-armed man. As for Sei Ito's shadow clone, he came to Ito Reina's side and used medical ninjutsu to treat the injury on her arm. At this time, Sakuraba Sei was no longer the Sakuraba Sei who only knew Muay Thai in the Gantz world. After entering the Rubik's Cube world, she who always wanted to help Sei Ito not only diligently practiced the secret body technique given by Sei Ito, but also learned various gun skills, grappling techniques, military fighting techniques, and weapon skills from another member of the Black Sphere soldier. So even if Sakuraba Sei wasn't using Muay Thai and weapons that she was good at, she still relied on her extraordinary reaction speed to fight the knife-armed man. After a while, Sei Ito's shadow clone withdrew his hands and said to Ito Reina, "It's done." "Very good." Ito Reina looked at her unscathed arm and responded in a low voice. She tightened her grip on the katana in her hand and rushed toward the knife-armed man. Then, when the knife-armed man and Sakuraba Sei clashed, she appeared beside the knife-armed man and slashed across his right waist. Poof! A slight muffled sound rang in Ito Reina's ears, and then a stream of blood immediately soaked the knife-armed man's suit and dripped to the ground. Say, together. Ito Reina, who had just slashed the katana, turned around and slashed at the knife-armed man from bottom to top while shouting to Sakuraba Sei. "Okay." Sakuraba Sei responded and used small steps to step back. After giving the knife-armed man some space to dodge, she suddenly took advantage of the knife-armed man's chest. She held her katana upside down on the side of her arm and slashed down like the knife-armed man. Poof! Another muffled sound was heard, and a half-foot-long wound appeared on the knife-armed man's chest. Blood instantly spurted out from the torn suit and splashed on Sakuraba Sei's face. At this time, Sakuraba Sei quickly squatted down. His hands were on the ground. His left foot suddenly swept out and kicked the knife-armed man's bent legs, causing him to stagger in the Rubik's Cube world. At the same time, Ito Reina also stepped forward in the Rubik's Cube world. She avoided the knife-armed man's arm that was waving to block and slashed at his shoulder, leaving a deep, bone-colored wound there. Plop! The knife-armed man, who was attacked by two people, immediately fell to the ground in the Rubik's Cube world. Say, get out of the way of the Rubik's Cube world. At this time, Ito Reina, who had formed a seal with her hands, shouted at Sakuraba Sei, and then, after Sakuraba Sei understood and retreated, she shouted, "Fox Cube World." Following Ito Reina's shout, the Rubik's Cube World, a pale yellow light suddenly rushed out from her body, and in the blink of an eye, it converged into a half-body image of a Buddhist Vajra in midair. It waved the demon subduing pestle in its hand and smashed the knife-armed man's cube world on the ground. Seeing this, the knife-armed man didn't get up and directly rolled on the ground to avoid the demon subduing pestle. Blast the Rubik's Cube world. The moment the knife-armed man rolled to avoid the demon subduing pestle, the pale yellow demon subduing pestle heavily hit the ground. With a loud sound, a large amount of smoke rose from the ground, blocking the knife-armed man's figure. The Rubik's Cube world. Where are you running to? The Rubik's Cube world. Just when the knife-armed man was about to take the opportunity to escape the Rubik's Cube world, Sei Ito, who had been guarding on the side, suddenly jumped in front of the knife-armed man and kicked him back to the Rubik's Cube world on the ground between Sakuraba Sei and Ito Reina. Say, let's go to the Rubik's Cube world. Seeing this, Ito Reina shouted and rushed toward the knife-armed man who was struggling to get up from the ground. The Rubik's Cube world. The same Rubik's Cube world. Sakuraba-sei, who received Ito Reina's signal, also held the demon's subduing pestle with both hands and quickly ran toward the knife-armed man. The Rubik's Cube world. The knife-armed man was injured, and he seemed to be doing nothing, but his eyes were fixed on the demon's subduing pestle's cube world. So, he could only display less than 80% of his strength, and then he was killed by Ito Reina and Sakuraba-sei, who were cooperating more and more tacitly. The Rubik's Cube world. As for the other Rubik's Cube world, when Ito Reina and Sakuraba-sei were fighting the knife-armed man, Sei Ito, who was holding an alchemy staff, used a set of Goro Hachi rods to combine with the cold energy emitted from the alchemy staff and turned him into an ice sculpture. He died in the Rubik's Cube world. This was also natural. After all, the knife-armed man's damage to the enemy was achieved by the sharp blades all over his body. Without the attack of the knife-armed man, he could only fight in close range. He was completely restrained by the staff, just like a target. He couldn't escape or fight in the Rubik's Cube world. Good job, Rubik's Cube world. Sei Ito, who removed the shadow clone, put away the alchemy staff and smiled at Ito Reina and Sakuraba-sei, who were covered in blood and exuding a different kind of charm. This is all thanks to Rita. Without her cooperation, I wouldn't have been able to win so easily. Rubik's Cube world. Sakuraba-sei looked at Rita Ito with a modest smile. Rubik's Cube world. Don't say that. It should be thanks to you. Hearing Sakuraba-sei's words, Ito Reina shook his head and denied. Okay, you two did a good job, Rubik's Cube world. Seeing the two of them being modest to each other, Sei Ito smiled and praised. Rubik's Cube world. Rubik's Cube world. At this moment, a soft sound sounded. Then Zabuza, with a beheading sword on his back, his upper body was still naked, and his face was covered by bandages, appeared in the Rubik's Cube world beside Sei Ito. At this time, Zabuza was full of murderous intent, his body was stained with blood, and there was a slight scratch on his shoulder. Rubik's Cube world. It seems that you know the power of firearms, Rubik's Cube world. Sei Ito glanced at the wound on Zabuza's shoulder and said softly, Rubik's Cube world. It seems that I came to an extraordinary world, Rubik's Cube world. Zabuza didn't answer, but looked at Sei Ito and said something irrelevant. Rubik's Cube world. In the future, you will see more strange worlds, Rubik's Cube world. Sei Ito smiled faintly. Rubik's Cube world. I'm looking forward to Rubik's Cube world. Zabuza's eyes flashed with expectation. Rubik's Cube world. Oh, Sei Ito chuckled and sent Zabuza back to Rubik's Cube world, letting him continue to rest in Rubik's Cube world. Then he turned to look at Ito Reina and Sakuraba-sei, spread out his hands, and said helplessly, It seems that you two also have to go back, Rubik's Cube world. It doesn't matter, Rubik's Cube world. Sakuraba-sei shook his head and said, Rubik's Cube world. Although Ito Reina didn't speak, he nodded and agreed. Rubik's Cube world. Reina, go back and teach Saint Rubik's Cube world. Sei Ito said to Ito Reina. Rubik's Cube world. I know, Rubik's Cube world. Ito Reina promised. Rubik's Cube world. Sei Ito smiled slightly and sent Ito Reina and Sakuraba-sei back to Rubik's Cube world. Then Sei Ito didn't stay, turned around and walked to the nearby hotel. Rubik's Cube world. Then he asked for a room, and after entering the room under the guidance of the waiter, he closed the door and directly entered Rubik's Cube world. He appeared in Rubik's Cube world. All combatants, go to the central square and gather in Rubik's Cube world. Sei Ito ordered all combatants in Rubik's Cube world with the help of Rubik's Cube world. Just after Sei Ito's order was issued, all combatants in Rubik's Cube world stopped what they were doing, left their houses and streets, and quickly ran to the central square. After a while, a large number of heads appeared in the central square, waiting for Sei Ito, who had been standing in the square for a long time, to give instructions to Rubik's Cube world. At this time, Sei Ito's mind moved and summoned another member of the Black Sphere besides Sakuraba-sei, Solitaire, to Rubik's Cube world. After seeing the current environment, Solitaire didn't say anything and directly saluted Sei Ito, then consciously walked to the side behind Sei Ito, with his hands behind his back, and stood there in Rubik's Cube world. Starting today, he will give you a month of modern firearms training in Rubik's Cube world. Sei Ito pointed to Solitaire behind him and announced, "During the training process, he will represent me and have the right to punish you." Then he turned to look at Zabuza and said, "Zabuza, you are responsible for assisting Rubik's Cube world." "Got it, Rubik's Cube world." Zabuza, who had seen the power of firearms, responded. Then Sei Ito waved his hand, and small pistols, submachine guns, AK-56, and then large howitzers and armed helicopters appeared on the ground of the square. Of course, there's only one armed helicopter and only a few cannons. The number of firearms and submachine guns was close to one per person, but the number of bullets was limited, and only a few boxes of Rubik's Cube world were provided. If there are no bullets, you shout to the void for bullets and the number of bullets you want, and there will be bullets sent to Rubik's Cube world. Sei Ito turned to Solitaire and said, "Rubik's Cube world." "Yes, Rubik's Cube world." Solitaire responded loudly, "Rubik's Cube world. Rubik's Cube. Pay attention to Solitaire's Cube world." Sei Ito ordered Solitaire's Cube world with his mind. Solitaire's Cube world. Chapter 514. Seeing that everything was done, Sei Ito took Karen, Uchiha Yoshiko, Karen, and Valletta to a room in the Genin village, chatting leisurely and exiting the Rubik's Cube world. Shortly after Sei Ito exited the Rubik's Cube world, there was a sudden knock on the door. "Who is it?" Sei Ito stood up from the bed and walked towards the door while asking aloud. "Hotel service." A female voice came from outside the door. Sei Ito frowned when he heard this, but he still reached out and opened the door. Then, an Italian woman wearing revealing and sexy clothes appeared at the door. The Italian woman first threw a seductive glance at Sei Ito, then raised her hands in front of her body, and suddenly opened the opening of her clothes, revealing a pair of plump breasts inside, and said in a seductive voice, "Do you want room service?" At the same time, the Italian woman deliberately leaned in front of Sei Ito. "No need," Sei Ito said, and closed the door without hesitation. Just when the door was about to close, the expression of the woman at the door changed, and she quickly took out 2 grenades in her hand, opened the lock, and threw them into the room through the gap of the door. Seeing the grenades rolling in from the ground, Sei Ito's pupils shrank, and he instantly entered the Rubik's Cube world. The second after Sei Ito disappeared, 2 roars immediately sounded in the room, and the powerful explosion instantly blew the door of the room away, and a large mass of blazing flames spewed out of the room and rushed to the opposite wall of the room. Then, a harsh alarm sounded in the hotel, and the automatic fire extinguishing system was turned on, and a large amount of water sprayed down like rain. 5 seconds after the automatic fire extinguishing system was turned on, Sei Ito's figure reappeared in the broken room, and then ran out of the room without hesitation, and ran upstairs from the safety passage of the floor where he was. A few minutes later, Sei Ito, who came to the rooftop, waved his hand and summoned an armed helicopter, and stepped into the pilot's seat. He controlled the armed helicopter to take off from the hotel and fly toward the coastline not far away. But before he could fly far, 2 rockets with long tails of smoke rose from the ground and flew at high speed toward the armed helicopter piloted by Ito Sei. Sei Ito hurriedly controlled the joystick and dodged the 2 rockets by a hair's breadth. Then, he turned the plane around. He pressed the button to launch the missile in the direction where the rocket was coming from. In the blink of an eye, 2 slender missiles with red tips and fiery tails shot towards the ground. Boom! Boom! Almost in the next second, a violent explosion rang out from the ground. A blazing ball of fire with pitch-black smoke rose up, illuminating the pitch-black street. Do you really think I'm a pushover playing with modern weapons? Even if I give you 3 more spells, it won't work. If you really push me too far, I'll just throw out the goddess of love and see who gets hurt in the end. Sei Ito did not look at the result and turned the helicopter back. He curled his lips as he flew toward the coastline. With the precedent of these two missiles, the spell sect did not launch any more missiles to retaliate. After all, they were fighting in a bustling city in Italy. Even if the spell sect's influence was strong enough to control a small country, they could not be so arrogant. If they crossed a certain bottom line, even the spell sect might not be able to handle it. Say Ito flew the armed helicopter over the coastline and headed deep into the ocean since there were no more obstructions. After confirming that there was no one around, he put away the armed helicopter and plunged into the ocean. Boom! After a few seconds of free fall, Sei Ito finally fell into the ocean. Ito Sei's body finally fell into the sea. The huge gravitational inertia made Ito Sei like a cannonball, creating a thick water column more than 5 meters high on the surface of the sea. Sei Ito, who had entered the ocean, opened up the Rubik's Cube world and absorbed the water and animals in the ocean to enrich the resources in the Rubik's Cube world. At the same time, he continued to swim away from the ocean. Let me try to swim back to Japan from Italy. Sei Ito thought to himself in the ocean. After that, Sei Ito moved all the way to the southeast. When he was tired, he would enter the Rubik's Cube world to accompany Ito Reina, Sakuraba Sei, Margot, Bakaru, Karen, Valletta, Karen, Uchiha Yoshiko, and Erica Simmons. When he was free, he would return to the ocean and open up the Rubik's Cube world to absorb the water, animals, and unowned islands he encountered on the way. In this way, after more than 2 months, Sei Ito finally landed on an island near Kyushu after passing through the Mediterranean Sea, the Red Sea, the Arabian Sea, the Bay of Bengal, the South China Sea, the East China Sea, and the Sea of Japan. During this period, Sei Ito, who was extremely bored, also tried to push himself to the limit to open the first gate of the Hashiman Tanku. As a result, Sei Ito ran on the sea at his highest speed for 5 days and 5 nights. He was so tired that he was almost swallowed into the stomach of a whale, but he still failed to open the first gate of the Rubik's Cube world. At this point, Sei Ito, who knew that he was slightly different from the humans in Naruto's world, completely gave up the idea of opening the gate. At the same time, he also gave up the idea of teaching the practice method of opening the gate to Eriko, Suzu Ito, Ito Reina, and Yi. Rubik's Cube world. Of course, it wasn't that there were no gains along the way. At least, after lowering the global sea level of the spirit-eating world by 1 meter, the continent of the Rubik's Cube world was full of water and animals, and beautiful islands dotted around the Rubik's Cube world. For this reason, Sei Ito also deliberately consumed a part of the world's power and a lot of water spiritual power to build rivers and lakes on the Rubik's Cube continent, so that in the Rubik's Cube world, there would be a natural scene of the Rubik's Cube world. After completing this change, Sei Ito suddenly felt that he had an inexplicable connection with the sea, and he could swim in the sea without breathing, like a fish in the Rubik's Cube world. Before returning to Tokyo, let's activate the resonance of the slaughter stone in the sea, and then wait for it to surface in the Rubik's Cube world. Standing near the coastline of Kyushu Island, Sei Ito secretly said in his heart, while waving his hand to summon the 3 slaughter stones in the Rubik's Cube world. At the moment when the 3 slaughter stones appeared, the tempting voice full of evil thoughts once again sounded in Sei Ito's ears, and it urged him to accept the slaughter stones and release the evil thoughts in his heart in the Rubik's Cube world. Compared to the erosion of the sea world, you are too weak, Rubik's Cube world. Sei Ito sneered as he looked at the slaughter stones floating in front of him, exuding a bewitching red light, and whispered to himself in the Rubik's Cube world. Then Sei Ito's mind turned, mobilizing the energy in his body to gather at his fingertips. And with Sei Ito's action, he shot it onto the slaughter stones, stimulating the slaughter stones to erupt with a powerful force. Rubik's Cube world. In an instant, a red energy beam, formed by the energy of the 3 slaughter stones, suddenly rose in front of Sei Ito, shooting straight into the sky. And at the same time, an invisible shock wave spread in all directions with the red light beam as the center. Rubik's Cube world. After 10 seconds, the light beam, which no longer had the support of the follow-up energy, burst into countless fluorescent light spots and disappeared into the Rubik's Cube world in the void. Pada Rubik's Cube world. Seito reached out and took the 3 slaughter stones into his hand, and with a light sound due to their collision with each other, he sealed the Rubik's Cube world. After that, Seito did not stay, and quickly entered Kyushu's urban area, took the main railway lines all over Japan, and rushed back to Tokyo. Rubik's Cube world. 10 hours later, Seito's feet once again stepped into the Rubik's Cube world on the soil of Tokyo. At this time, it was 9:12 in the evening, Rubik's Cube world. Shortly after Seito left the train station, an explosion suddenly sounded not far from the train station, and 2 special spiritual power fluctuations converged and collided there, colliding with the Rubik's Cube world. These 2 spiritual powers are... Seito turned his head and looked not far away, feeling the familiar spiritual waves in the void, and thought in his heart. One of them is the Mitsubishi Kazuhiro, and the other is the Bairue Rubik's Cube world. Thinking of this, Seito did not hesitate, and directly turned and rushed to the place where the spiritual power was emitted, the Rubik's Cube world. Just when he was about to arrive there, the 2 spiritual power fluctuations converged and disappeared, and then completely disappeared from the Rubik's Cube world when Seito arrived at the scene. Sigh, I didn't get the cheap Rubik's Cube world. Looking at the traces of the battle left on the ground, Seito curled his lips and whispered, Rubik's Cube world. But how did the 2 of them get together? I remember that the only time the 2 of them met in the original work was half a year ago, and the result was that Toshimiya Yasuhiro was seriously injured and Mitsubishi Kazuhiro was quiet for a while. Rubik's Cube world. Seito thought in his heart, and then he suddenly thought, could it be that I activated the relationship between the killing stones, causing their killing stones to resonate with each other, and then Toshimiya Yasuhiro, who wanted to avenge his wife, chased after them? The fact was as Seito had speculated. When he activated the killing stones on the coast of Kyushu to cause resonance, the killing stones in the hands of Toshimiya Yasuhiro and Mitsubishi Kazuhiro fluctuated at the same time. And coincidentally, Toshimiya Yasuhiro was in the city of Tokyo at that time. So the 2 killing stones, which were of the same origin and close to each other, both sensed each other's existence and led each other to approach each other. Then Toshimiya Yasuhiro, who had been tracking the evil spirit, directly chased after Mitsubishi Kazuhiro, caught up with him, and fought in the Rubik's Cube world here. It's been almost 3 months since I left Tokyo. I don't know where the plot is now. Rubik's Cube world. Seito, who turned and left the scene, thought to himself, let's go to the Ministry of Environment to take a look first. Rubik's Cube world. Then Seito came to the side of the road and stopped the taxi, heading to the Ministry of Environment's headquarters building to the Rubik's Cube world. Half an hour later, Seito arrived at the Ministry of Environment headquarters building and sat down on a bench in the fountain square nearby. He stared at the Ministry of Environment's door, waiting for the familiar plot character to appear in the Rubik's Cube world. Hard work pays off. Seito didn't wait for long. A tall and sturdy man with a gray beard with a Mohican hairstyle, a cold expression, and only the whites of his eyes without pupils slowly walked out of the Rubik's Cube world with a cigarette in one hand and his other hand in his trouser pocket. Chapter 515. P.S. Iwatanabe, the representative of the Environment Ministry's Natural Disaster Countermeasure Room. Seeing this person appear, Seito didn't choose. He slapped his thigh and stood up from the chair, moving closer to Iwatanabe. Seito, just as Iwatanabe arrived next to Iwatanabe whistled for no reason. He looked at Seito's, but with a slightly red face, and whispered, "What a beautiful butt." Itsunari, who had sharp ears and eyes, heard Iwatanabe's words, and his body trembled subconsciously. He instantly stretched out his leg in front of Iwatanabe's feet and stretched his right arm behind his head. He waved his hand and threw Iwatanabe to the ground. Bang! Iwatanabe didn't expect Seito to act so quickly. In the next moment, Seito slammed his head into the ground. His skull made a muffled sound as it hit the concrete floor. A small dent and a small crack appeared where a Watanabe's head hit the ground. Then Seito's hand slid down and landed on a Watanabe's neck. He pressed down with force. With a kacha sound, Iwana's neck bone instantly broke, causing Iwana to completely lose control of his body below his neck. I didn't expect that I would die in the hands of my favorite beautiful, but with spiritual power protecting his body, Iwatanabe wouldn't faint from normal impacts. His voice was filled with self-mockery. Seito frowned. He used more force and completely killed Iwatanabe on the spot. Although reading a dead person's memory is a bit troublesome, it's not impossible. If you want to blame someone, blame your hobby for making me unhappy. Seito said softly. At the same time, he put his hand on Iwatanabe's collar and lifted him like a dead dog. He flashed into the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in a desolate area in the northern part of the mainland. Then Seito threw Iwatanabe's body on the ground and used his mind to control the ground to automatically construct a special array that cooperated with the Yamanaka family's secret technique. After the array was completed, he used mind reading to read Iwatanabe's memory. Reading a dead person's memory was more troublesome. He couldn't use stimulation to extract details. He could only read according to the other person's memory. So after browsing Iwatanabe's mercenary life before he entered the countermeasure room, it was the room's turn. After a while, he officially entered the memory of the last 2 months. Phew. After a while, after reading the memory's memory, Seito let out a long breath. He closed his eyes and mobilized his spiritual power to destroy all useless memories about Iwatanabe's memory in his mind. After that, he began to recall the information he got from Iwatanabe. I didn't expect that the person who turned into an evil spirit in the end was actually Jian Shanming's father, Jian Shanyu. Seito closed his eyes and whispered to himself. Not only did he kill Jian Shan, who had resentment in his heart, but he also used forceful means to make Jian Shanming the head of the Jian Shan family and let him hold the Lion King. He also made Jian Shan Yomi, who was tortured by him, into a trance, to be seriously injured and receive treatment in the hospital. In other words, Jian Shanming was replaced by Jian Shanyu. Other than Jian Shanyu's death, Jian Shan Yomi's ending also returned to the original movie. Seito opened his eyes and whispered, "If that's the case, let me join in." After that, Seito went out of the Rubik's Cube world, stopped a taxi, and went to the hospital's address in Iwatanabe's memory. As the designated hospital for receiving and treating the injured of the Environment Department, it was naturally not far from the Environment Department's headquarters building. It took less than 5 minutes to arrive at the hospital's entrance. Then, Seito paid the fare. After getting out of the taxi, he slowly walked to the hospital's ward in his memory. Just as Seito was about to reach Jian Shan Yomi's ward, Jian Shan Yomi's familiar spirit energy fluctuation suddenly appeared in the room and was captured by Seito's senses. "You have no reason to suffer misfortune. I will relieve your pain." Jian Shan Yomi's voice sounded from the ward. Then, the energy fluctuation of the Stone of Slaughter quickly spread out through the door. "Yo, do you mind if I join in?" At this moment, Seito, who had used would release to go through the wooden door, said to Jian Shan Yomi, who had thrown the Stone of Slaughter into Jian Shan Yomi's hand and healed his hand muscles. "It's you." Jian Shan Yomi stopped what he was doing. Jian Shan Yomi looked at Seito and said, "You're not going to protect that woman anymore." "Well, who knows?" Seito slowly walked towards Jian Shan Yomi's bed. He shrugged and said with a scoundrel expression, "Looks like you're prepared to go against me to the end." Jian Shan Yomi said, "In that case, I have no choice but to kill you. If you can kill it, you can try it." Ito Sei flipped his hand and took out a slaughter stone and gently tossed it in his hand with a chuckle. "Stone of Slaughter," Jian Shan Yomi said in a low voice. "How about you give this woman to me as well?" Seito flipped his hand and put away the Stone of Slaughter. Rubik's Cube World. Always stealing other people's prey is not a good habit. Rubik's Cube World. Jian Shan Yomi said expressionlessly. Rubik's Cube World. But what if I'm really interested in this woman? Seito spread his hands and said helplessly. Then, He looked at Jianshan Yomi and said softly, "Moreover, don't you already have a toy?" That man called Jianshanyu. Rubik's Cube World. Hearing Sei Ito's words, Jianshan Yomi, who couldn't move or speak, turned his head toward Sei Ito with difficulty and stared at his Rubik's Cube World. Jianshan Yomi chuckled and said, "Okay, I can give this woman to you, but don't do it more than 3 times. If you stop me again, I won't hesitate to kill your Rubik's Cube World." "Whatever, as long as you can kill my Rubik's Cube World." Sei Ito shrugged indifferently. Rubik's Cube World. Then, just as Jianshan Yomi was about to turn into a butterfly, he suddenly asked, "Oh, right. Do you have any news about Jia-chana?" Rubik's Cube World. Hearing Sei Ito's question, Jianshan Yomi's pupils shrank and quietly stared at Sei Ito's Cube World. "I'm very interested in the Stone of Slaughter in her hands." Rubik's Cube World. Sei Ito chuckled and said in a very casual tone, "So if you have any news about her, please tell me about her Rubik's Cube World." "Ha! Interesting, very interesting." Rubik's Cube World. Jianshan Yomi suddenly laughed after a moment of silence and said with interest, "Okay, I'll tell your Rubik's Cube World." After saying that, Jianshan Yomi turned into countless light butterflies and disappeared from the room. Only his ethereal voice was left in the air. "I'm looking forward to your duel with her." Rubik's Cube World. The hindrance is finally gone. Rubik's Cube World. After the spiritual wave that belonged to Mitsuruga Kazuhiro completely disappeared, Ito-sei walked to Kagenshan Yomi's bed and sat on the edge of her bed. He looked at Kagenshan Yomi and chuckled. "You want to know about Kagenshan-yu?" Jianshan Yomi blinked when she heard this, indicating confirmation. "Sure, Rubik's Cube World." Sei Ito flipped his hand and took out the Stone of Slaughter and placed it on Jianshan Yomi's exposed chest. He stimulated the Stone of Slaughter to release energy to heal Jianshan Yomi's injured body and said softly, "The current Jianshanyu is no longer the Jianshanyu of the past. He was given the Stone of Slaughter by that guy just now, which drew out the evil in his heart. It was with this evil that he killed your adoptive father, Jianshan Nero, in the Rubik's Cube World." Jianshan Yomi's face turned red because of the pain and the man touching her body. She stared at Sei Ito without blinking, wanting to know if he was telling the truth about the Rubik's Cube World. "It's true, Rubik's Cube World." Sei Ito pushed the Stone of Slaughter to Jianshan Yomi's chest and chuckled. Rubik's Cube World. Hearing Sei Ito's confirmation, Jianshan Yomi's mouth moved continuously, but other than making intermittent ah sounds, she couldn't make any sound. Rubik's Cube World. Do you want to restore your body? Rubik's Cube World. Sei Ito's palm gently covered Jianshan Yomi's chest, leaned forward, and stuck to Jianshan Yomi's ear. He stretched out his tongue and licked Jianshan Yomi's earlobe, and asked Rubik's Cube World in a whisper, "But are you ready for the price of restoring your body?" Then Sei Ito moved his head back slightly, looked at Jianshan Yomi's eyes, and said Rubik's Cube World almost face to face. After hesitating for a moment, Jianshan Yomi blinked her eyes, indicating that she confirmed Rubik's Cube World. "Oh, you may regret this price, Rubik's Cube World." Sei Ito saw this, stretched out his other hand, and stroked Jianshan Yomi's cheek. Rubik's Cube World. After hearing this, Jianshan Yomi hesitated for a moment again, and then blinked twice to indicate that she wouldn't regret Rubik's Cube World. "If you insist, Rubik's Cube World." After Sei Ito finished speaking, he kissed Jianshan Yomi's lips, and his tongue entangled with hers. Rubik's Cube World. At the same time, holding the Slaughter Stone, he moved to Jianshan Yomi's shoulder and slowly moved down her right arm. Rubik's Cube World. The regeneration connection of nerves and muscles made Jianshan Yomi, who was kissed by Sei Ito, let out a painful and amusing groan. Rubik's Cube World. In this way, in Sei Ito's kiss, Sei Ito's palm holding the Slaughter Stone groped Jianshan Yomi's body from top to bottom. Now, except for the injuries on her throat and eyes that had not yet recovered, Jianshan Yomi's body could already make slight movements. Rubik's Cube World. But at the same time, the clothes on Jianshan Yomi's body were all shattered into dust under the influence of the Slaughter Stone's power, and disappeared from Rubik's Cube world. Now it's time to start recovering your eyes. Endure the pain. Rubik's Cube world. Seito, who moved the slaughter stone to Jinshan Yomi's eyes, said to Jinshan Yomi, who was panting with a layer of sweat on the surface of her body, and her lower body exuding a slight smell of urine. Her face was crimson, and she was panting. At this time, Jinshan Yomi, who had completely let go, did not speak. She just nodded slightly, closed her eyes, and waited. Rubik's Cube world. Seeing this, Seito did not say anything. He directly activated the slaughter stone and healed Jinshan Yomi's eyes. Rubik's Cube world. The eyes were the closest to the head, and the nerve pain involved when the wound was healed was not comparable to ordinary wounds. Therefore, at the moment when the power of the slaughter stone erupted, Jinshan Yomi's hands, which had just recovered, fiercely grasped the bedsheet under her body. Her body arched, and she bit her lips with a pale face. Rubik's Cube world. Chapter 516. P.S. Thank you to Xiao Mofeng and Nickfany for their tips. Thank you to 1234097 for your comment. After a few minutes, as the power of the Stone of Slaughter gradually weakened, Jinshan Yellow Spring seemed to relax and fell gently on the bed. Once this last injury is healed, you'll be mine. Seito gently moved the Stone of Slaughter to Yellow Spring's throat and said in a low and soothing tone, "Ah." Yellow Spring, who was weak all over, opened and closed her mouth. She made intermittent sounds as if she wanted to say something. "It's starting." Seito ignored Yellow Spring's reaction. He said softly and activated the power of the Stone of Slaughter to heal Yellow Spring's last injury. With the stimulation of the Stone of Slaughter's power, the sounds that Yellow Spring could make also changed. In less than a minute, she recovered from being able to make short and intermittent sounds to being able to make long sounds. After another minute, the power of the Stone of Slaughter disappeared again. At this time, Yellow Spring, who was lying on the bed with her chest rising and falling violently, tried to say a word. All right, now that all your injuries have been healed by the Stone of Slaughter, you'll recover completely after a few more days of rest. Seito put away the Stone of Slaughter and looked at Yellow Spring with a chuckle. However, this place isn't suitable for you to stay. After Seito said that, he lowered his head and kissed Yellow Spring's lips. When the latter subconsciously looked to the side, he raised his head again and pulled the blanket on Yellow Spring's body. He stood up and turned to face Yellow Spring. He bent down and reached his hands under her body. He carried Yellow Spring and the white blanket that covered her into his arms. "Hold on to the blanket. We're leaving." Seito carried Yellow Spring to the window of the ward and opened the locked window. He lowered his head and reminded Yellow Spring before jumping out of the window and falling down. Just as the two of them were about to land, a wooden stake suddenly rose from the ground. Seito stepped on it and used the momentum to leap forward, counteracting the inertia and gravity caused by the free fall. Patter! With the help of an external force, Seito's feet landed lightly on the ground. He bent his legs slightly and stood up again. He carried Jinshan Huangquan and left the hospital. Along the way, Seito kept his mental power open. He turned into a sphere that enveloped himself and Yellow Springs. He also let his mental power release a strange wave that affected the vision of the people around him, allowing him to walk freely as if he was transparent. After a while, Seito carried Jinshan, Yellow Spring, to a hotel and used hypnosis to convince the receptionist at the front desk to ask for a room before checking in. For the next few days, until you recover, we will stay here. If you need anything, remember to call me, Seito said softly as he placed Jinshan, Yellow Spring, on the bed. Mount Remonstrant Netherworld turned his head slightly. She looked at the night view outside the window, not far away, and remained silent. Seito did not say anything when he saw this. He waved his hand and produced a yellow paper and a writing brush with red cinnabar on the tip. He focused his mind and calmed down before starting to write. Noticing Seito's actions, Jianshan Yellow Spring retracted her gaze from outside the window and turned to look at Sei Ito, who had a focused expression. She did not say anything. After a while, Sei Ito exhaled softly. The rejuvenation talisman, with strange talisman symbols, was completed. Then, Sei Ito put away the writing brush. He activated the rejuvenation talisman and threw it on Jianshan Yellow Spring. Then, a misty green energy appeared outside of Jianshan Yellow Spring's body and slowly healed her body. I'm going to take a shower. Do you need me to help you? Seeing that the rejuvenation talisman had taken effect, Sei Ito took off his shirt and asked Jianshan Yellow Spring, who was enjoying the rejuvenation talisman's energy, healing with her eyes closed. Hearing Sei Ito's words, Jianshan Yellow Spring's body felt very uncomfortable. Because of the previous treatment, Yamanishin Netherworld, who was sticky all over because of the previous treatment, suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable. However, when she thought that she was going to expose her body in front of Ito-sei again, even if she had been seen and touched by him before, she still felt uncomfortable. She closed her eyes and pretended not to hear anything. It's fine if you don't need it. Sei Ito took off his jacket. He only wore a pair of black boxers and turned to walk to the bathroom. Not long after, the sound of water splashing could be heard in the room. Hearing the sound of running water, Jianshan Yellow Spring felt her body become even more uncomfortable. More than 10 minutes later, Sei Ito, who was wearing a bathrobe, returned to the room and sat cross-legged on another bed less than half a meter away from the bed where Jianshan Yellow Spring was lying, then waved his hand and made a stack of paper appear. Just when he was making the rejuvenation talisman, Sei Ito suddenly thought of the paper release ninjutsu used by the Sealing class in Naruto World and the paper release secret jutsu in Conan's hands. Therefore, he thought of the paper manipulation jutsu in Read or Die and the resulting flying ability. Although it is more troublesome, it can temporarily allow him to obtain the ability to fly before he obtains telekinesis, air dance jutsu, and flying magic. In this case, Sei Ito, who has mastered several secret jutsu chakra, mixing method, and attribute yin and yang transformation, naturally wants to derive the paper release secret jutsu with his own strength, even if it is different from Conan's. In this way, Sei Ito aimlessly used the yin-yang and penta-element combination secret jutsu, and Jianshan Yellow Spring, who was watching curiously and then fell asleep due to exhaustion. The night passed in a blink of an eye. Although they had a comfortable time here, because of the disappearance of Kanji Iwagata and Jianshan Yellow Spring's whereabouts unknown, the people in the Ministry of Environment were scared. As the current head of the Ministry of Environment, Kamaya Temple directly ordered to send all the idle people that can be sent to look for the two in Yodo. You woke up? Around 9 o'clock in the morning, Sei Ito, who was still mixing secret jutsu chakra, said to Jianshan Yellow Spring without raising his head. Jianshan Yellow Spring immediately opened her eyes and stared at Sei Ito on the opposite side silently. Do you recognize the reality? Sei Ito, who felt Yellow Spring's gaze, said. Hearing Sei Ito's words, Jianshan Yellow Spring turned over her body, pulled the sheet on her body to cover her naked body, and looked up at the ceiling in silence. Now you have no room for regret. Sei Ito looked up at Jianshan Yellow Spring, who was quietly in a daze, and said aloud, I know. Jianshan Yellow Spring held the sheet tightly and said in a low voice, That's good. Sei Ito once again grabbed a rejuvenation talisman from the void that he made last night when he was irritated by studying secret jutsu chakra, activated it, and threw it on Yellow Spring's body, and said softly, What do you want to eat? Seeing that the talisman took effect, Sei Ito lowered his head again, looked at the paper in his hand, and mobilized the energy in his body and spiritual force to mix into a new power to control it. Under the control of Sei Ito's power, the white paper about the size of the talisman shook slightly a few times. Then it floated up from the palm of his hand and rotated at a low speed in front of Sei Ito's eyes, and under the control of Sei Ito's spiritual force, it twisted and folded slightly. Pocky, Jianshan Yellow Spring said, Eating snacks for breakfast is not good for your body's recovery. Sei Ito reached out and grabbed a box of Pocky from the void and threw it to Yellow Spring. "Are you a doorman? You can make anything out of it." Jianshan Yellow Spring, who witnessed how this box of Pocky appeared, looked at Sei Ito with interest and said, "I'm not as exaggerated as a doorman." Sei Ito whispered. Jianshan Yellow Spring didn't say anything and reached out to grab the Pocky that fell on her body. She opened the seal. She took out a Pocky, put it in her mouth, and gently broke it. With a soft kacha sound, the chocolate-flavored Pocky was immediately broken into 2 pieces, and then the other half of the Pocky that was in Yellow Spring's mouth was quickly eaten by her. "I want to eat fried meatballs, persimmon soup, fried tofu, stir-fried vegetables," Jianshan Yellow Spring said after finishing 1 Pocky and taking out another one. Sei Ito didn't waste any time and directly grabbed the phone in the guest room. He called the front desk and asked for hotel service. "I thought you would just make it appear." Jianshan Yellow Spring glanced at Sei Ito and curled her lips and said, "Too troublesome," Sei Ito said faintly, then hung up the phone and looked at Yellow Spring. "Seems like you've thought it through." "Yes, I've thought it through. Since I've already fallen into the hands of a pervert like you, and my pure body has been sullied by you, what else can I do if I don't follow you?" Jianshan Yellow Spring said frivolously. "Sullied, huh?" Sei Ito chuckled, then shot the white paper that he controlled at the wall where the television was. When the paper pierced the wall like a sharp blade, he bent down and stood up from the bed. He walked to Yellow Spring's bedside, lowered his head, and kissed Yellow Spring's lips domineeringly while she was still chewing the Pocky. At the same time, his left hand reached into her body through the blanket covering her body, then covered Yellow Spring's chest and rubbed it gently. She had just recovered. Jianshan Yellow Spring, who hadn't fully recovered her strength, struggled gently and let out a low moan. "Since you said that I'm a pervert and I sullied you, then I won't hold back in the future." After a while, Sei Ito raised his head and was parallel to Yellow Spring's head. He looked in her eyes and said with a smile, "You bastard." Jianshan Yellow Spring's face was slightly red as she gasped for breath. "So be it," Sei Ito said, then kissed Yellow Spring's lips again. Then he raised his head again, smiled at Yellow Spring, and said, "You belong to me now." After saying that, Sei Ito straightened up, returned to the bedside and sat down, then picked up another piece of paper and fiddled with it. "Bastard, pervert, pervert." Yellow Spring panted a few times, then looked at Sei Ito and scolded. However, with her weak appearance, it looked like she was acting coquettishly. Yellow Spring scolded a few more times, but seeing that Sei Ito didn't refute at all, she suddenly felt a little bored and took out another Pocky, then put it into her mouth and chewed quietly. After a while, the doorbell rang, and the hotel service arrived outside the door. At this time, Sei Ito stopped what he was doing, went to the door and opened it. After giving the waiter 1,000 yen as a tip, he pushed the dining cart back into the room and stopped in front of Yellow Spring. Then Sei Ito walked to Yellow Spring's side and helped her up from the bed. "Look at you. Do you need me to feed you?" Sei Ito looked at Yellow Spring, who got up and caused the sheet to slide down, revealing her chest, and said with a playful expression, "No need." Yellow Spring firmly denied, then used her weak strength to pick up the chopsticks and slowly ate. Half an hour later, Yellow Spring finished her breakfast. Then, Yellow Spring held onto the dining cart with both hands, put her legs on the ground, and used the dining cart's strength to stand up from the bed. Then, she used one hand to cover her front with the sheet, and used the other hand to push the dining cart towards the bathroom with difficulty. Seeing Yellow Spring's difficult movements, Sei Ito stood up from the bed and quickly walked to her side. Before Yellow Spring could react, he carried her into the bathroom, ignoring Yellow Spring's screams. Then, Sei Ito put the naked Yellow Spring into the bathtub, turned on the hot and cold faucet at one end of the bathtub, reached out and grabbed the shower head. He sprayed water on Yellow Spring's body while helping her bathe. Seeing this, Yellow Spring knew that it was useless to resist. She could only blush and enjoy Sei Ito's service. Then, she watched as Sei Ito touched her, making her blood boil. Half an hour later, Sei Ito used a towel to dry Yellow Spring's flushed body. He carried her out of the bathroom and placed her on the bed. Then he took out another rejuvenation talisman, activated it, and threw it on Yellow Spring's body. After covering her with a blanket, he sat on Yellow Spring's bed and fiddled with the paper in front of him. "What are you doing?" After experiencing the bathing incident, Yellow Spring, who had opened up a lot, looked at the paper Ito had been fiddling with since last night and asked curiously. "Developing a new spell," Ito explained without turning his head. "Just you." Yellow Spring pouted in disbelief. "Of course." Ito glanced at Yellow Spring and chuckled. "When it comes to knowledge and understanding of spells, there aren't many people in this world who can compare to me." "Shameless boasting," Yellow Spring still said in disbelief. "Heh, you'll know in the future." Ito did not refute. After saying that, he once again immersed himself in the development of the paper escape technique. Just like this, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye as Ito developed the paper escape technique and bickered with Yellow Spring. During this period, Yellow Spring recovered her body with the rejuvenation talisman that Ito made from time to time. At this time, Yellow Spring could completely take care of herself. She no longer needed Ito to help her bathe or carry her to the toilet like before. "After recovering for a day, we will leave the hotel tomorrow." After 3 consecutive days and more than 1,000 combination experiments, Ito, who gradually mastered some paper escape technique and chakra ratio, said to Yellow Spring, who was wearing a black sailor suit with a Pocky in her mouth and playing games with PS, "Do you have any place you want to go?" Chapter 517. "I'd like to meet that man." Hearing Ito's words, Jianshan Yellow Spring's hand movements paused for a moment. Then he recovered and said calmly, "Okay." Ito answered without raising his head. Then Ito stopped what he was doing and pulled out a saber from thin air. The saber's body was 140 centimeters long and the handle was 15 centimeters long. Other than the fact that it was the color of a normal weapon, it was basically the same as Jianshan Yellow Spring's Lion King. At this moment, Jianshan Yellow Spring, who saw Ito's actions, pressed the pause button. He looked at Ito with a baffled expression, waiting for him to do what he was going to do next. Ito placed the saber horizontally across his legs, his left hand stroking the saber's body. After his left hand sword finger moved away from the tip of the saber, he once again grabbed a brush and a small plate of cinnabar ink that looked like viscous blood. Then Ito dipped the brush in his right hand into the ink and closed his eyes to concentrate. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and circulated the energy in his body to the tip of the brush. His arm moved, and he quickly wrote on the saber's body with the brush. As Ito wrote, the red ink fell on the surface of the blade and formed a strange symbol. Then, a bright red light flashed on the symbol, as if it was inlaid into the inner surface of the blade, and it became inseparable. After more than 2 minutes, Ito wrote strange symbols on both sides of the saber's body. Then Ito took out a scabbard that matched the saber from thin air and quickly inserted the saber into it. Then, he shook it out, and 3 blank yellow joss papers appeared in his hand. Using the brush that still had cinnabar ink on it, he quickly wrote on the papers. After the 3 yellow joss papers turned into talismans, he waved his hand and stuck them on the scabbard. At this moment, a dazzling bright red light flashed on the inside and outside of the saber, and the talismans stuck to the scabbard. In an instant, it disappeared, as if everything that happened just now was an illusion. Here, when the long blade calmed down again, Ito handed the blade to Jianshan Yellow Spring, who was stunned by his method, and said, "I have added a demon-repelling rune on this blade. It can effectively restrain the power of the killing stone. I think you will need it." Yuanshan Huangquan, who had mechanically received the long blade, paused for a moment and thanked him in a low voice. "Thank you. There's no need for that. You're my subordinate, after all. It's only right for me to prepare something for you." Ito waved his hand and put away the extra things. He continued to fiddle with the paper in front of him and said softly. The following day was peaceful. Only the Hanshan Yellow Springs, who was hugging her blade, became silent once again. Just like that, The next morning arrived in the blink of an eye. "Let's go," Saito said to Yellow Springs after eating the breakfast provided by room service. "All right," Remonstrant Mountain, Yellow Springs agreed. He reached out and tilted the head of the bed. He held the long blade, wrapped in a dark blue sword sheath, in his hand. He got up and followed Saito out of the room where he had stayed for 3 days. Later, the two of them came to the front desk of the hotel, and Saito paid for their stay. They walked out of the lobby and took a taxi at the entrance of the hotel. They headed to Yellow Springs' previous home. About 20 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a relatively remote single-family building. "Go ahead. I'll wait for you here," said Wang Yao after the taxi left. After the taxi left, Saito said to Yellow Springs. Hearing this, Zhanshan Huangquan nodded silently and walked into the building with a heavy expression. 5 minutes after Yellow Springs entered the house, a scream filled with anger and hatred faintly came from the house. Then, a red light suddenly lit up behind a glass window. Then Yellow Springs, who was wearing a casual outfit and had lost one of her arms, and Yellow Springs, who was holding a blade in her right hand and a scabbard in her left hand, broke through the window and landed in the courtyard of the house. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The broken glass fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. "You're trying to kill me with a blade that looks like the Lion King." As expected, my eldest brother's decision back then was wrong. I shouldn't have agreed to let him bring you back. At this moment, Yellow Springs, who had landed on the ground, said mockingly, "But forget it. Although my eldest brother's hypocrisy is disgusting, at least he's still a member of the Jinshan family. Let me erase his mistake." After saying that, Yellow Springs pulled out his tachi and held it in his hand. He charged toward Yellow Springs. At this moment, Yellow Springs, who had fallen into anger, did not care who Yellow Springs was. He unleashed his blade skills with all his might and fought with Yellow Springs. Yellow Springs' blade skills were not that great to begin with. Moreover, he had retired from the ranks of Evil Master back then because he was afraid of death. As a result, his combat experience was relatively lacking even though he had the killing stone to distort Yellow Springs' will. It could not change the current situation. Therefore, Yellow Springs, who had been fighting on the front lines ever since he became an evil master and was considered a genius, was at a disadvantage in a short while. Yellow Springs' blade landed on his wrist that was holding the blade. How is this possible? When Yellow Springs' blade landed on his wrist, Yellow Springs still had a nonchalant smile on his face. However, his expression immediately changed. He looked at the wound that was recovering at an extremely slow speed in disbelief. His expression was filled with shock as he subconsciously exclaimed, "The power of the killing stone has been suppressed." That kind of shock made Yellow Springs forget that he was fighting with Yellow Springs. Go to hell. Yellow Springs had forgotten about the battle, but Yellow Springs did not. He yelled angrily and raised his blade to the side of his face. He aimed at Yellow Springs' heart and stabbed it. Puff! The sharp blade instantly pierced through the arm that Yellow Springs used to block the attack. It pierced through his chest where his heart was located and made a low, muffled sound. Ugh! Yellow Springs, who had the power of the killing stone suppressed by the blade, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He knelt on the ground weakly and muttered to himself in fear. "I'm going to die? How is this possible?" Puffed. Yellow Springs pulled the blade out of Yellow Springs' body. She looked down at Yellow Springs, who was kneeling on the ground expressionlessly, and said indifferently, "I remember that you stabbed my father more than 20 times before you killed him. Then, as a return gift, you should also enjoy the same treatment." After saying that, Yellow Springs used her exquisite blade skills to slash Yellow Springs' body from head to toe until she forced out the killing stone that was embedded in Yellow Springs' body. Then, she held the blade with both hands and stabbed it without hesitation at Yellow Springs and Yellow Springs, who had regained his consciousness after the killing stone was removed from his body. Crack! As the long blade fell, the slaughter stone, which had been diluted countless times, suddenly exploded into a pile of sparkling powder, disappearing into the air. At the same time, without the killing stone's support, All the wounds on Yellow Spring's body immediately stopped recovering. The injuries he suffered when he obtained the killing stone also appeared. Plop! After killing Yellow Springs, who was holding the blade with both hands, knelt on the ground in a daze. She lowered her head and sobbed. At this moment, Sei Ito, who was hiding on a tree branch, jumped down from the branch. He slowly walked to Yellow Spring's side and squatted down. He reached out and hugged her in his arms. He gently rubbed Yellow Spring's back and comforted her silently. Yellow Springs took the opportunity to lie in Sei Ito's arms. She grabbed Sei Ito's clothes tightly and cried loudly. After a while, Sei Ito, who saw that Yellow Springs had calmed down a little, turned around and carried her on his back. He held Yellow Springs, but with his left hand, and pulled out the blade with his right hand. He slowly walked to the scabbard and used the tip of the blade to lift the scabbard. He let the scabbard follow the gravity and sheath the blade. Screech, crack. After a slow slide, the scabbard and the blade gently collided with each other, making a soft sound. Then, Sei Ito held the blade in his hand and placed his hands behind his back in front of his neck. He tilted her head and leaned on his shoulder. Yellow Springs, who was still sobbing, left the mansion. Pervert, when are you going to stop touching my butt? After more than 10 minutes, Yellow Springs, who had completely recovered, mocked Sei Ito. Of course, I'm going to touch it until I don't want it anymore. Sei Ito did not back down and retaliated. In order to increase the effect, he purposely clenched his hand and lightly pinched Yellow Springs' butt. Bastard. Yellow Springs immediately cursed when she felt the strange sensation coming from her butt. She grabbed Sei Ito's waist with both of her legs and put her left arm in front of his throat. She lifted her right arm and hooked his left wrist. Then, she tightened her grip. However, how could Sei Ito be easy to deal with? He quickly turned his palm that was covered by Yellow Spring's sailor suit. He raised his index and middle fingers and gently pointed at the secret well that was covered by Yellow Spring's underwear. In an instant, Yellow Springs, who was still aggressive, blushed. Her body fell backward quickly as if she was electrocuted. Then, she supported herself on the ground with both of her hands and kicked Sei Ito's body. At that moment, the two of them were still on the street. Sei Ito did not want to expose Yellow Springs too much, so he let go of her legs and let Yellow Springs flip around and stand up again. You're really a pervert and a pervert. Yellow Springs gritted her teeth and cursed softly. Don't blame me. You asked for it. Sei Ito shrugged his shoulders shamelessly and chuckled. Humph. Upon hearing that, Yellow Springs snorted coldly with an unfriendly expression and ignored Sei Ito. Do you have anyone else you want to see or do? If not, let's get ready to leave this place and go to the beach. I still have things to do there. Sei Ito walked to Yellow Springs' side and grabbed her hand that was about to pull away as he asked softly. Yellow Springs was silent for a moment. Then, she said softly with a melancholy expression, I want to see 2 more people, but I hope that you can hide when I meet them. Sure, Ito-sei knew who Jianshan Yellow Spring wanted to meet, but he didn't say anything. He happily agreed. Then, Sei Ito flagged down a taxi. With Yellow Springs leading the way, they moved toward school. Chapter 518. P.S. Thank you to Xjilvdia, Desert Traveler Juan, for the tip. I'll wait for you in the car. If there's anything, just tell me as soon as possible. Sei Ito said as he handed the katana to Chiyamayomi, who was already standing outside the taxi. I know. Chiyamayomi, who received the katana, said without looking back, then turned around and slowly walked toward the school. While Chiyamayomi was walking towards the school, Sei Ito, who was bored to death, once again took out the paper and continued to refine the chakra ratio of the paper release secret technique that he researched in order to complete it as soon as possible. Yomi, who knows how much time had passed while he was researching, but suddenly a girl's soft cry woke Sei Ito from his research. Soon after, a short-haired girl wearing a white student uniform and a blue pleated skirt, who looked to be around 13 or 14 years old, reached out and grabbed Jianshan Yellow Spring's arm as she called out anxiously, I'm sorry, Kagura. From now on, I'm no longer the Chiyama you know. Chiyamayomi, said as he punched Tsutamaya Kagura in the chest, making her kneel on the ground. Then he turned around, ignoring the tears that were floating out of the corner of his eyes, and quickly walked back to the taxi. Yomi, Tsutamaya Kagura, who had one hand on her chest and the other hand on the ground, struggled to stand up from the ground with a face full of pain while calling out with great difficulty. Crack bang! Chiyama Yomi opened the car door, sat next to Sei Ito, and closed the door. Let's go. Chiyama Yomi lowered his head, his shoulders slightly trembling, and said in a low voice. After receiving the order, the driver directly ignited the engine, started the car, and slowly drove past Tsutamaya Kagura. Then after leaving the vicinity of the school, he sped up and drove towards the Ministry of Environment's headquarters. Yomi, Izumi, Tsutamaya Kagura muttered with a sad expression as she watched the taxi leave. It seems that you treasure that girl a lot, Sei Ito said softly as he wiped the tears from Chiyama Yomi's eyes. She's my last treasure, Chiyama Yomi whispered. If that's the case, just take her away. Isn't it better to just let her stay with us? Sei Ito said lightly. No need, she's fine like this. Chiyama Yomi shook his head slightly and whispered. Up to you, but if you want, we can take her with us. Sei Ito said. Chiyama Yomi didn't say anything, just lowered his head a bit. Who knows what he is thinking? The rest of the journey was silent. The taxi driver sent the two of them to the headquarters of the Ministry of Environment in silence. Lend me your phone, Jinshan Yellow Sumi, who had already calmed down, said to Ito Sei. Yama Yomi's hand. To Chiyama Yomi's hand. Jinshan Yellow Springs took the cell phone. His thumb skillfully tapped on the cell phone's keyboard. When the numbers on the screen formed a phone number, he pressed the green dial button and put the phone to his ear. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, there was the sound of a signal being connected. Hello. A male voice came from the phone. Gigi, it's me, Chiyama Yomi said after a moment of silence. Hearing Chiyama Yomi's voice. On the other side of the phone, Gigi was silent. He didn't say anything and didn't hang up. Why didn't you come to see me even once when I was injured? Why did Uncle G say that you agreed to cancel our engagement? Chiyama Yomi asked calmly. Gigi couldn't explain and could only remain silent. You don't even have the courage to speak? Chiyama Yomi's voice was full of mockery. He paused to give the other side time to refute, but when he found that the other side still didn't refute, he seemed to have given up and said disappointedly, You're like this even on the phone. Then I'm sure you don't even have the courage to see me. Since that's the case, we'll break up from now on. When we meet again, we'll be strangers. Chiyama Yomi's tone was resolute as he hung up the phone without hesitation. He threw the phone to Sei Ito. Now, I'm going to do one last thing. Chiyama Yomi looked at Sei Ito and said in a deep voice, What is it? Sei Ito put away the phone and asked calmly. Take back the Lion King, Chiyama Yomi said firmly. Okay. Sei Ito agreed. Then, Sei Ito instructed the taxi driver to send the two of them to the Chiyama mansion. Outside the Chiyama mansion, there were yellow police tape with the word keep written on it. Several staff members of the Ministry of Environmental Protection in black suits were working there with spirit catchers in their hands. Do you need my help? Chiyama Yomi looked out of the car and asked Sei Ito. No. Chiyama Yomi refused. Then, he opened the door and got out of the taxi. Then, he moved his feet and rushed toward the Environmental Ministry workers at high speed. Then, before they could react, he knocked them out one by one. Then, Chiyama Yomi, who had dealt with the obstacles at the door, lifted the yellow police tape in front of him and lowered his body to enter the area of the police tape. He then walked into the Chiyama mansion. Creak, creak. Chiyama Yomi took off his shoes at the door and stepped on the wooden stairs in the house. He walked step by step toward the patriarch study. Creak. After a while, Chiyama Yomi, who was standing outside the study, twisted the doorknob and pushed the door open with a soft sound. Then, Chiyama Ming appeared in front of Chiyama Yomi. He was wearing a pink kimono and a blue trouser skirt. There was a blooming white peony flower on the left side of his head. His straight, grayish-white hair flowed naturally behind him. You really came back. Chiyama Ming, who was holding the Lion King, turned around and looked at Chiyama Yomi. I came to take back the Lion King that my father left behind. Chiama walked into the study and stood in front of Chiama. He looked at Chiama and said in a deep voice, "The Lion King is the symbol of the patriarch of Chiama family. It is not something that an outsider like you can touch." Chiama retorted and then continued, "Not to mention a traitor like you who killed your uncle. Sister Ming, I don't want to have a meaningless battle with you. I only came to take back the Lion King." Chiama frowned when he heard that. He did not refute or explain and just stated again, "If you want to take away the Lion King, you'll have to defeat me first." Chiama slowly pulled the Lion King out of the scabbard and looked at Chiama. After speaking, Chiama stomped his feet and instantly rushed in front of Chiama. He held the sword with both hands and slashed down at Chiama. Although Chiama attack was sudden, Chiama reaction was not slow either. He raised the sword above his head and blocked Chiama attack. Bang! The blade and scabbard clashed and made a muffled sound. Then Chiama bent his left arm and took a small step forward with his right leg. At the same time, his right hand pushed up again. When Chiama sword was pushed to the side, he quickly turned his body and used the end of the scabbard to slap Chiama face. Chiama saw that and quickly took a big step forward. Then he used the sole of his foot as a fulcrum to pull his body and quickly turn around. While dodging the scabbard, he kicked Chiama leg. At this moment, Chiama placed the sword on the ground and used the scabbard to block Chiama kick when it made a muffled sound. Then he leaned his body slightly and immediately pulled the sword out of the scabbard with his right hand. The cold sword light instantly slashed out of the scabbard and forced Chiama to quickly retreat. "I have wanted to fight with you since a long time ago. Now, I can finally fulfill my wish." Chiama who once again held the sword and confronted Chimayomi, said softly, "Now, let me see what qualifications you have to be praised as a genius and to have Uncle place high hopes on you." He even ignored the elder's opposition and forcefully let an outsider like you inherit the patriarch's position. Is the patriarch's position really that important? Chiama let go of the scabbard and also held the scabbard with both hands. She looked at Chiama and said in a low voice, "To make that man, Chiama, willingly be controlled by the evil spirit and accept the temptation of the slaughter stone to kill father." Chiama who didn't know about Chiama's true situation, frowned and looked at Chiama angrily. "Not only did he kill my father, he even slandered him for such a crime. Unforgivable." Chiama shouted and rushed to Chiama with his sword. He began to fight with her in the narrow corridor of the study room. At this moment, the two of them no longer had the time to care if the weapons in their hands would destroy the precious information and records in the study room. They were both using their full strength with the determination to kill each other and using the Chiama family's inherited demon-repelling sword technique to fight. Almost every turn, sword strike, and dislocation was accompanied by a dense killing intent. Every step forward, step back, and turn, there was a sword edge that was close to the vital point. Just like this, the two of them fought in the narrow space for a few minutes and destroyed the study room beyond recognition. However, there was still no clear winner. Although I can't take you down with just my sword technique, I have the Lion King in my hand. Your defeat is destined," Chiama said while panting slightly. Then, Chiama expression changed slightly as he released the spiritual beast sealed in the Lion King. Then, a monster that was more than 5 meters long and 2 to 3 meters tall appeared next to Chiama. It looked like a lion with 4 pairs of sapphire-like eyes and crisscrossed fangs in its mouth. It was a monster with red fur all over its body. With the appearance of Chiama, its huge body once again destroyed the study room that was beyond recognition. Then, the wooden floor that couldn't withstand Chiama's weight suddenly shattered and collapsed, causing Chiama, and Chiama to fall down the stairs. Chiama used the Lion King's roaring bullet on Yomi. Chiama who had one hand on Chiama's hair, ordered Chiama loudly. Chapter 519. P.S. Thank you to Tranquil for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Nickfany and 1577478660 for their tips. As soon as Jian Shanming's words fell, Jian Shanming, who had just landed on the ground, opened his mouth wide and spat out a transparent energy ball the size of 4 basketballs. It crushed all the wooden plank fragments along the way and shot toward Jian Shanming. Jian Shanming's pupils shrank when he saw that. He turned his wrist and held his long sword upside down. He formed a seal with both hands and quickly chanted a few Sanskrit words. Just as the transparent energy ball was about to hit him, he suddenly shouted, "Akalanatha, fire world curse." In an instant, a crimson flame suddenly appeared in front of Jian Shanming. It quickly spun into a spiral and collided with the transparent energy ball. Boom! There was a loud explosion at the point where the two energies collided. A powerful blast of air shot out in all directions from the point of impact. It blew away all the trash around and Jian Shanming, who was the closest to the explosion. Crash, crash, bang! The wooden plank fragments, cement rubble, and Jian Shanming hit the wall one after another. After a muffled sound, they fell from the wall. Cough, 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 cough. Jian Shanming, who felt discomfort in his lower body due to the impact, squatted on the ground, panting and coughing rapidly. Lion King, roaring bullet. At that moment, Jian Shanming's voice was heard again. Hearing Jian Shanming's words, Jian Shan Yellow Springs immediately rushed to the side without thinking. The moment she rushed out, a huge transparent energy ball instantly bombarded the wall. Boom! There was another loud explosion. A huge hole that was the height of a person immediately appeared on the wall. Messy and twisted steel bars and broken cement appeared from the hole in the wall. "Let's see how long you can hide," Jian Shanming said coldly. He then continued to order Lion King, roaring bullet. Boom! Another loud explosion resounded near the Yellow Springs on Mount Remonstrant. Damn it! Jian Shanming cursed under his breath. He turned around and rushed toward the hole in the wall. Boom, boom! Just as Hanshan Yellow Springs was rushing towards the gap, another 2 large, transparent energy balls hit the wall she ran past. A series of loud noises erupted. Trying to escape? Jian Shanming sneered as he saw Jian Shan Huang Quan rushing towards the gap. After saying that, he waved his hand and dispelled the Pyrolite summon. He chased closely behind Admonish Mountain, Yellow Springs, and summoned the Pyrolite again after rushing out of the room. Immovable Wisdom King, Fire World Curse. In the next second, after Jian Shanming stood still, Remonstrant Mountain Huang Quan's voice suddenly came from the corner. Then, a flame suddenly appeared in the air. It spun at a high speed towards Bai and Jian Shanming. Lion King, roaring bullet. Jian Shanming didn't even move his feet as he shouted coldly. Boom! As a transparent energy ball flew out, the two energies collided again. There was a loud explosion. However, just as the white smoke produced by the two energy explosions filled the air, a black shadow suddenly appeared. Then, with a blade in his right hand, Huang Quan suddenly rushed out of the smoke, shouting as he jumped and slashed at Huang Quan. Oomph! Jian Shanming snorted coldly when he saw this. He raised his arm and blocked Jian Shan Huangquan's slash. Clang! The two weapons clashed and produced a crisp sound. Lion King, Jian Shanming ordered. After saying that, the Lion King, also known as the Spirit Beast Pyrolite, swung its several slender snake-like tails and whipped at Jian Shan Huangquan, who was in midair. Pa 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 pa! Bang! As several afterimages were waved rapidly, several holes appeared on Jian Shan Huangquan's black sailor suit and the skin under it. After pausing for a second, he suddenly flew backwards. After flying for 2 meters, he fell heavily on the ground and slid back for a distance. Is this the so-called genius? It's only SOSO. Jian Shanming looked at the ground, not far away with his hands supporting himself. His body was trembling slightly, but his hand was still holding the long blade tightly. Jian Shan Huangquan, who was breathing rapidly and struggling to get up from the ground with a painful expression, said sarcastically. I didn't expect that there would be a day when I would be attacked by the Lion King. Jian Shan Huangquan endured the intense pain on his body and struggled to stand up from the ground. His body leaned forward. His arms drooped naturally, and he raised his head slightly to look at Jian Shanming with a grin. Still struggling, Jian Shanming said expressionlessly, I've said it before. I'm here to retrieve my father's relic, the Lion King. Before I retrieve it, I won't give up. I will not give up. Admonishing Mountain Yellow Springs abruptly straightened his body and raised his head slightly. He said while panting, If that's the case, then I'll completely dispel your wishful thinking. Jian Shanming said and then shouted again, Lion King. Roar! The Lion King roared loudly and suddenly jumped out from Jian Shanming's side, with its four limbs slightly bent. It rushed in front of Jian Shan Huangquan and bit down on her head. Humph! Jian Shan Huangquan snorted coldly. Just like when he was uninjured, he burst out with high speed and dodged the Lion King's side. Then he suddenly jumped up high and slashed at the Lion King's neck. Sensing danger, the Lion King immediately jumped to the side lightly. At the same time, his tail whipped at Jian Shan Huangquan again. Pa bang. Even though Jian Shan Yellow Springs crossed his arms in front of his body and tried his best to curl his body, the powerful whipping of the tail still left long and thin wounds on his body, limbs, and face. Once again, Jian Shan Yellow Springs was sent flying. He fell heavily on the ground and slid backwards. The direction that Jian Shan Huangquan slid back was where Jian Shanming was standing. Seems like your luck isn't very good. Looking at Jian Shan Huangquan, who was rolling towards him, Jian Shanming slowly raised his blade and said softly. However, just as Jian Shanming was about to swing his blade and kill Jian Shan Huangquan, Jian Shan Huangquan, who had been rolling with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He grinned at Jian Shanming and then suddenly twisted his body. He kicked Jian Shanming's knee, causing Jian Shanming's body to bend slightly. At the same time, he exerted strength with his upper body and swung his blade with both arms to hit the front of the Lion King's blade in Jian Shanming's hand. Dang! When the two weapons clashed, there was a crisp sound of metal clashing. At the same time, due to Jian Shan Yellow Springs' careful calculation, as well as the blade's bearing point, Jian Shanming, who was caught off guard, felt her hand loosen. Lion King flipped and flew out from her hand. Shocked and staggering, Jian Shanming's gaze subconsciously chased after the Lion King. At this moment, Jian Shan Huangquan's hands loosened from the blade's hilt. She bared her teeth and squatted on the ground. Her hands quickly grabbed Jian Shanming's throat. She grinned and exerted strength. I want Sister Ming. Jian Shan Huangquan squinted one of his eyes due to the pain in his body and grinned at Jian Shanming. You calculated this? Jian Shanming's hands grabbed Jian Shan Huangquan's wrist and said with difficulty, if not, how could I escape from the Lion King's entanglement and come to your side? How could I catch you so easily when you were unguarded? Jian Shan Huangquan stood up from the ground. She continued exerting strength with her hands and smiled. I didn't expect that I would lose in the end. At this moment, Jian Shanming, whose face had turned purple, gradually lost strength in his hands that were grabbing onto Jian Shan Huangquan's wrist. His eyes rolled up as he muttered, That's right, you lost. Jian Shan Huangquan softly said to Jian Shanming, who was gradually losing his mind, So, I will take the Lion King. A moment later, Jian Shanming, who was lacking oxygen in his brain, completely fainted. His hand slid down from Jian Shan Huangquan's wrist and fell by her side. Plop! Seeing Jian Shanming faint, Jian Shan Huangquan let go of her hands. Without any external support, Jian Shanming's body fell heavily on the ground, letting out a muffled thud. It hurts! At this moment, Jian Shan Huangquan covered the wound on her arm with one hand and cried out with a frown. However, Jian Shan Yellow Springs only let out a low cry and immediately endured the pain. Then he dragged his tired body to the Lion King treasure saber and bent down to pick it up. Then, Jian Shan Huangquan walked back to the long sword that Sei Ito gave her. She also bent down to pick it up and staggered back to the room through the gap. He found the scabbards of the two swords from the wooden planks and mud fragments and sheathed them. Then he turned around and left the mansion from the front door. He returned to the taxi, opened the door, and sat next to Ito Sei. "You're seriously injured." Sei Ito grabbed Jian Shan Huangquan's hand and used medical ninjutsu to treat her external injuries. He said softly, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, you have that thing in your hand. As long as you don't die or become disabled, I think it shouldn't be a big deal." Jian Shan Huangquan curled her lips and said indifferently, "You're quite open-minded." Sei Ito chuckled and shook his head. "Let's go." The Lion King's roaring bullet caused too much noise. Maybe the police or people from the Ministry of Environment will come later. Jian Shan Huangquan said, "Okay." Sei Ito moved his hand to Jian Shan Huangquan's arm and nodded. Then he said to the driver, "Let's go to Yokohama." "Yes." The driver agreed and immediately started the car and left the scene, heading towards Yokohama. Shortly after they left, people from the Ministry of Environment arrived at the scene in a Hummer-like off-road vehicle. Then, Aikai'd Sakura, who was carrying a black suitcase, the Nabo brothers, who were armed with guns, Kagura Tsutomu, who was holding a short sword in her hand, and Norihiko Ichino, who was in a daze, stepped out of the car. "You have a lot of strange means." Inside the taxi, Jian Shan Huangquan, whose wounds were all healed by Sei Ito with medical ninjutsu, said to Sei Ito, "You'll see more in the future," Sei Ito said as he reached out and took out a cream-colored breathable windbreaker from the void and handed it to Jian Shan Huangquan. "Is that so? I'm looking forward to it," Jian Shan Huangquan said as he took the windbreaker and put it on. Then he sat down and handed back the devil's retreating blade made by Sei Ito to Sei Ito and said, "I found my weapon, so I'll return this to you." Okay." Sei Ito took the long blade and put it into the Rubik's Cube world with a chuckle. What a convenient ability. Looking at Sei Ito's ability to take and put things away, Jian Shan Huangquan sighed. "If it's just to store that weapon, you can do it too." Sei Ito glanced at the Lion King and said, "Really?" Jian Shan Huangquan said with a surprised look. "Of course." Sei Ito nodded, then continued, "But it's not convenient here. I'll teach you when we get to Yokohama and find a place to live." "Oh." Jian Shan Huangquan nodded, then suddenly said, "But I'm very skeptical about your purpose at that time." Think what you want." Sei Ito shrugged nonchalantly and chuckled, "But if I really want to, I can do it anytime, anywhere like now." Sei Ito said as he suddenly reached out and hugged Jian Shan Huangquan's waist, pulled her into his arms, and lowered his head to kiss her lips. Jian Shan Huangquan, who was suddenly attacked, instinctively reached out and hit Sei Ito twice, but she gave up resisting after a while. She closed her eyes and tangled with Sei Ito's tongue. "Huangquan, you're so cute." After a while, Sei Ito raised his head and looked at the blushing Jian Shan Huangquan, then reached out and caressed her cheeks and said softly, "Oomph." Jian Shan Huangquan snorted and turned to look out the window to hide her panic. Sei Ito did not say anything when he saw this. He just hugged Jian Shan Huangquan and quietly looked at the buildings that kept sliding past the car window as they drove toward Yokohama. About an hour later, the taxi drove into Yokohama and stopped in front of a hotel. Then, Sei Ito hypnotized the taxi driver again, making him forget the fact that he had hit Jian Shan Huangquan and himself. Then, he asked the driver to drive away. Then, Sei Ito held Jian Shan Huangquan's hand, walked into the hotel lobby, and asked for a room. "Go take a shower first. It should be ready when you come out of the shower," Sei Ito said as he walked into the room. "Okay." Jian Shan Huangquan agreed. Then, he walked into the room, placed the Lion King on the bed, took off his windbreaker, and walked quickly to the bathroom. On this side, Sei Ito came to the table, took out a small scroll, and unfolded it on the table, then took out a pen and ink, ran the energy in his body, and wrote on the blank surface of a scroll with the pen dipped in ink. There are 3 characteristics of a sealed object scroll that are not as good as the storage space. That is, no concealment, no confidentiality, and one type of storage, and cannot be stored in multiple types. First, there is no concealment. This is needless to say. Everyone knows. Then there is no confidentiality. This is a relatively narrow point, because in Naruto's world, as long as a person can use ninjutsu, then there is an 80% chance of unsealing the item. Compared to the general storage item that needs to recognize the owner, this is not a little bit worse. But except for Naruto's world, the confidentiality effect in other worlds is still good. Finally, each item could be stored, and the so-called storage referred to the category. For example, shurikens, kunai, sickles, and so on could be used as weapons. Clothes, fabrics, and so on were counted as another category. Food was another category, and medicine was another category. As long as it was in a category, it could be stored as long as the sealing technique was correct. However, if clothes and medicine were put together, they could not be sealed into the scroll. This was called the non-storage of multiple categories. Chapter 520. However, because Jinshan Yellow Spring only wanted to seal the Lion King, the sealing technique required to make the scroll was not big. Say Ito finished it in a few minutes. Then, Say Ito waved his hand at the Lion King that was standing at the side. The Lion King seemed to be held by an invisible hand as it slowly floated up from the ground and flew toward Seito. Seito clenched his fist and held the Lion King in his hand. Rubik's Cube World 520 then. Seito turned his wrist and placed the Lion King on top of the scroll. He formed a sealing technique with both hands. Then, a light blue energy rushed out from the black seal symbol on the surface of the scroll. It instantly covered the Lion King and changed the characteristics of the Lion King's existence. It then pulled the modified Lion King into the seal symbol and disappeared. The moment the light blue energy completely disappeared, Seito's hand seals changed again. Then, the Lion King that had just disappeared appeared on the surface of the scroll in a small cloud of smoke, lying quietly on the table. Done. Seito waved his hand and stored all the miscellaneous items, except for the scroll and the Lion King, into the dimension. He chuckled and muttered to himself. Then, he turned around and sat down on the small sofa at the side. He turned on the TV with the remote control. Not long after Ito sat down to watch, there was a soft G sound. Jinshan Yomi, who only had a large white towel wrapped around her body to block the light, and her hair was wrapped in a smaller towel, walked out of the bathroom. "Give me clothes." Jinshan Yellow Spring extended his hand to Yi Tungxing and curled his lips. "You good like this? That's all for now. I'll give them to you when we're about to leave." Seito said shamelessly. "You bastard." Jinshan Yellow Spring immediately gritted his teeth and cursed. "I knew it. You pervert, you're up to no good. I can't help it. You already gave me that title. If I don't do something, wouldn't I be letting you down?" Seito shrugged and smiled evilly. "Humph." Jinshan Yellow Spring coldly snorted and walked to the bed at the side. "Don't go yet." When Jinshan Yellow Spring walked past him, Seito reached out his hand and pulled him back. Then, Seito stood up from the small sofa and pulled Jinshan Yellow Spring to the table. Pointed, and pointed to the things on the table and said, "This is what I told you on the way here. This is it." Jinshan Huangquan looked at the scroll on the table and picked it up curiously. He said in disbelief. Then, he made a seal and put the Lion Kings into the scroll. And put it back, put the Lion Kings. And put. Calm. And put the scroll. And put it's. Wow. Jinshan Yellow Springs exclaimed when he saw this. He quickly picked up the scroll on the table and began reading it carefully. When Seito saw this, a smirk suddenly appeared on his face. Then, his hands quietly formed a seal to release the seal. Then, with a soft boom sound, a small cloud of smoke suddenly appeared in front of Jinshan Yuan Spring, startling her, who was unprepared. Then, the Treasure Saber Lion King appeared in front of Jinshan Yuan Spring and was caught in her hands in a panic. "Come, I'll teach you how to operate it. Say Ito chuckled as he reached out and took the Lion King and object sealing scroll into his hands. He placed them back on the table and pulled Mount Admonishing Yellow Springs into his arms. He extended his hand from under her armpits to her front and taught her how to use the Mount Admonishing Yellow Springs sealing technique, as well as how to circulate the energy in her body. Give it a try. After a while, seeing that Jianshan Yellow Springs was proficient in Sei Ito, Jianshan Yellow Springs placed his hand on her abdomen and hugged her. Okay, Jianshan Yellow Springs replied softly with a slightly red face. Then, she took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Then, her hands formed a seal according to Sei Ito's teachings. In an instant, a light blue energy flowed out from the surface of the object sealing scroll and covered the surface of the Lion King in an instant. It changed its form of existence and pulled it into the scroll to seal it. Then, Jianshan Yellow Springs' hand seals changed again and released the Lion King that had just disappeared. Rubik's Cube World 520-inch. Jianshan Yellow Springs, who saw her success, immediately shouted happily. In the future, when you have nothing to do, seal the Lion King into the scroll and tie the scroll to your forearm. You can summon it when you need to use it. Sei Ito sealed the Lion King into the scroll again. He picked up the scroll and wrapped it around Jianshan Yellow Springs' left forearm and said softly, "Yes." Jianshan Yellow Springs agreed. Now, I have another thing to ask you. Think about it carefully. Seeing that Jianshan Yellow Springs understood, Sei Ito rolled up the scroll and put it back on the table. He hugged Jianshan Yellow Springs and sat on the bed. He let her sit on his lap and said, "I'm going to give you a slaughter stone like the Earth Palace clan." Jianshan Yellow Springs immediately became silent. She had some understanding of the Earth Palace clan's slaughter stone. It was to seal away the evil intent and most of the power in the slaughter stone through a special sealing technique. Then, it would use the remaining power to grant the holder extraordinary recovery ability. At the same time, it would use the resonance of the slaughter stone to affect the strongest spiritual beast sealed in the Earth Palace clan, by Rue. Why? After a while, Jianshan Yellow Springs lowered her head slightly and asked softly, "I want you to obtain stronger abilities and stronger life force. I don't want you to die," Sei Ito explained softly. "Why?" Jianshan Yellow Springs asked again. "Because you're my treasure," Sei Ito still answered softly. Hearing Sei Ito's words, Jianshan Yellow Springs became silent again. After a while, a drop of warm water dripped onto Sei Ito's arm that was hugging Jianshan Yellow Springs' abdomen. Then, the two of them sat quietly on the edge of the bed. Neither of them spoke. Just like that, until dusk, Jianshan Yellow Springs took a deep breath. She closed her eyes and said, "I understand. Then where do you plan to inlay the slaughter stone? Forehead, chest, or navel?" Sei Ito knew that something had changed in Jianshan Yellow Springs' mind. "Where do you want me to inlay it?" Jianshan Yellow Springs asked back. "If it's me, I want you to inlay it on your navel." Sei Ito stretched out his hand and caressed Jianshan Yellow Springs' abdomen as he chuckled. "After all, the slaughter stone in our hands is too big. It's not nice to inlay it on the forehead. It's the same on the chest. So, I think the navel is the most suitable." "All right then, inlay it on your navel," Jianshan Yellow Springs decided. "All right," Sei Ito said. "At night, we'll go to the rooftop of the hotel. We'll seal and fuse the slaughter stone there." Then, Sei Ito took out a PS2 game console and connected it to the TV. He selected the King of Fighters game and started playing with Jianshan Yellow Springs, who had recovered. Just like that, it was around 11 o'clock at night. "It's about time." Sei Ito turned his head to look at the night sky outside the window and said, "MHM." Jianshan Yellow Springs answered quietly, "Put on." "After all, you still have to take it off during the sealing process," Sei Ito said as he handed the cream-colored breathable windbreaker to Jianshan Yellow Springs. Jianshan Yellow Springs silently took the windbreaker. She didn't avoid Sei Ito and directly removed the large white towel wrapped around her body. Then, she reached out and put on the windbreaker and fastened the buttons in front of her body. "Let's go," Jianshan Yellow Springs said after putting on the windbreaker. Rubik's Cube World 520 Say Ito nodded and reached out to hold Jianshan, Yellow Spring's hand. He led her out of the room and took the elevator to the top floor. Then, he used hypnosis to make the two smoothly reach the rooftop through a special passage. After the two reached the rooftop, Sei Ito turned around and used alchemy to seal the door. Then, Sei Ito let go of Jianshan, Yellow Spring's hand. He formed a seal with both hands and used water release ninjutsu to clean the ground of the rooftop with water. It's really exaggerated. Jianshan Yellow Springs looked at the wet ground and sighed in a low voice. Sei Ito smiled slightly when he heard this. He clapped his hands in front of him and immediately pressed them on the ground. Then, in a flash of lightning, a square cement house with an area of more than 50 square meters quickly rose from the ground of the rooftop until the house completely stood on top of the rooftop. Seeing such a miraculous construction method, Jianshan Yellow Spring's face was full of amazement. Her mouth was slightly open as she looked at Sei Ito. I said, "You will see more amazing things if you follow me." Sei Ito took Jianshan Yellow Spring's hand and led her into the newly built cement house while saying with a smile, "I believe it now," Jianshan Yellow Springs said. After entering the house, Ito-sei once again formed a seal with both hands and launched the fire release. Great fireball technique to dry up the remaining water on the ground in the house, making the ground dry again. Then, he began to take out yellow joss paper, cinnabar, pen, and ink to make the talisman paper needed for the sealing formation, carving the formation, writing the sealing runes, and so on. After more than 20 minutes, Sei Ito finally finished carving the required formation. Of course, this was an improved formation. After all, compared to the formation in the hands of the Tokamiya clan, Sei Ito had more knowledge in his hands. Not only did he have the yin-yang technique inheritance of the main world, but he also had the knowledge of Taoism and Buddhism, as well as the sealing technique of Naruto world. Combined with the spell information stolen from the Tokamiya clan and Jianshan clan, the difficulty of improving it was really not that big. Okay, lie down in the center of the formation. Sei Ito turned his head and said to Jianshan Yellow Springs. I know. Jianshan Yellow Springs agreed. She took off her coat and threw on the ground. Then, she walked into the formation naked and laid down in the center of the formation. Seeing that Jianshan Yellow Springs was ready, Sei Ito flipped his hand and took out a stone of slaughter. He threw it lightly, making it fall on Yellow Spring's abdomen and slightly shook it. Fix the stone of slaughter. I'm going to start the formation. Sei Ito sat on the ground and said to Jianshan Yellow Springs. Jianshan Yellow Springs reached out and pinched the stone of slaughter on her abdomen. She moved it to her navel and then put her hand back to her side and lay down. Seeing this, Sei Ito did not hesitate. He immediately raised his hands in front of him and quickly formed a seal. Chapter 521. P.S. Thanks to Xiao Moffing for the tip. Activate. After a short while, Sei Ito, who had completed all the necessary hand seals, suddenly roused the energy in his body and shouted. As Ito-sei's voice fell, the array on the ground suddenly released a dazzling light. The brightness of the light instantly illuminated the room as if it was daytime. Then, the stone of slaughter that was stimulated by the formation's energy also lit up with a bright red light. It entangled the skin around Jianshan Netherworld's navel and stuck to the stone of slaughter like glue. Then, an extremely evil intent flowed out of the stone of slaughter and corroded Jianshan Netherworld's skin. However, in the next moment, the talismans around the formation suddenly lit up. A pure aura of light immediately filled the room, suppressing the evil intent released by the stone of slaughter so that it could not corrode the yellow springs of admonishment. After that, the circle in the center of the formation extended outwards like the claws of a spider. The strange runes written in cinnabar seemed to come alive as they moved towards the circle in the center of the formation one by one. Then, the runes climbed up her skin along her limbs, passed through her legs and chest, and gathered on the surface of the slaughter stone. When the red runes came into contact with the stone of slaughter, A huge pain immediately transmitted to Jianshan Netherworld's brain, causing her to involuntarily cry out in pain. At this time, the inner and outer circles of the double circle formation under Jianshan Netherworld suddenly lit up and slowly rotated in two opposite directions. At the same time, golden Sanskrit characters floated from between the two circles of light and flickered slightly towards Jianshan Netherworld in the center of the circles of light. After a short while, Jianshan Netherworld's body suddenly relaxed and stopped crying out in pain. The golden Sanskrit characters around Jianshan Netherworld's body suddenly lit up and exploded into countless golden specks of light. Like a whirlwind, they rotated around Jianshan Netherworld's navel and formed a formation around the Stone of Slaughter. When this formation was completed, a ball of light suddenly rose from the inner circle that revolved around the underworld of Mount Remonstrance. It formed a pillar of light that enveloped the underworld of Mount Remonstrance. It lasted for a few seconds before it flickered and disappeared into the void. Then, the light that illuminated the entire room suddenly disappeared. Only Jianshan Yellow Springs, who was lying on the ground, and Sei Ito, who was sitting cross-legged outside the formation, were left. At this point, the entire sealing technique was completed. Seeing this, Sei Ito stood up from the ground and slowly walked to Yellow Spring's side. He reached out to help Yellow Spring up and asked softly, "How is it?" "It's all right." Remonstrant Mountain Yellow Springs gently caressed the surface. It was like a red stone of slaughter hidden deep in his navel. He shook his head slightly. "That's good," Sei Ito said in a relaxed tone. Following that, Sei Ito helped Jianshan Yellow Spring up from the ground and slowly walked to the edge of the formation. He picked up the beige windbreaker on the ground and handed it to Jianshan Yellow Spring to cover his body before walking out of the cement building together. Then Sei Ito turned around. He placed his hand on the surface of the cement building's wall and activated decomposition refinement to decompose the entire building into a pile of dirt and put it into the Rubik's Cube world. After dealing with the building, he used alchemy to restore the ground to its original state and completely erase the traces of the sealing technique's existence. "You're so skilled. Looks like you've done this a lot," Jianshan Yellow Spring said sarcastically as she watched Sei Ito's skillful method of destroying the evidence. "I believe you will in the future as well." Sei Ito straightened up and lightly clapped his hands as he turned to look at Jianshan Yellow Spring and smiled. "Tisk," Jianshan Yellow Spring softly as she turned her head to the side and ignored him. "Let's go. We'll go to the beach tomorrow." Sei Ito held the hand of Jianshan Yellow Spring, who was used to being held by him, as he led her back to the room. "Why are we going to the beach?" Jianshan Yellow Spring asked. "We're going there to wait for the appearance of another slaughter stone." Sei Ito explained. "If I'm not wrong, it should be in the next 2 days. Do you also want to summon Kyubi?" Hearing Sei Ito's explanation, Jianshan Yellow Spring frowned slightly and said, "Kyubi? I'm not interested in that monster." Sei Ito looked at Jianshan Yellow Spring in surprise when he heard this. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Is that so? Then what do you want a slaughter stone for?" "I remember that the slaughter stone doesn't seem to have any other uses other than summoning Kyubi and giving the holder great power," Jianshan Yellow Spring said with some confusion. "Indeed, but other than that, the slaughter stone has other uses for me." Sei Ito smiled. Jianshan Yellow Spring glanced at Sei Ito. Seeing that he didn't intend to explain, she didn't ask anymore. She silently followed Sei Ito back to the room. "I'm going to take a shower." Jianshan Yellow Spring, who returned to the room and picked up the big towel from the ground, walked to the bathroom while speaking to Sei Ito, who was walking to the bed. After a while, the sound of water splashing could be heard in the room. In the room, Sei Ito took off his clothes. He sat on the bed shirtless and tore a piece of paper from the book placed on the bedside table. He fiddled with it in his hand. Soon, a paper flying frame was formed in Sei Ito's hand. Then, Sei Ito instilled the paper plane with the energy of the paper escape technique that he researched. He let go of his hand and saw that the paper plane seemed to be controlled by something as it steadily hovered in front of Seito. At this time, Seito's mind moved. The paper plane immediately flew out from in front of him and quickly circled around the room. Seeing this, Seito suddenly flipped his hand, and a solid cube of 1 centimeter in length, width, and height appeared in his hand. He flicked his finger and threw it on top of the paper plane. The paper airplane swayed slightly when it was struck by the iron block, but just like before, it continued to hover and dance steadily. "Very good," Seito, who was watching the paper plane fly, said softly. Suddenly, he pressed his palm on the book placed on the bedside table. In an instant, the pages of the book quickly flipped. Pieces of paper that were more than 20 centimeters long and 7 or 8 centimeters wide with a row of small holes on the left side quickly flew out of the book one by one. They naturally formed a flying bird in the air. It flapped its wings and flew together with the paper plane. Sure enough, since I can't figure out the paper god technique, I can only control the paper like in read or die. I need to first touch the paper with my palm to change the properties of the paper before I can freely control it. Looking at the bird and paper plane circling around the room, Seito thought to himself, but forget it, the effect is not bad. After all, I don't have to rely on paper to fight. Thinking of this, Seito's mind moved again. The paper plane and paper bird immediately returned to the appearance of paper in the air. One by one, they flew back to the bedside table and neatly piled up together. Seito reached out and caught the small metal cube that fell from the air. He put it back into the Rubik's Cube world and continued to refine the energy ratio of the paper release. In the trial just now, Seito felt that the current energy ratio was still not the most appropriate. There was still room for improvement. In addition, there was a small flaw in the current energy control of the paper release. Although it was just a small flaw that didn't affect the big picture. With a soft sound, Jinshan Yellow Spring, who was wrapped in a large white towel to cover her body, returned to the room. "You're playing with that new technique of yours again." Jinshan Yellow Spring walked to the bed opposite Seito and sat down. She looked at the paper floating, spinning, and twisting in Seito's hand and said, "Yes." Seito answered casually. "Oh." Jinshan Yellow Spring also responded casually. She opened the quilt under her and leaned in. Then, after a few seconds of tossing and turning in the quilt, she stretched out her hand and threw a large white towel on the ground. Seito glanced at the large towel on the ground and smiled. He stopped what he was doing and got up to take off the last cover on his body. Amidst Jinshan Yellow Spring's scream, he crawled into her quilt and hugged her in his arms. "You bastard, pervert, pervert." Jinshan Yellow Spring raised her hands in front of her chest and yelled at Seito behind her with a flushed face. "Good night." Seito did not refute. He controlled the paper to turn off the lights in the room and pressed Jinshan Yellow Spring's back against his chest. His lower body pressed against Jinshan Yellow Spring's butt. He breathed softly into her ear and said softly, "Huff, huff." Seito fell asleep, but Jinshan Yellow Spring in his arms was restless. Her face was red, and she was breathing rapidly. She wanted to sleep, but she did not dare to sleep. She wanted to move, but she did not dare to move. She laid on the bed stiffly. "Bastard." Jinshan Yellow Spring cursed softly. Then, she endured the feeling from her butt and closed her eyes. She tried to relax herself and enter a state of sleep. Jinshan Yellow Spring was an excellent exorcist. As long as she wanted to, she could do it through hard work. Therefore, it did not take long for Jinshan Yellow Spring's body to relax. She breathed steadily and fell asleep. Jinshan Yellow Spring, who was sleeping, did not notice that a faint smile suddenly appeared on Seito's face behind her. Just like that, nothing happened for the night. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Jinshan Yellow Spring, who was awakened by the morning sun, let out a satisfied groan. "Morning!" Seeing that Jinshan Yellow Spring had woken up, Seito lowered his head and greeted Jinshan Yellow Spring, who was facing him. Hearing Seito's voice, Jianshan Yellow Spring suddenly opened her eyes and stepped back without hesitation. However, in her panic, she forgot that there was a low bedside table behind her head and bumped into it. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Jianshan Yellow Spring immediately reached out and covered the back of her head. With one eye tightly closed, she whispered, "It hurts." "Ha ha." Seeing this, Sei Ito finally laughed unscrupulously. "Bastard." Hearing the laughter, Jianshan Yellow Spring immediately forgot about the pain. She bent her leg and was about to kick Sei Ito's lower body. "This won't do." Sensing the movement of Jianshan Yellow Spring's leg, Sei Ito immediately moved his leg to block Jianshan Yellow Spring's leg. At the same time, he stretched out his legs and clamped her legs to control them. Seeing that her leg attack was not successful, Jianshan Yellow Spring suddenly opened her mouth and bit Sei Ito's neck. Chapter 522. P.S. Thanks to Xiao Mafeng, Nickfany, 157747860, and Boring Lore for their tips. Are you born in the year of the dog? In order to not injure Jianshan Yellow Spring's teeth, Ito Sei immediately controlled the muscles on his neck to relax slightly, allowing Jianshan Yellow Spring to successfully bite him. Then, he reached out to pat her, but while teasing her with a chuckle. She ignored Sei Ito's teasing and bit him for a while. Then, she loosened her mouth and pulled her head back. She lowered her head and asked in a low voice, "Do you really like me?" "Yes," Sei Ito replied without hesitation. "Is that so?" Huang Quan, who received a response, muttered to himself, then fell silent. After a while, she moved her arm in front of her and reached out from under Sei Ito's arm. She hesitantly reached out to Sei Ito's back. Just like this, after hesitating for a minute or two, Yamanaka Yomi seemed to have made up her mind. She put her hand on Ito Sei's back and hugged his back. At the same time, she moved her body into Ito Sei's arms and leaned her head on his chest. She looked like an injured kitten looking for warmth. She curled up in Ito Sei's arms and did not speak. Sei Ito did not say anything when he saw that. He only hugged Shishan's arm tightly and gently stroked her back to comfort her silently. "From now on, I only belong to you." The two of them quietly hugged each other for who knows how long. Suddenly, Jinshan Huangquan, who had been silent all this time, spoke in a low and firm tone, as if he was speaking to Ito Seiya and himself. "Yes." Sei Ito lowered his head and kissed Shishan's hair as he replied softly. Then, the two of them fell silent again. They hugged each other quietly and felt each other's body temperature. More than 10 minutes later, Hanshan Yellow Springs, who had regained his calm, retracted his arm and sat up on the bed without the blanket covering him. "Give me clothes," said Shishan. "All right," Sei Ito agreed and also sat up on the bed. With a wave of his hand, he took out a few women's underwear, outerwear, and socks and placed them on the bed. "Looks like you have a lot of women's clothing over there. Could it be that you have some special fetish?" After recovering, Yellow Springs immediately mocked. "I don't think so. However, I do have a lot of clothes in my hands. It wouldn't be a problem to provide them to all the stores in the world for a few days." Sei Ito laughed. "Available for sale to all merchants worldwide." "Do you know what you were saying?" Jinshan Huangquan grabbed the white underwear on the blanket and put it on as he spoke in a mocking tone. "Of course." Sei Ito crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked appreciatively at Jinshan Huangquan, who was wearing clothes in front of him, and said, "This is not something worth showing off. There is no need to lie to you. How big is your space?" With his hands behind his back, he asked. Jinshan Huangquan, who was fastening her bra, asked curiously. "Very big. It's bigger than you can imagine." Sei Ito smiled mysteriously. "Tisk." Jinshan Huangquan pretended to scoff in disdain when he heard that. He grabbed a shirt on the side and put it on. After a while, he was wearing an orange round-neck hooded long-sleeve casual t-shirt and a dark brown coarse vest. She wore a short red skirt, white socks, and brown breathable boots that could wrap around her calves. She had a black leather belt with 2 rows of metal dots loosely tied around her waist. She was wearing a black short belt, white socks, and brown breathable boots that could wrap around her calves. Then, Jinshan Huangquan walked to the table on the side and rolled up the sleeve of his left arm. He picked up the special sealing scroll with the Lion King sealed on the table and wrapped it around his left arm. Then, he rolled down his sleeve and turned around to look at Sei Ito, who had already put on his pants and was wearing a short-sleeved hooded t-shirt with a skull printed on the chest. Let's go get something to eat first. Then, we will go to Baiying Island and have some fun. If the slaughter stone appears, I think you'll be able to sense it. Sei Ito said as he walked to the bathroom to wash up. Okay. Jinshan Huangquan crossed her arms and straightened her arms. She said with a satisfied expression, I didn't expect to have time to have fun after being with you. Look at what you're saying. You're acting like you have to live a wandering life if you're with me. Sei Ito, who was washing his face, said in annoyance. Well, what you're doing is too abnormal. It's your own fault for making me misunderstand. Jinshan Huangquan pouted and said, Yes, it's all my fault. Sei Ito wiped his face with a towel. He picked up the disposable toiletries prepared by the hotel and brushed his teeth. A moment later, after washing up, Sei Ito walked out of the bathroom. He let Jinshan Huangquan in to wash up. After Jinshan Huangquan was done, they walked out of the room together. They walked to the hotel's restaurant. After having an expensive breakfast there, they walked out of the hotel hand in hand like a couple. They took a taxi at the entrance and headed to the man-made island, Baiying Island. After about half an hour of driving, the two arrived at Baiying Island successfully. They bought 2 tickets and went to Baiying Island's famous marine park to have fun. Time flew by quickly as the two of them played around. In the blink of an eye, it was nighttime. That felt great. Jinshan Huangquan, who was drinking a glass of iced orange juice in a restaurant, exclaimed. She then put the juice on the table and looked at Sei Ito. But I didn't find what you wanted. It doesn't matter. There's no rush for this kind of thing. We'll get it when the time comes. Sei Ito smiled and shook his head. Besides, it's not like we didn't get anything today. At least you had fun, didn't you? Tisk. Jinshan Huangquan snorted softly. She turned her head to the side and did not refute. Dear guests, please enjoy your meal. At that moment, the waiter of the restaurant finally brought the things that Sei Ito and Jinshan Huangquan ordered. Let's eat. After the waiter left, Sei Ito said to Jinshan Huangquan, It's finally here. Jinshan Huangquan did not hold back. She picked up the chopsticks and started to enjoy. After that, the two of them chatted aimlessly while enjoying a sumptuous seafood feast. However, halfway through the meal, Jinshan Huangquan's action of picking food suddenly stopped. The thing you're looking for has appeared. Jinshan Huangquan looked at Sei Ito and said, Oh. Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and said nonchalantly, Let's eat first. We'll talk after eating. Aren't you afraid that the thing will run away or get robbed? Jinshan Huangquan put the food into her small plate and said softly, If it runs away, I'll just look for it again. Sei Ito said indifferently, As for being robbed, then you'll have to be prepared to be robbed in return. Hearing Sei Ito's words, Jinshan Huangquan did not say anything. She lowered her head and continued to eat. It disappeared. Jinshan Huangquan, who was elegantly wiping her lips with a napkin, suddenly said, Where's the last spot? Sei Ito raised his hand and snapped his fingers, while calling the waiter over to settle the bill. He asked Jinshan Huangquan. 3 o'clock. Jinshan Huangquan replied. Oh. Sei Ito nodded. He handed the bill to the waiter for payment. Then he got up from his seat with Jinshan Huangquan and walked to the entrance of the restaurant. Please come again. When they passed by the front desk, the waiter handed the change to Sei Ito. She bowed and said. Sei Ito took the change. He walked out of the restaurant with Jinshan Huangquan and slowly walked to the 3 o'clock position. When they arrived at an area where no one was paying attention, Sei Ito flipped his hand and took out a thick piece of paper. He clapped his hands together with energy. The paper immediately flew out of his hand and naturally formed a huge paper airplane in front of Sei Ito. Come on up. Sei Ito stepped onto the paper airplane. He turned his body halfway and extended his hand to Jinshan Huangquan. Don't tell me we're going to use this thing to chase after it. Jianshan Huangquan looked at Sei Ito with distrust. Yes, Sei Ito smiled. Although it's my first time using it, it's technically mature. But in terms of technology, it's already mature, and even if something happens, I have the ability to guarantee your safety. That's true, but this thing really makes me feel unconfident. Hearing Sei Ito's confident words, Jianshan Huangquan hesitated for a moment. She put her hand on Sei Ito's palm and walked onto the paper airplane while curling her lips. Don't worry, it's very safe. Sei Ito reached out and pulled. He pulled Jianshan Huangquan to his side. Then, with a thought, the paper airplane immediately lifted the two of them from the ground and continued to fly toward the 3 o'clock direction. It seems that your new spell research was successful. Jianshan Huangquan looked at the dark sea below the paper airplane and sighed softly. Yes, it was successful. Sei Ito nodded and then said with some regret, but unfortunately, the energy that drives this spell is quite special. You can't learn it in your situation. It doesn't matter. Compared to using spells to fight, I prefer to use a sword to cut people. Jianshan Huangquan curled her lips indifferently. Sei Ito chuckled. He didn't say anything. I feel it. At this moment, Jianshan Huangquan suddenly said, Is that so? Sei Ito responded softly. He straightened up and waved his hand to summon a stone of slaughter and activated it with energy. As the red light on the surface of the stone of slaughter lit up, an energy full of evil thoughts instantly spread out with the stone of slaughter as the center. It's coming. It's over there. Jianshan Huangquan, who frowned slightly, suddenly pointed to the right of the two of them and said, As soon as the voice of Yellow Sand fell, a huge battleship with a severely damaged surface suddenly appeared in the dark night sky and quickly moved in the direction of Ito's Sei in Yellow Sand. A muffled sound of a siren echoed in the night sky. Spectre ship, Jianshan Huangquan shouted. Hold on tight, we're going down. Sei Ito reminded without looking back. He then steered the paper airplane toward the Spectre ship and then landed on the deck in front of the Spectre ship. The moment they landed, a large number of ghosts emerged from the deck of the Spectre ship and rushed toward Jianshan Huangquan and Sei Ito, who had jumped off the paper airplane. How do we deal with this situation? Jianshan Huangquan asked as he formed a seal with both hands to unseal the Lion King. You stay here and guard. I'll go to the captain's room to take a look. Sei Ito replied. As he spoke, he took out the demon retreating blade that was specially designed to counter the stone of slaughter. He killed the ghosts blocking in front of him and rushed to the bridge. It's rare for me to have a day of leisure. In the end, it's ruined by you things. What a bummer. Admonishing Mountain Yellow Springs pulled out Lion King, took a step forward, and killed a ghost with a swing of his blade. He turned to face another ghost and kicked it away. Then, he turned his body halfway and swung his blade at another ghost. Lion King. After clearing the area around him, Jianshan Huangquan, who was free, summoned the spiritual beast sealed in the Lion King. He then pointed to the place where the remaining ghosts were densely gathered and shouted, Roaring Bullet. In an instant, a transparent energy ball the size of 4 basketball balls was spat out from the Lion King's mouth. It crushed all the ghosts along the way and bombarded a broken turret on the Spectre ship. Boom! A loud noise immediately sounded from the turret. On the other side, with Jianshan Huangquan holding back the ghosts, Sei Ito, who had reduced the number of ghosts, killed all the ghosts along the way. He rushed to the bridge in a way similar to the Lion King's roaring bullet. Bang! Sei Ito pushed open the door of the bridge with great force. The door panel collided with the wall of the bridge and made a muffled sound. At this moment, the walls around the bridge suddenly twisted. Several huge tentacles broke through the broken steel walls and swept toward Sei Ito. Sei Ito saw this and immediately jumped up. He stepped on the ceiling of the bridge with his head down and legs up. He then bent his legs and rotated from the air. However, when Sei Ito rotated, a silver-white blade energy flew out from his body and cut off the surrounding tentacles. Patter! Sei-Ito's feet landed on the ground again. Then Sei-Ito, who was squatting on the ground, quickly sheathed his blade. In the next second, he slashed toward the ceiling. A huge blade energy in the shape of a half-moon was instantly slashed out along with the movement of the blade. It broke the ceiling of the bridge and killed the ghosts outside. Iato! Roar! As the Iato slashed out, the monster with a human face, spiral horns, and thick whiskers that looked like the tentacles of an octopus was immediately cut in half. It fell from the top of the bridge to both sides. Then, Sei-Ito stomped his feet and rushed out of the bridge through the broken window frame. At this time, Jinshan Yomi, who was on the deck, casually killed a ghost. She turned around and rushed toward the head that happened to fall not far from her at high speed. Then, she swung her blade and cut it into 4 halves. Then, a scarlet gem that shone faintly appeared behind Jinshan Yomi. It flipped and fell on the deck, making a soft sound. Creak! Then, a violent tremor appeared on the ship, causing the damaged ship to make a sound of metal twisting. Let's go. Without the support of the Stone of Slaughter, the ship's buoyancy has disappeared. At this time, Sei-Ito, who had landed beside the Stone of Slaughter, bent down to pick up the stone and put it into the Rubik's Cube world, said to Jinshan Yomi. Got it. Jinshan Yomi responded and recalled the Lion King. She quickly ran behind Sei-Ito to the paper plane and took the paper plane to leave the ghost ship. Chapter 523. Phew, that was close. Jinshan Yellow Spring, who had left the ghost ship, let out a sigh of relief as he sealed the Lion King into the scroll. Then he turned to look at Sei-Ito and asked, What do we do next? Wait for news from Mitsuruga Kazuhiro, said Sei-Ito. Mitsuruga Kazuhiro? The guy who appeared in my room that night? Jinshan Yellow Spring said with a gloomy expression. Uh-huh. Sei-Ito looked at Jinshan Yellow Spring and said, Don't worry, he is also one of my targets, so I'll help you get revenge. Is that so? Then I really have to thank you. Jinshan Yellow Spring curled his lips. Then the two of them didn't say anything and calmly returned to Yokohama. Then they leisurely strolled and returned to their hotel to rest. The next day, they took the Shinkansen back to Tokyo and waited for news from Mitsuruga Kazuhiro. And this wait lasted 3 to 4 days. I say, the guy didn't forget, right? Jinshan Yellow Spring, who was lying on the bed reading, said to Sei-Ito, No, he really hopes that someone can gather all the slaughter stones and summon Kyubi. Sei-Ito shook his head and continued to focus on making talismans as he softly replied, Oh, looks like you know me very well. Just as Sei-Ito finished speaking, a spirit force fluctuation suddenly appeared in the room where Sei-Ito and Jinshan Yellow Spring were. Then, countless blue light butterflies flapped their wings and Mitsuruga Kazuhiro appeared in the room. He looked at Sei-Ito and smiled. You have news from Jino-chana? Sei-Ito ignored Mitsuruga Kazuhiro's probing words and picked up the talisman on the table. At the same time, Jinshan Yellow Spring immediately got up from the bed when the spirit force fluctuation appeared and quickly walked to his side. He lowered his body and looked cautiously at Mitsuruga Kazuhiro. Let's meet on the rooftop of XX building in Zakeo City, Hokkaido at 7 p.m. 3 days later, Kazuhiro Mitsuki replied. Sure. Sei-Ito nodded indifferently. Yeah, I'm looking forward to your meeting. After receiving his reply, Mitsuke's Kazuhiro chuckled. His body once again transformed into countless blue light butterflies and disappeared through the tightly shut window. I say, aren't you a little too quick to agree? At that time and place, the other party was clearly prepared and waiting for you. After Three Roads River and Hong completely disappeared, Jinshan Yellow Springs turned to look at Sei-Ito and said, I know. Sei-Ito smiled indifferently and explained, but they're not the only ones who know how to play tricks. Hearing this, Zhanshan Huangquan sized up Sei-Ito and snorted. He lay back on the bed and said, I'm too lazy to talk to you. But speaking of Hokkaido, Yellow Springs, how about we go to the hot springs? Sei-Ito rubbed his chin and said with a look of interest, You mean we should go there now? Jianshan Yellow Springs turned to look at Seito and said, "Yeah, there's nothing going on in Tokyo for now anyway. Let's go to Hokkaido for a stroll." Seito said, "Whatever." Jianshan Yellow Springs withdrew his gaze and casually replied as he browsed through the book in his hand. "Okay, let's go now," Seito said decisively. Immediately after, Seito and Jianshan Yellow Springs packed their things and went to the airport. They took a Japanese domestic flight to Zero City in Hokkaido. Zero City, the capital of Japan's Hokkaido region, is the administrative, economic, and cultural center. It has a history of more than 130 years, has a resident population of 1,814 million, and an area of 1,121 square kilometers. It is the fifth largest city in Japan after Tokyo, Yokohama, Osaka, and Nagoya. Although it's not the first time I've come to Hokkaido, every time I come here, I feel that this place is beautiful. Jianshan Yellow Springs, who walked out of the airport, sighed softly. Indeed, it's covered with snow all year round. In summer, there are large areas of lavender blooming. Coupled with the famous hot springs, it's reasonable for Hokkaido to have such an environment. Seito said as he reached out to stop a taxi. Bam bam. At this time, a taxi stopped in front of Seito and Jianshan Yellow Springs. The two opened the door and sat in. "Go to Dingshan Creek," Seito told the driver. "The guests are also here to soak in the hot springs." The driver immediately started the car. While driving the car to the Dingshan Creek, he said to Ito-sei with a smile. "Yes," Seito replied. "Hokkaido has 3 famous hot springs. They are Dangbei, Toya Lake, and Dingshan Creek. Among them, Dangbei and Toya Lake are open-air hot springs. Dingshan Creek is an indoor hot spring. In addition, Dangbei Hot Spring is the largest hot spring in Hokkaido. It has 11 different types of hot spring water and is listed as one of the world's most precious hot springs." Just like that, the two of them were sent to Dingshan Creek Town and stopped in front of a relatively famous hot spring hotel. "Thanks." Seito paid the fare and waved goodbye to the driver. Then, Seito and Jianshan Yellow Springs walked into the hotel and found a lady boss in a dark blue kimono. They asked for a room and stayed there. For the next 3 days, Seito and Jianshan Yellow Springs leisurely strolled in the forest around Dingshan Creek to improve their relationship. At night, they soaked in the indoor hot spring and had intimate exchanges. Their life was as comfortable as that of immortals. "I say, what are you going to do?" Jianshan Yellow Springs, who was walking beside Seito, frowned and asked around 6 o'clock in the evening of the 3rd day, which was an hour before the appointed time. "Do you know about the situation of that building?" Seito still smiled indifferently and then asked, "Don't you know? It's a foreign commercial building." Jianshan Yellow Springs frowned and answered, "What do you think if that building collapses?" Seito looked at Jianshan Yellow Springs and asked with a smile, "Can those people on the roof still be alive? You're not going to collapse that building, are you?" Jianshan Yellow Springs looked at Seito in surprise. "Yeah." Seito shrugged and neither admitted nor denied it. "If you can collapse it, it's indeed a good idea." Jianshan Yellow Springs lowered his head and pondered for a moment before saying, "It's just that if you do that, the person with the slaughter stone might also die in the collapse of the building. How will you get the slaughter stone then? You didn't object to me collapsing that building?" Seito stopped and looked at Jianshan Yellow Springs with a surprised expression. "You should know that there might be innocent people in that building. What's wrong with that? For us evil masters, the value of life is different. Therefore, sometimes we will think of ourselves as monsters." Jianshan Yellow Springs curled his lips and said, "If that's the case, then I'm relieved." Seito sighed softly. "You really have a way to collapse that building?" Seeing Seito's reaction, Jianshan Yellow Springs looked at him in surprise and asked. "Of course," Seito said affirmatively. "Think back to what I did on the roof of the Yokohama hotel. It seems that you do have the ability to collapse that building." Jianshan Yellow Springs thought for a moment and knew what Seito was going to do. He nodded and said, "After that, The two of them chatted casually as they strolled towards the agreed location. It's here. Say Ito stood in front of a 30-story building with sporadic lights inside and said while looking up at the top of the building. Then, he turned his head and looked at Jianshan Yellow Springs. Yellow Springs, wait for me at the KFC we passed by earlier. Okay, be careful. Jianshan Yellow Springs whispered and walked toward a KFC in the distance. Wait for another 15 minutes, then I'll say goodbye to this building. After Jianshan Yellow Springs left, Sei Ito looked down at the time displayed on the phone in his hand and thought to himself, Mitakawa, why isn't that person here yet? At the top of the building, a tall, voluptuous woman with a pair of rimless glasses and blonde hair that fluttered in the wind asked Mitakawa Yellow Springs nonchalantly. I don't know. Mitakawa Yellow Springs walked to the edge of the roof in a kimono and looked down at the pedestrians that looked like ants. Q1, contact the people below and see if the target is here. The blonde woman, Jia, turned her head and ordered the person behind her who was wearing a black combat uniform and a skull mask with a light machine gun in his hand. Yes. The person responded and held the gun with one hand. He took out a wireless walkie-talkie from the pocket of his combat uniform and contacted the person below. However, as soon as he connected with the other party, more than a dozen lightning bolts suddenly shot up from the bottom of the building and converged at the center of the roof. Is he here? Mitakawa Yellow Springs whispered to himself with an expectant expression. Just as Mitakawa Yellow Springs finished speaking, the four walls of the building and the roof of the building suddenly exploded and shattered into countless cement shards that fell to the ground at high speed. At this moment, a stream of clear water suddenly appeared around Jia-chana, protecting her. At the same time, a spiritual beast with two arms and facial features appeared behind Jia-chana. Its body was oval-shaped, and its surface looked like a pile of paper. Oh, this is getting more and more interesting. Mitakawa Yellow Springs, who was surrounded by countless blue light butterflies, looked down at the falling building and chuckled softly. Boom! At this time, after a few seconds of free fall, the reinforced concrete piled up and the building fell to the ground together with the living people inside. With a loud crash, a large amount of smoke and dust spread around the collapsed building, pushing out to the surrounding streets like a wave of air. Chapter 524. Ugh. After a short period of shock, the crowd instinctively let out a scream of horror when they were awakened by the loud noise. They covered their heads and ran away as if they were crazy. Even if they knocked down the elderly and children, they didn't care at all. They had completely thrown away all the moral clothing except for their survival instinct. At this moment, Ji, who was protected by the water ball, gradually descended from the sky. After all, her spiritual beast was the water tiger that could control water. Apart from the water tiger itself, the owner could not also fly. Just as Ji was about to land on the ground, Sei Ito quickly approached Ji with the evil vanquishing saber in his hand under the cover of the smoke and darkness. Then, he used the electric arcs that suddenly covered his body to stimulate his muscles to increase his speed. He stabbed his saber at Ji's chest. Rubik's Cube World 524-inch flash. A silver-white light suddenly flashed in the smoke. Then, Sei Ito appeared in front of Ji with the evil vanquishing saber. The saber in his hand pierced through the water tiger that was blocking him and stabbed into Ji's chest. However, the water tiger was a powerful spiritual beast second only to Bairuei, just like the thunder beast Heisi. Therefore, the saber was forced to stop before it could stab too deep into Ji's body. Looks like your sneak attack didn't kill me. Ji reached out and dipped some blood near the saber and put it into his mouth. After he licked it with his tongue, he looked at Sei Ito with a sinister smile. It doesn't matter. I didn't expect to kill you in one hit anyway. Ito Sei forcefully pulled the devil retreating blade out of Jino-chan Na and Water Tiger's bodies. He then leaped back and landed not far away from Jino-chan Na as he spoke with an indifferent expression. But you won't have a chance to kill me anymore, Ji continued. After saying that, Ji reached behind his back and pulled out two strange-looking pistols. He did not stop shooting at Saito. Go to hell. Ji laughed maniacally as he continued to shoot with both hands. Saito, who was opposite Ji, smiled. His body shuttled between the bullets agilely as he quickly charged toward Ji. As long as you don't know any gun kung fu, it's still too early for you to hit me with a normal gun, Saito sneered. Water tiger. Ji immediately leaped backward without hesitation and shouted at the same time. Seeing this, Ito-sei moved his feet and turned. While avoiding the water ball, he circled to the back of the water tiger from the side. He held the hilt in his left hand and pressed his right palm on the end of the hilt. He covered the blade with lightning energy and stabbed it into the body of the water tiger. A large amount of electricity flowed along the blade and covered the surface of the water tiger's body. It was so painful that it let out a painful howl. Bang, 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 bang. At this time, Ji, who was on the other side, began to shoot at Saito again. Tisk! Saito sneered as he let go of his blade and jumped up from the ground. Then, he did a somersault and landed on the water tiger's head. He used both of his palms to attack the water tiger's body with the thunder palms. Crackle, 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 crackle. A large amount of electricity followed Saito's palms and landed on the water tiger's body, causing dents to appear on its body. Roar! The water tiger howled in pain. Then, Saito landed on the ground and took out the dagger that he had snatched from Ji. He stabbed it into the water tiger's body and activated the seal on the dagger with the energy in his body. Then he summoned the thunder beast, Black Sifu. Splash! The moment Black Sifu appeared, the water tiger's body immediately exploded and turned into a pile of water that scattered on the ground. Rubik's Cube World 524 without the water tiger as an escape route. Ji's bullets flew towards Saito without any hindrance. Saito no longer cared about the demon retreating blade. He immediately used the substitution technique and disappeared on the spot. 1 second later, he appeared on the other side and rushed toward Ji at high speed. Do you think that I only know how to play with guns? As Saito appeared at a very tricky angle and was too fast, Ji had already lost the advantage of shooting with his pistol by the time he locked onto Saito again. Ji sneered as he let go of his pistol and got into a fighting stance towards Saito. Go to hell. Ji lowered his body and dodged Saito's attack. He quickly got into Saito's embrace and used Bajiquin's Iron Mountain Lean to slam into Saito's chest, sending him flying. However, while Saito was rolling, Saito suddenly exploded into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Then, when Jino-chan turned around to search for Ito Seiji again, several vines jumped out from the rubble and entangled Jino-chan. What is this? Ji frowned and quickly retreated. However, those vines had already locked onto Ji-chan and had been chasing after her closely, forcing Ji-chan to move. Damn it, Ji cursed in his mind. Just as Ji was about to jump back again, a hand suddenly reached out from under the rubble and grabbed Ji's ankle before he could react. He then pulled Ji to the ground. Ji let out a furious roar. He raised his thigh that was not caught and smashed down viciously. Bang! Perhaps it was because of the Stone of Slaughter's modification, but Ji's leg attack was shockingly powerful. It instantly shattered the rubble in the rubble and caused Ji to sink into the rubble. However, that was not enough to prevent her from being pulled into the ground. All that was left was her blonde head exposed outside the rubble. At this moment, Saito's figure finally appeared in front of Ji. He pressed his dagger against her neck and softly muttered, "Rubble is so troublesome. If it wasn't for the fact that I need to spend time to modify this place into a suitable soil for Earth style, my beheading, I wouldn't have had to force you with wood style and intentionally lead you to a landing spot. I would have just attacked you directly. What are you going to do with me?" Ji-cha was not afraid of having her life in someone else's hands at all. She looked at Saito calmly and asked, "I haven't thought about it yet. Let's see how it goes." Saito reached out and removed the Stone of Slaughter pendant from Ji-cha's neck and stored it in the Rubik's Cube world. Then, he used the back of his hand to push aside the hair that was covering Ji Cha's right eye. He softly said, "However, my goal is only the Stone of Slaughter. As long as I get the Stone of Slaughter, everything will be fine." "Why can't I see what you're thinking?" Ji Cha asked again. "Well, who knows?" Say Ito smiled frivolously. His left index and middle finger were pressed against Ji Cha's right eyelid. His thumb was pressed against her right eye bag. He then slowly pressed down. "I hope you can still live after I remove the Stone of Slaughter," Ito softly said. Then, he exerted a little force with his left hand and removed the Stone of Slaughter from Ji Cha's right eye. As the Stone of Slaughter was removed, Ji Cha immediately let out a scream. Her skin withered and aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, a large number of cracks appeared on her skin. Her skin completely shattered like old skin. She fell to the ground and disappeared with the wind. "What a pity," Ito softly said. "Clap, clap, clap, clap. Congratulations." Mikado Kazuhiro looked down at Ito, who had just stood up from the ground. Mikado Kazuhiro smiled and said, "Now, you only need to obtain the other 3 stones of slaughter. Then, I can bring you and the last holder of the Stone of Slaughter to the Tamamo court. You can complete the final inheritance ceremony there." "I got all the 3 slaughter stones you mentioned," Ito said casually, gently playing with the slaughter stone in his hand, which had been removed from the shell of the fake eye. "Rubik's Cube World 524-inch, is that so? I didn't expect things to progress so quickly." Mikado Kazuhiro revealed a surprised expression and said, "If that's the case, I can now bring you and the last holder of the Stone of Slaughter to the Tamamo court to complete the inheritance ceremony." "That can't be right. Aren't you also a holder of the Stone of Slaughter?" Ito pretended to be confused and asked with a frown. "As long as we reach the Tamamo court, I will take the initiative to offer this Stone of Slaughter that belongs to me to the final victor." Mikado Kazuhiro raised his hand to cover the Stone of Slaughter in his left eye and looked at Ito as he spoke. "Your sentiments are really noble." Ito pretended to put the Stone of Slaughter in his hand into his trouser pocket. In fact, he had put into the Rubik's Cube world. He sighed and said, "However, I want to use my own methods to obtain the Stone of Slaughter from you. What do you think I should do?" "Is that so? You're really a violent person." Mikado Kazuhiro chuckled and said, "But this way, you will lose the opportunity to enter the Tamamo court. It's the same as giving up the right to inherit the Kyubi. Do you still want to do this?" "Hey, Mikado Kazuhiro, can you sense the number of stones of slaughter in my hand?" Ito did not answer Mikado Kazuhiro's question. Instead, he asked a question of his own. Mikado Kazuhiro looked at Ito in surprise. He then used the Stone of Slaughter in his left eye to sense Ito. His expression changed, and he looked at Ito seriously and said, "I can't sense any Stone of Slaughter in your body. Do you know what this means?" Ito spun the dagger in his hand and asked Mikado Kazuhiro with a smile. "Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish," Mikado Kazuhiro said with a gloomy expression. As soon as Mikado Kazuhiro finished speaking, countless blue butterflies suddenly appeared around him. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a huge black spider with wings on its back. It stared at Ito with saliva dripping from its mouth. "Die," Mikado Kazuhiro softly declared. As soon as his voice fell, the front claws of the hairy spider fiercely pierced towards Ito-sei's body. But Ito-sei, who was already prepared, jumped and dodged. Bang! The spider's front claws fiercely hit the ground, creating a long and deep crater in the rubble. Large amounts of debris flew out from the crater. Chapter 525. P.S. Thanks to Sucsin Hina, Shirley, and Earth's cultivators for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to Nickfany and 60 for their tips. Ito, who dodged the spider's claw attack, made a wood release hand seal with both hands and shouted, "Wood release, tree world descent." As Ito's voice fell, A large number of dark brown branches as thick as an adult's thigh broke out from the ground and grew at an extremely fast speed. Tarantula cut them off. Standing on top of the spider, Mitakawa Kazuho ordered. With that said, the tarantula's two forelimbs were like two afterimages, slashing at the rapidly rising branches in the surroundings. Its sharp claws instantly cut these branches into several pieces, which fell to the ground. However, with the energy provided by Ito's sei, it was impossible to cut off all the branches. As soon as the tarantula's feet cut off the branches around its body, more branches quickly grew from its back feet and surrounded it. Tarantula, fly, Mitakawa Kazuho ordered. Immediately, the two transparent insect wings on Tarantula's back flapped fiercely, carrying Mitakawa Kazuho away from the branches with a buzzing sound, and quickly rose into the sky. But the moment Mitakawa Kazuho rose into the sky, a purple curtain suddenly appeared above Mitakawa Kazuho, and together with the dark purple curtain around him, formed a huge rectangular cage, enveloping Mitakawa Kazuho, Tarantula, and the trees below. Barrier for violet flame formation. It turned out that when Sei Ito used would release to entangle Mitakawa Kazuho, he took the opportunity to release four shadow clone jutsu. Through the rapidly growing branches around them, they quickly moved to the four corners and activated the four violet flame formation he got from Orochimaru. This was to prevent Mitakawa Kazuho from affecting the battle. Mitakawa Kazuho carefully released a few blue light butterflies to touch the purple curtain above his head, but in the next moment, those blue light butterflies were like moths on fire, quickly falling to the ground, and then turning into a pile of flying ash and dissipating in the air. And at this time, would release. Tree World Descent was finally completed, completely filling the space of the four violet flame formation. You think you could defeat me with these trees? What a joke. Kazuhiro of Three Rivers controlled the tarantula to cut down the surrounding branches while searching for the location of Sei Ito's real body. He sneered. You'll know whether it's funny or not later. Sei Ito, who was hiding in the shadows of the trees, said using the echo spell. Water style, clear water wave. Then Sei Ito temporarily stopped the wood release and directly mobilized the energy in his body to launch the large-scale water release ninjutsu of Nidaime Hokage. Immediately, a huge wall of water appeared in front of Sei Ito and rushed towards Kazuhiro. Three Roads River and Hiroshi sneered when they saw the wave attack. They controlled the tarantula to retreat to the edge of the four violet flame formation and watched the wave hit the tree. It turned into scattered water and seeped into the gaps between the branches and the ruins. A useless attack that wastes energy, that's all you can do. Kazuhiro sneered. But the answer he got was another huge wall of water surging towards him. This was Sei Ito's second water release, clear water wave. Seeing this, Kazuhiro didn't even bother to dodge. He just watched the wave hit the tree again and filled the gaps between the branches and the ruins. This happened 3 or 4 times, until the water filled more than half of the four violet flame formation, leaving only a small space for people to use. Is he going to use the rising water to force me to the edge of the four violet flame formation? Kazuhiro looked up at the four violet flame formation and secretly guessed. Almost 6S class ninjutsu. The energy in my body is too much. Squatting on the water, Sei Ito was hiding in the shade of the tree. But there's still a little bit left, finished. Sei Ito made hand seals again and launched a new ninjutsu. Lightning release. As Sei Ito shouted in his heart, lightning energy gathered in his palm and turned into a ball of lightning. Then Sei Ito instantly inserted it into the water under his feet and began to make the so-called spirit water. The spirit water production in the spirit-eating world is the simplest of all worlds. As long as there is water and electricity, and through the right time of electrolysis, ordinary water can be turned into spirit water. Although the lethality of the spirit water is generally not high and can only kill a group of Type D and Type C evil spirits. But if there are enough of them, killing a Type E evil spirit is not a problem. Now Ito is using this method to make spirit water, and with the 4 violet flame formation, he can restrain the type evil spirit, making him unable to go up to the sky and unable to enter the water, so he can only fight with Ito. But after turning all the water in the 4 violet flame formation into spirit water, I don't have much strength left in my body. It seems that I will have to use the world force to convert energy to replenish it. Ito said in his heart, and then connected with the magic cube, mobilizing a large amount of world force in the magic cube world because of the recent change in the spirit-eating world plot, slowly flowing into his body and transforming it into his own strength. But this consumption is really not worth mentioning compared to the benefits of killing 3-way Kazuhito and obtaining the Stone of Slaughter. Ito whispered to himself, "What the hell is this guy doing?" Seeing Ito not attacking for a long time, 3-way Kazuhito was puzzled in thought. At this time, outside the 4 violet flame formation, Jinshan Yomi, who had been waiting for Ito for a long time, left the KFC and went against the fleeing crowd to the place where the building collapsed. What kind of battle is this? Looking at the huge 4 violet flame formation in front of him and the thick branches and water inside the formation, Jinshan Yomi stood in place in shock and muttered to himself. While Jinshan Yomi was in a daze, the Sapporo government personnel who heard the collapse of the building immediately sent fire trucks, ambulances, riot police, and helicopters to the scene. Among them, as the air transport unit, the helicopters were the first to arrive at the scene without any obstruction. Not good. This situation will definitely alarm the Hokkaido Environment Ministry branch. If we don't end the battle as soon as possible. Jinshan Yomi, who was brought back to reality by the sound of the helicopter's propeller, had a slight change in his expression and said in his heart, "It's just this kind of situation. How am I supposed to inform him? Whatever, since he dares to play so big, he must be confident. Now I should leave here first. If I encounter those guys from the Hokkaido branch, I may not be able to deal with them." After a while, Jinshan Yomi gritted his teeth, turned around, and quickly left the scene. He caught up with the fleeing crowd and disappeared into the crowd in a few turns. Phew, it's finally done. 3 or 4 minutes later, Ito-sei let out a sigh of relief. He raised his left hand and wiped the sweat on his forehead with his arm. He straightened up from the water and put his right hand that was numbed by the lightning energy at his side as he thought to himself. Then Ito pressed his left hand on the tree beside him. It was the sword that he had given to Jinshan Yomi before. The devil retreating sword that specialized in countering the Stone of Slaughter was pulled out from the tree. "Mitsuruga, it's about time. Let's begin the final battle," Ito said to Mitsuruga Kazuhiro as he slowly walked out from the shade of the tree with the sword in his right hand. "I thought you wouldn't come out." Mitsuruga Kazuhiro heard this and ordered the tarantula under his feet to descend from the tree. Seeing Ito gradually walk out, Mitsuruga Kazuhiro chuckled. "Sorry, it took some time to prepare a special battlefield for you." Ito smiled. "Oh, so you prepared such a large formation just to prepare a battlefield for me?" Mitsuruga Kazuhiro said with interest. "Of course." Ito smiled with certainty. Then, with a shake of his wrist, a silver-white spiritual energy immediately covered the blade. At the same time, he withdrew the smile on his face. He said softly, "Now it's time to understand." With that, Ito used instant water ninjutsu and disappeared from the spot. He appeared in front of Mitsuruga Kazuhiro, and before he could react, he slashed the head of the tarantula under Mitsuruga Kazuhiro's feet. Squeak, squeak. Under the dual effects of the devil retreating sword that specialized in countering the Stone of Slaughter and the strange spiritual energy, the tarantula's head immediately split open. An irreparable wound glowed with a blue light, and a sharp cry came from the tarantula's body. Seeing this, Mitsuruga Kazuhiro's pupil shrank. He shook his arm at Ito, and a huge centipede with many legs jumped out of the sleeve of Mitsuruga Kazuhiro's kimono. It opened its mouth with 2 sharp teeth and bit toward Ito's head. Ito immediately used water release, water cut, and quickly slid to avoid the centipede's mouth. Then, from left to right, he slashed the centipede's lower body. Another long wound appeared. The centipede twisted its body in pain and tried to coil around Ito's body again. Seeing this, Ito immediately used water clone jutsu, allowing the centipede to use its body to wrap around his body with its sharp claws. Then, when the water clone dissipated, he appeared on the centipede's back and slashed down with his sword. Slash! The sharp blade easily cut through the centipede's steel back under the effect of energy. The centipede's body was cut open, and its upper body fell into the water. In an instant, the centipede's upper body that fell into the water began to struggle in pain. Soon, it turned into countless blue butterflies and flew away. However, the blue butterflies that came into contact with the surface of the water lost some of their vitality. After a while, they stopped flying and dissipated into fluorescent light. Spirit water. Mitsuruga Kazuhiro narrowed his eyes and whispered, "That's right." Ito used water cut to get closer to Mitsuruga Kazuhiro and slashed at the half-dead tarantula. Squeak, squeak. The tarantula weakly cried out in pain. "Looks like you prepared a good place for me," Mitsuke's Kazuhiro said coldly with an expressionless face. At the same time, several strange-looking insects flew out from his collar, chest, and sleeves, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they surrounded Ito-sei. "I've been wanting to see the so-called witchcraft for a long time. I didn't expect to encounter it here, and it's a mutated one at that." Ito used instant shift to escape from the insects. Then, he held the devil retreating blade in his right hand. As he spoke, his hands rapidly formed several hand seals within a second. Then, he opened his mouth and spat at the insects that were charging at him. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. In an instant, a 3-meter-wide orange-yellow fireball shot out of Ito's mouth and burned at the insect that were a meter away from him. Squeak, 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 squeak. For evil spirits and ghosts, other than lightning energy, only fire energy could deal the most damage to them. Not to mention, these were insect-type ghosts. Fire was the bane of their existence. Therefore, when the fire dragon flame ball was shot out, a small portion of those strange snakes, insects, and flies were directly burned to ashes. Most of them fell to the surface of the water with heavy injuries. Then, they were further corroded by the spirit water, and a portion of them died, leaving behind a batch of half-dead remnants that were unable to continue fighting. Mitsuruga Kazuhiro, for someone like you who has weak physical skills, this will be your burial ground. Ito held the blade in his hand again and filled it with energy. He slowly walked toward Mitsuruga Kazuhiro as he spoke softly. Mitsuruga Kazuhiro first looked at the dead insects before looking at Ito and saying, "Perhaps I am not as good as you here, but in another space, I will definitely kill you." Saying this, Mitsuruga Kazuhiro suddenly formed a seal with his hands, and his body fell powerlessly onto a tree branch. "Idiot, the Stone of Slaughter is not in the same space as me. If you think that you can use the Stone of Slaughter to guide my soul to the Tamamo court, you have miscalculated." Ito obviously understood Mitsuruga Kazuhiro's plan. He directly laughed coldly and used the body blink technique to appear in front of Mitsuruga Kazuhiro and slashed at his head. Why? Just as the blade touched Mitsuruga Kazuhiro's neck and was about to cut off his head, Mitsuruga Kazuhiro suddenly opened his eyes and roared at Ito in disbelief and unwillingness. "Go to hell and ask the king of hell." Ito sneered as he slashed Mitsuruga Kazuhiro's neck without hesitation. "Pooh!" As the blade slashed, a light sound instantly rang out beside Ito's ear. Then, the headless Mitsuruga Kazuhiro's body suddenly turned into countless blue butterflies and naturally turned into black ashes in the air. Pooh! After the body disappeared, Ito once again destroyed Mitsuruga Kazuhiro's head and took out the Stone of Slaughter. Then, Ito bent down and used his energy-filled palm to pick up the Stone of Slaughter and immediately sealed it in a special space in the Rubik's Cube world. This was to prevent Mitsuruga Kazuhiro from using the Stone of Slaughter to survive. After all, Mitsuruga Kazuhiro was one of the few A-grade spirits in the entire spirit-eating world. The moment Mitsuruga Kazuhiro died, a huge amount of world energy rapidly gathered in the sky above Sei Ito's head and descended in the shape of a sand hourglass. It passed through the four violet flame formation and poured into Sei Ito's body. It took a few minutes for this to happen. It was worth it, Sei Ito said joyfully as he felt the world energy in the Rubik's Cube world. Net. Chapter 526. Boom, boom, boom. With four slight explosions, Ito-sei removed the four purple flame array and took back the shadow clones. Walala, the moment the barrier of the four violet flame array disappeared, a large amount of water accumulated in the four violet flame array poured down like a waterfall along the ruins piled up by the collapsed buildings, rushing around. At this time, Sei Ito, who had digested the memories of the four shadow clones, curled his lips and muttered to himself, "What a big battle." Sei Ito learned from the memories of shadow clones that at this time, in a place 5 meters away from the ruins, all the combatants of the Environment Ministry's Hokkaido branch were dispatched, pulling out a large blockade, surrounding Sei Ito inside. Fortunately, because such a large-scale barrier is not easy to arrange, the people of the Environment Ministry didn't put in the effort to arrange a defensive barrier. They just let the combatants fully armed and ready to welcome the winner of the four violet flame array. In that case, let me use you to test the combat effectiveness of my subordinates. Although this will consume a lot of the world's power to maintain their camouflage, Sei Ito secretly said in his heart. Then, Sei Ito's thoughts moved, including the crystal release ninja Red Lotus, the combatants of the Hyuga clan, the combatants of the Uchiha clan, the combatants of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yoshiko, the more than 40 orphans who have been trained for a long time, Takakura Yusuke, Momochi Zabuza, Toyo, Karen, Vreta, Sakura Sei, and the soldiers. A total of nearly 120 combatants were released. But at the same time, more than one-third of the world's power that had just been harvested disappeared from the Magic Cube world and flowed to the bodies of more than 120 combatants, creating false information about the spirit-eating world for them. Attention, everyone. This time, we will conduct an actual combat test. Everyone, take your weapons immediately and prepare to meet the enemy. Sei Ito didn't talk much nonsense and directly told everyone that this was an actual combat test. He waved his hand and released a large number of modern weapons for them to come forward and receive. As for more information, he didn't say anything at all, preparing to use it to test the adaptability of these combatants. After all, no matter how good they are in captivity, without actual combat test, it is useless. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Then, he hurriedly went forward to take the gun and held it in his hand. He then returned to his team and stood properly. Disperse, Sei Ito ordered after everyone had taken their weapons. In an instant, other than the soldier who didn't know high explosive skills like the body flicker technique or the ground shrink technique, he had to rely on running into the forest created by the tree realm's falling forest to hide. Everyone else turned into shadows and disappeared into the forest. After the flood, we haven't seen anyone for a long time. You guys should be attacking now, right? Sei Ito looked at the direction of the Ministry of Environment and thought. Then he used Earth Release Ninjutsu and slowly sank into the ruins, disappearing from their sight. It's already been more than 10 minutes. Why hasn't anyone appeared yet? Could it be that the guys inside have both died? A young man in a black suit with a gun in his hand said to the short and skinny old man in front of him. Sent a small group of people in to take a look. The old man frowned and ordered the man who spoke in a deep voice. Yes. That person responded and immediately turned his head to give orders to another person standing behind him. Not long after, there was a team of 10 people who were also wearing black suits. The men with various weapons walked out of the encirclement and carefully walked into the forest with a vigilant face. Bang! Bang! Plop! A moment later, just as the first man in black stepped over a root, a crisp gunshot sounded in the forest instantly. The head of the man who walked in front immediately broke open a hole less than 1 centimeter in diameter, and his body fell to the ground with a heavy muffled sound. "There's a sniper. Everyone be careful." Another man saw the situation and immediately hid behind a tree trunk, loudly reminding them. However, as soon as his voice fell, a black shadow instantly cut through the air and pierced his neck before he could react. Only then did the image of the black shadow reveal itself. It was a pitch-black Kanai. Brave, a member of the Ministry of Environment, saw the man's death and shouted with a tone full of horror, "Xiao, be careful." Another member of the Ministry of Environment reminded. Just as the Environment Department member finished his words, another member not far from them suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream, and then the lifeless corpse fell heavily to the ground. "What the hell is this? Is it really an evil spirit?" One of the Ministry of Environment members' face was full of anxiety as he growled. "Shut up." Another member frowned and scolded. "Xiaozhen, be careful." At this time, the member who reminded Xiao to be careful quickly reminded the frowning member who scolded the other member. The member called Xiaozhen immediately rolled on the ground and hid behind a tree trunk not far away. Bang! A muffled sound came from the tree trunk that Xiaozhen was hiding behind, and a kunai with strange symbols on its surface was deeply inserted into the tree trunk. "What is that weapon?" One of the members who looked at the kunai asked with a puzzled face. Boom! But before the others could answer his question, the kunai suddenly lit up with a dazzling light, and then a large flame and explosion appeared in the forest at the same time, injuring Xiaozhen and another member of the Ministry of Environment member and sending them flying. Bang, bang! Just as the 2 injured members fell to the ground, another 2 crisp gunshots rang out, and 2 small holes appeared on the heads of the 2 members at the same time, ending their lives. "If this continues, we will all be wiped out. Yu Jing, quickly contact the CEO and ask for a retreat." One of the members looked at a younger member not far from him and said urgently, "Yes." The member called Yu Jing quickly replied, and then took out his phone to call the CEO. Ding, puff, bang. At this moment, the crisp sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out in the forest. Then, while the members of the Environment Department were baffled, a high-speed, spinning black shadow suddenly flew towards Yu Jing, who was holding the phone. It accurately pierced his wrist, causing the phone to fall from his hand to the ground and shatter into a pile of parts. Mother of Asterisker, they're trying to kill us all. One of the team members could no longer endure the oppressive feeling of being on the verge of losing his life and not being able to figure out who his opponent was. With a loud shout, he rushed out from behind the tree he was hiding in and started shooting randomly at his surroundings. "De Qing," one of the members called out worriedly. "De Qing is right. If this continues, we will all die. Since this is the case, why don't we do the same as De Qing? No matter who the opponent is, suppress them first, and then take the opportunity to rush out of the forest and escape." The member who had reminded the others to be careful twice said in a deep voice, "I agree with Sheng Chun." Xiao agreed. "Okay." The others nodded in agreement. "Good." The member called Sheng Chun agreed, and then pointed at the others with his finger, first 1, then 2, then 3, and finally shouted, "Charge!" As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining 5 members of the Environment Department immediately rushed out from behind the trees. They formed a loose circle with the man named De Qing back to back. They fired randomly in all directions as they rushed out of the forest. But the moment they began to rush out, 2 kunai suddenly appeared from the forest, and after a seemingly accidental collision in midair, they fell in 2 directions near the members of the Environment Province. Not good. It's the kind of weapon that can explode. After seeing the kunai stuck in the ground, a member of the Environment Province shouted loudly, "Dodge!" Because of this, Sheng Chun could only give the order to dodge, and then jumped out with the others, crouching on the ground to avoid the impact of the explosion. Swish, 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 swish. Just as they were dodging, several black shadows quickly rushed out from among the branches, taking advantage of the gap in the airflow after the explosion to jump to the side of the members of the environment province, and quickly killed them one by one. What? These guys are not that good. A child with scarlet eyes, with a tomo in each eye, who looked only 13 or 14 years old, said with a disdainful look on his face as he pulled out a kunai from the back of a member of the environment province and curled his lips. That's because we have the cover of the forest. If we fight head-on, relying on these guns, it's impossible to win without any damage. A boy wearing beige clothes, white eyes without pupils, blue veins popping out on the side of his eyes, who looked 15 or 16 years old, glanced around and said lightly, "Humph." The Uchiha boy heard this and didn't say anything, but from his expression, it was obvious that he didn't agree with the words of the Hyuga boy, but maybe for some reason, he didn't refute. "What do we do now?" A girl about 14 or 15 years old looked at the Hyuga boy and asked aloud, "Hide again, and then wait for instructions." The Hyuga boy put away the Byakugan and said softly. The Uchiha boy, the girl, and the other boy nodded together, and one after another used the body flicker technique and disappeared again. "Is there still no news?" Outside, the young man who issued the order turned his head and asked the person behind him. "No," the man replied. "Wado, go and contact the city government. Tell them to prepare gasoline and helicopters and burn this forest for me." At this time, the short old man ordered the young man beside him. "Yes." Wado was taken aback at first, but then quickly agreed. Then he pulled the man behind him who looked like a secretary and went to talk to the government staff who were blocked outside. It seems that they are ready to change their attack strategy. At this time, standing at the top of a big tree, say Ito, who was hiding his body with leaves, looked at the members of the environment province and whispered to himself, "But what are you going to do?" Chapter 527. Just like that, after more than 10 minutes of silence, two helicopters suddenly appeared in the night sky not far away. Their propellers buzzed as they flew towards the forest above the ruins at high speed. After entering the forest, they splashed a large amount of water on the forest as if they were spraying pesticides. "Sniff, what's that smell?" As soon as the water was splashed, a pungent smell filled the forest. Karen, who was closer to the water, wrinkled her nose and frowned. "Not good, it's gasoline." Valletta, who was next to her, immediately exclaimed after sniffing twice. "What is gasoline?" Karen asked with a puzzled look. "It's a highly flammable fuel that will ignite when it comes into contact with fire." While saying that, Valletta leaped up to the top of a tree branch and aimed at the helicopter that was only 10 meters above the forest because it needed to spray gasoline. Then she opened fire. The sound of 3 consecutive shots echoed in the night sky. A small number of fine sparks bounced off the surface of the helicopter and splashed on the gasoline that was being sprayed, turning it into a fire source and igniting it. Boom! In an instant, the flames spread from the top to the bottom along with the gasoline droplets, connecting the helicopter with the forest below. Boom! The forest below wasn't that big of a deal. At worst, it would burn the trees and choke the people. But the helicopter couldn't do that. The flames directly burned the fuel tank, causing a violent explosion, and then with a loud bang, the helicopter turned into a ball of fire and fell to the ground. Boom! Boom! The helicopter first hit the ground heavily. Then, because of other reasons inside the helicopter, a second explosion was triggered, and 2 loud noises echoed in the night sky. And with Valletta's demonstration, those who didn't know what gasoline was also did the same. They used their guns, kunai, and shurikens to destroy the helicopter in the air. Very good. Seito saw this and said softly. As for the fire in the forest, he didn't even care about it. He believed that there must be someone who can use water release or earth release among the ninjas, so let them extinguish the fire. Sure enough, it didn't take long, except for the scattered trees that were still burning. Large areas of flames were extinguished one after another. Apart from adding some charred marks to the forest, not even the hair of the combatants were harmed. There are actually so many guns. It seems like this place wasn't created by an evil spirit, but by a psionic master and his subordinates. The short old man squinted his eyes and whispered to himself, "Do we need to contact the people from the Ministry of Defense?" After contacting the government personnel, Wado returned to the old man's side and asked, "No need." The old man immediately vetoed and then ordered, "You go and inform the people in charge of the command at the back and ask them to equip the riot police with weapons and flamethrowers. Launch a strong attack." "Yes," Wado replied, then turned around and walked towards the group of people from the government. 20 minutes later, a large number of riot police officers wearing bulletproof vests, explosion-proof helmets, and holding explosion-proof shields, flamethrowers, or firearms walked out from the crowd and moved toward the forest. Then when they reached the edge of the forest, the policemen with flamethrowers immediately stepped forward. Under the protection of the policemen with riot shields, they started to spray the forest. At the same time, the ninjas who found out that the police were dispatched gradually gathered in front of the police. "How many explosive charms do you have?" A 16 or 17-year-old with short hair. The teenager with bright eyes asked the other people who gradually gathered around him in a low voice. 1, 3, 1, 2, 1, 1. The other teenagers spoke one after another. "That's good. We'll wrap the explosive charms around the kunai, then throw it into the crowd on the opposite side to blow them up." After all the people present had reported, the teenager took out his kunai and said to the others while wrapping the explosive charms around the kunai's handle, "Okay." The others agreed. Then they followed suit and wrapped the explosive charms and held the kunai in their hands. "Now let's move closer. Remember, don't let them find us." Before leaving, the teenager whispered, "Don't worry, Kenji." Another teenager smiled and comforted. The teenager named Kenji smiled, nodded to the others, and took the lead to move to the edge of the forest. "Listen to my command." After a while, when everyone was hidden, Kenji looked at the others and said. Then he carefully poked his head out and looked at the riot police through the orange flames, and suddenly shouted, "Throw!" As his voice fell, the surrounding combatants all threw the kunai wrapped with explosive charms in their hands towards the group of riot police. Then a large number of kunai turned into black shadows and penetrated the burning flames. Before the riot police could react, the kunai fell at their feet, making a ding-ding-dang-dang sound. "What's that?" The riot police asked each other with a puzzled look. At this moment, an extremely strong light suddenly emerged from the group of riot police, followed by a loud bang. A large blazing ball of fire quickly rose, enveloping most of the riot police in an instant. Now, at this time, Kenji took the light machine gun from behind his back and shouted to his companions. A large number of gunshots immediately sounded. A line of fire like flying meteors quickly flashed in the forest, penetrating the barrier of flames and shooting toward the riot police. Although the riot police had bulletproof vests covering their bodies, their limbs and other body parts were not. Therefore, under a large number of concentrated bullets, even if they couldn't be killed in one shot, they could still bleed to death. Not to mention, there were some unlucky people who were directly hit in the vital parts and died. Therefore, in just a short round of random shooting, a large number of riot police died. Retreat. After shooting for only a short 10 seconds, Kenji immediately put away his gun and ordered the others. "Why didn't you shoot for a while longer?" One of his companions asked unwillingly. "Didn't you notice? The guys who weren't injured by the explosive charms are about to react. If we let them shoot, some of us will definitely be injured or killed." Before Kenji could answer, a young girl who looked about the same age as Kenji took the lead and explained. "Oh." The companion who got the answer nodded in understanding. Kenji smiled slightly when he saw this and continued to lead his companions into the forest to hide. "Looks like this is a young man like Shikamaru. With the power of Mo-Katan, say Ito understood the situation in the forest very well." He smiled and thought to himself, But those people from the Ministry of Environment are really daring. They actually used ordinary people to attack this obviously unusual forest. No wonder Yomi said that Devil Master Tue was a monster. Seito sighed. Chief, Wei Do, who had returned to the old man's side, frowned and called out. I didn't expect the enemy to have something like a bomb in their hands. The short old man also frowned as he looked at the forest not far away. He shook his head slightly and said, Forget it. Inform the Ministry of Defense and ask them to send heavy weapons over. As for us, leave a small team here to assist. Let the others go back. Yes, Wei Do responded. Then he left the old man's side again and went to make arrangements. They actually turned a demon-repelling operation into an anti-terrorist operation. The people in the forest, what are you thinking? The short old man sighed softly and murmured to himself. The Ministry of Environment is retreating? Seito, who had also noticed the Ministry of Environment's retreat, frowned and thought to himself, are they going to give up? Or are they going to use some other method? It's fine if they give up, but if they have some other method. Everyone, retreat to the center of the forest immediately. Seito, who had roughly guessed the enemy's actions, immediately used the power of wood release to order all the combatants in the forest. After receiving Seito's order, all the combatants immediately put down their thoughts and arrangements, and immediately moved at high speed toward the location that Seito said. Let me see if you are as I think. After giving the order, Seito looked up at the starry sky and thought to himself. In the following time, except for the Ministry of Environment's orderly retreat, the firefighters went forward to extinguish the flames on the buildings around the forest, and the medical personnel went to help the wounded who were still breathing. Both sides had entered a state of silence. After more than half an hour, a tank, 2 armed helicopters, a transport helicopter, and a small number of self-defense forces soldiers appeared around the forest. As expected, seeing this situation, Seito thought to himself. Then, without hesitation, he directly used wood release to appear in the middle of the combatants. Amidst the chaotic greetings of the combatants, he immediately put his hands in front of him and pressed them to the ground. In an instant, a large amount of electric light quickly flowed out from Seito's palms, making the ground under the combatants like a sea of electricity. Then the ground shook slightly, and several stone walls suddenly rose from the ground and quickly converged into one place, enveloping all the combatants, including Seito. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and the wall completely closed. Then Seito's thoughts turned, and the electric light that had just disappeared reappeared on the ground and the surrounding walls. And then the walls that imprisoned everyone changed at a speed visible to the naked eye, from pitch black to crystal, and finally to transparent crystal, letting in light from outside. Chapter 528. P.S. Thank you to Nickfany and 1577-47860 for their tips. What's this? Karen, who came to Seito's side unknowingly, looked at the crystal that enveloped everyone and asked aloud. Diamond. Seito straightened up, looked through the diamond that he deliberately made transparent to the 2 armed helicopters that were gradually approaching outside, and said softly, Wow, what a big piece. How much would it be worth if it was polished into a diamond and sold? Karen, who knew the answer, exclaimed, You want it? If you want, I'll make one for you later. Seito turned his head to look at Karen with a smile. Forget it. I can't make a living out of this. Karen curled her lips in disdain. At this time, the 2 armed helicopters finally flew over the forest. A dazzling white light shone down from the huge searchlights installed at the nose of the helicopter as they carefully searched the forest. But because Seito had gathered the people in advance, the search of the 2 armed helicopters naturally had no effect. But at the same time, the 2 armed helicopters that did not have to chase the target quickly approached the central area of the forest. Soon, the 2 armed helicopters discovered a huge diamond shield that was shining under the searchlights. It looked like a bowl that was placed upside down on the ground. Then, after hovering for less than a minute, two slender missiles with flaming tails flew out from under one of the armed helicopters and shot at the diamond shield at high speed. Boom! Boom! Two consecutive violent explosions sounded, and orange-yellow flames were produced outside the diamond. The light emitted instantly penetrated the diamond shield and shone into the diamond, illuminating the faces of the people near the flames. Take a good look. This is the power of modern weapons, something you may fight against in the future. At this time, Sei Ito suddenly said to all the combatants present. Hearing Sei Ito's words, the combatants, who were a little complacent because they easily defeated the environmental team, had a change in expression. They stared at the flame with serious expressions and remained silent. And outside the diamond shield, after seeing that the two missiles did not take effect, the armed helicopters paused for a moment. Then both fired missiles at the diamond shield again. Boom, 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 continuous explosions were heard. The dazzling light still shone through the diamond shield, illuminating everyone's faces. At the same time, the violent vibrations caused by the explosion were transmitted through the ground to the inside of the shield, causing everyone's feet to tremble slightly. Since I've already shown you the power of modern weapons, it's not my style to be passive and take a beating, Sei Ito said as he walked through the path that the combatants had spontaneously opened up. He walked up to the protective shield and placed his palm on the surface of the diamond. Then, a large amount of lightning suddenly emerged from Ito-Sei's palm. In an instant, they crawled all over Sei Ito's diamond walls. Then, more than a dozen crystal pillars, which were sharp at the front and thick at the bottom, shot out from the surface of the diamond. They looked like straight horns. As the two armed helicopters dodged quickly, they pierced the tail, bottom deck, or the outer wall of the cabin, trapping the two helicopters in midair. Then, Sei Ito changed his mind. The sharp crystal pillars that had just stopped growing grew out a dozen more small crystal pillars of different sizes and thicknesses, piercing into the interior of the armed helicopters. Boom, boom. A moment later, the remaining missiles or fuel tanks of the two armed helicopters exploded into two fireballs in the sky. It was unknown which crystal pillar had pierced through the remaining missiles or fuel tanks. They were still burning. Then, Sei Ito changed his mind again. The originally transparent diamond shield immediately turned into mud with Sei Ito's palm as the center. It quickly spread around, and when it completely turned into mud, he shook his palm and broke a huge hole in the shield. He then led the combatants out of the shield. It's time to counterattack, Sei Ito said to the many combatants behind him. Let's go. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Then, Sei Ito found a soldier in the crowd, grabbed his arm, and activated the body blink technique with the others, quickly moving to the edge of the forest. After a while, everyone came to the edge of the forest in front of the Self-Defense Force's defense area. Then Sei Ito let go of the soldier in his hand and stood on the branch of a tree. About 2 seconds later, he launched a ninjutsu at the Self-Defense Forces outside the forest. Water release, great waterfall technique. A large stream of water suddenly appeared outside the forest, like a waterfall falling from the cliff, fiercely rushing toward the group of self-defense forces who were frightened by the water. Chaotic screams full of fear immediately sounded among the self-defense forces and gradually faded away with the impact of the water. Not enough, Sei Ito whispered softly, and then his hand seals changed again and launched a new ninjutsu. At this time, on the street filled with water, a large fog suddenly appeared around them, and then became thicker at a speed visible to the naked eye, until it finally formed a fog where two people couldn't see each other's appearance as long as they were 3 meters apart. In teams of 4, enter the fog. Kill anyone who has a weapon. Sei Ito released his hand seals and turned to the combatants behind him. Yes. All the combatants responded in unison, spontaneously formed a team of 4, and launched the body flicker technique to jump into the thick fog and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Not long after, faintly audible screams could be heard from the thick fog. At this time, Sei Ito took out his mobile phone, found Chiamayomi's new mobile phone number, and dialed it. "Where are you?" As soon as the phone was connected, Sei Ito asked. "Strolling on XX Street," Chiamayomi replied, and then asked, "Are you done with the matter there?" "Soon." Sei Ito also answered first, and then asked, "By the way, do you know where the Environment Ministry's Hokkaido branch is located?" "Yes," Chiamayomi said straightforwardly, and then asked in a surprised tone, "You're not going to do something there, are you?" "Well, that's my plan." Sei Ito chuckled. "Okay, the Hokkaido branch's address is—" Chiamayomi was silent for a moment, and then simply told Sei Ito the address of the Hokkaido branch. "You're free to do whatever you want. I'll contact you when the matter is over," Sei Ito said. "Got it." Chiamayomi agreed, and then hung up the phone. A few minutes later, swoosh, a ninja suddenly appeared in front of Sei Ito, half kneeling on the ground and bowing his head. "Sir, the battle is over. Zabuza-sama asked me to ask you about the next arrangement." "It's over? If that's the case, then let's go together." Sei Ito nodded slightly. "Yes." The ninja responded, got up, and said, "Sir, please come with me." After that, he activated the body flicker technique and walked in front, leading the way for Sei Ito, who was behind him. "Sir." Zabuza turned around and called out to Sei Ito, who suddenly appeared beside him. "Inform everyone to gather." Sei Ito casually glanced around at the ground full of self-defense forces, police, and some firemen's corpses. "Ordered." "Yes." The ninja who led the way respectfully responded, and then turned around to convey the order to gather around. After a while, all the combatants gathered and stood in front of Sei Ito. At this time, their essence, chi, and spirit had obvious changes. If they were Kong Lia's domestic dogs before, then now they were young wolves that could freely hunt. As for when they would grow up to be wild wolves like Zabuza and Honglian, it takes time and experience to accumulate. Seeing the change in their temperament, Sei Ito nodded slightly, turned around and walked to a fire truck, and used alchemy to transform the large water tank behind the truck that was originally used to hold water into a large empty box that could hold 100 people. "Get in." Sei Ito, who was standing next to the fire truck, turned his head and ordered the combatants. "Yes." The combatants responded in unison, and one by one, they orderly entered the box and stood still. After the box was full, the remaining 20 combatants directly jumped to the top of the box. They stood there. Seeing all the combatants boarded, Sei Ito quickly walked to the driver's seat, opened the door and sat in, then started the obviously overweight fire truck and headed to the Environment Ministry's Hokkaido branch. Although the fire truck driven by Sei Ito was strange, and there were armed men with guns and other eye-catching existences on it, but today's Shabu City was not very calm because of the collapse of the building, and later the self-defense forces entered and blocked the surrounding area. The fire truck driven by Sei Ito smoothly left the incident area without much interference, and then with the guidance of the GPS locator on the fire truck, he headed to the Environment Ministry's Hokkaido branch. After more than 20 minutes of driving, after killing more than a dozen policemen and traffic police who came forward to stop him, the car finally arrived at the gate of the Environment Ministry's Hokkaido branch. "Get out." Sei Ito, who stopped the car, jumped out and ordered the combatants. The moment the voice fell, the combatants, standing in a box and on the top of the box, quickly left the car and stood next to Sei Ito. "The target is this building in front of you. Attack." Sei Ito pointed to the Environment Ministry's building in front of him and ordered. "Yes." The combatants responded in unison. Then each took the weapon in their hands and rushed to the Environment Ministry's Hokkaido branch building at high speed. After a while, a lot of gunshots came from the broken door of the building. Sei Ito, who heard the gunshots, smiled and walked slowly into the Environment Ministry's building. Just as he walked into the hall, 2 male corpses in security uniforms appeared in front of Sei Ito. At the same time, these 2 corpses were like the beginning of a movie, guiding the bodies of the Environment Ministry's personnel who died one after another. But it didn't take long for the first body belonging to Sei Ito's side to appear in front of him. This was a thin boy, about 15 or 16 years old with short hair. The face of the corpse still retained the expression of unwillingness and disbelief when he died. His body and limbs were full of bullet marks, and trickles of blood were still gushing out from more than a dozen bullet holes on his body, flowing to the bottom of his body and converging into a small pool of blood. Obviously, he was shot to death by the Environment Ministry's personnel under some circumstances. Ito squatted down, reached out, and closed the boy's eyes, and then put his body into the Rubik's Cube world. Then Ito stood up from the ground and continued to walk inside the Environment Ministry's building. On the way, Ito encountered 3 more corpses belonging to his side. Among them, 2 of the corpses belonged to the orphan group like the previous boy, and the remaining one was a person selected from the villagers for ninja training. Ito also closed their eyes and put them into the Rubik's Cube world. After that, probably because they learned a lesson from the deaths of those 4 people, there were no more corpses of Ito's combatants along the way. In this way, Ito's feet stepped on the corpses of the Environment Ministry's members, and after more than 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the scene of a firefight. He saw 4 combatants of the Environment Ministry in black suits and 3 ninjas of his side hiding in a corner shooting at each other. Although the number of people on their side was 1 less than the other side, there was 1 member of the Uchiha clan among the 3 of them. Even if he didn't open his eyes, he was still able to use the kunai throwing jutsu to kill one of the Environment Ministry combatants and injure the other one during the exchange of fire between the 2 sides. Then the remaining 2 ninjas of his side took the opportunity to attack and killed one of the Uchiha clan's members with bullets, providing an opportunity for the Uchiha clan's member to use the kunai throwing jutsu to kill the last unharmed member on the spot. As for the injured Uchiha clan's member, under the suppression of 2 guns, the Uchiha clan's member rushed up to him and slit his throat with a shuriken. Seeing this, Ito nodded slightly, and without showing himself, he turned around and continued to walk upstairs. Along the way, Ito saw various battles between the ninjas of his side and the combatants of the Environment Ministry. The result was that both sides suffered losses, but basically, the casualties were the casualties of the Environment Ministry's members, and his own ninjas were injured. But even if they were injured, some of them were seriously injured and needed urgent treatment. In this regard, Ito immediately showed up to help them stabilize their injuries, and then sent them back to the Rubik's Cube world for further treatment. And this simple action directly saved the lives of several ninjas of his side. Among them, there were not only orphans, but also members of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. Boom! More than 10 minutes later, a roar suddenly sounded, and it passed into the ears of Ito, who was gradually coming from the safe passage to the upper floor. To be able to make such a sound, it seems that the Environment Ministry's members are very powerful. Ito raised his head and looked in the direction of the sound. Then he jumped down the stairs and grabbed the handle of the stairs diagonally opposite him. Then he used his arm to force his body to rush up again and grabbed another handle of the stairs. After 4 or 5 times, he finally arrived at the floor where the battle was. Chapter 529. As soon as Ito arrived at the battle site, Red Lotus's voice immediately entered his ears. Crystal release, sword dance in hand. Little girl's methods are strange, but it's impossible for her to beat me with this. At this time, at the end of the corridor, the short old man who had been to the scene was standing there leisurely. He was talking to Red Lotus, who was about the same height as him and had transformed into 12 strange spirits according to the image of the 12 zodiac signs, fighting together. Crystal release, Imperial Spirit crossing technique. Red Lotus, who was dissatisfied with the old man's words, snorted coldly. Her hands quickly formed a seal, and then she slammed them on the ground. Her hands were blocked by the weapons in the hands of the 12 spirit servers, and she didn't cause much damage to them. Then, a pile of messy blue crystal spikes quickly rose in front of Red Lotus and rushed toward the 12 spirits and the old man who was guarding behind them in the corridor. The corridor of the Environment Ministry office was not very wide, only enough for 3 people to walk side by side. Therefore, Red Lotus's dense crystal spikes basically covered the entire corridor as soon as they appeared, leaving the 12 spirits with nowhere to hide. Even the 3 spirits, mouse, rabbit, tiger, and snake, who used their own methods to escape from the gaps of the crystal spikes, suffered a lot of damage. However, spirit-branded retainers weren't living beings. Even if they were pierced into a sieve, they wouldn't die as long as their cores weren't destroyed. That was why spirit-branded retainers with slightly larger bodies, such as cows, horses, pigs, and sheep, didn't disappear even after being pierced into the crystal. Oh, how can you be so cruel to an old man? The old man, who was also in the path of the crystal spikes, said in a mocking tone. He immediately jumped back and at the same time took out several talisman papers with his shriveled hands and shook them in front of him. In an instant, a large shield made of talisman papers appeared in front of the old man, completely blocking Red Lotus's crystal spikes. Bang! The collision between the two produced a dull sound that echoed in the corridor. Red Lotus ignored the old man. After seeing that his attack was blocked, he squatted on the ground and quickly formed a seal with his hands. Then, he shouted to Mouse and Rabbit that were about to rush in front of him. Crystal release. Crystal pentagonal prison. As soon as Red Lotus finished speaking, a ball of red light suddenly lit up under the feet of the rat and the rabbit Shikigami. Then it suddenly rose up and enveloped the rat and the rabbit Shikigami. In the next second, it directly solidified into a pink transparent crystal, sealing the 2 spirits inside. Break! At this time, Red Lotus' hand seal changed as he shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, slender cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the crystal that sealed the rat and rabbit Shikigami. Then, with a crisp cracking sound, it shattered into countless crystal fragments and fell to the ground with a crackling sound. Then, Red Lotus didn't even look at the 2 spirit-branded retainers who had turned into talismans during the process of the crystal shattering. He directly launched Crystal Release, Emerald Crystal Sword, forming a crescent-shaped sword on his arm, and used taijutsu to fight the tiger and snake Shikigami that rushed over. In the end, Red Lotus was a ninja under Orochimaru. Although he had not broken through to Jonin when he was taken away by Seito, his combat experience of surviving in the environment of Otogekyure, where he could die at any time, was not a joke. What's more, after such a long practice in the Magic Cube world, not only has his strength already broken through to Jonin, he had even learned some messy combat techniques. His overall strength was even higher than Red Lotus's in the original work. Thus, he wasn't at a disadvantage when facing Shikigami who didn't know what pain and fear were. He was able to put up a decent fight against them. It seems that this old man is the person in charge of the Environment Province's Hokkaido branch. Seito, who had been watching the 2 fighting, thought, then reached out and pressed on the wall beside him. He launched an alchemy attack on the old man. Sharp stone pillars suddenly emerged from the wall beside and above the old man, quickly stabbing towards the old man's body. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this. Once again, he shook his hand and threw out dozens of paper talismans, making a change into a yellow turbaned strongman with only the upper body and iron armor in front of him. The strongman's body resisted the stone pillar's attack. Then, the old man shook the talisman paper in his hand again, and a strange talisman paper puppet appeared in front of him. Its arms were ridiculously thick, but its body was only the size of the short old man's. It waved its fists and smashed around. Under the pounding of the strange fists, whether it was the crystal summoned by Red Lotus Crystal Release or the stone pillars that kept emerging from the surrounding walls, they all shattered like fragile eggs. Seito's face showed a surprised look when he saw this, and then his mind turned, directly converting alchemy into Mokuton ninjutsu. Then, branches as thick as an adult's arm suddenly burst out from the surrounding walls, intertwining into a tree net, blocking the old man's surroundings, and a large number of thorns grew to bind the old man. "Who are you? Why don't you show yourself?" The old man's expression froze when he saw the branch, and he immediately shouted, "Are you looking for me?" As soon as the old man's voice fell, a wooden humanoid figure slowly emerged from a relatively thick branch trunk around him, then stretched out its upper body and turned into Sei Ito's appearance, looking at the old man and asking. Looking at Sei Ito's appearance, the old man couldn't help but frown, secretly controlling the two puppets to return to his side, and asked, "Why are you attacking the Environment Province Hokkaido branch?" "Why? If I really want to say it, it's probably to train soldiers." Seito tilted his head slightly and said as if thinking, "Training soldiers." Hearing this, the old man frowned again, looking back at Red Lotus, who had finished off the tiger Shikigami and was fighting with the snake Shikigami, and repeated, "That's it." Seito chuckled. "Don't you know that the Environment Province is backed by our Tsuchimikado clan?" The old man said with a threatening tone. "I know," Seito said with a faint smile, "but for me, it doesn't matter if it's Tsuchimikado or not. As long as there's something I need, I'm willing to break into the imperial palace of the Japanese emperor." "It seems that we have nothing to talk about." The old man narrowed his eyes and looked at Seito. Seito chuckled and controlled his body to retract back into the branch. "Where do you think you're going?" When the old man saw this, he directly shouted and controlled the giant fist puppet to punch the branch where Ito Seiji was. But the obstruction that the old man expected didn't appear at all. The giant fist puppet's fist landed firmly on the branch, smashing Sei Ito, who hadn't completely retracted back into the branch, into several pieces. However, when the old man controlled the giant fist puppet to attack the branches, a large number of new branches came from all directions to entangle him. Although the old man tried his best to control the armored puppet to defend himself, he still could not withstand more and more branches entangling him. In the end, he was tightly wrapped by dozens of branches. At this time, Seito's figure suddenly appeared above the old man's head. His hands formed a seal, and his cheeks moved as he spat out a large fireball at the branches wrapped around the old man. Fire release, tiny fireball technique. The huge fireball ignited the branch, and it burned fiercely inside. After the initial pause, the giant fist puppet on the side was immediately controlled by the old man, and it swung its fists at the burning branch. Seeing this, Seito jumped down from the top of the wall and quickly rushed in front of the giant fist puppet. His hands were powerlessly pressed against the giant fist puppet's chest, and he used the power in his body to attack. Double binding palms. Powerful chi gushed out from Seito's palms like two high-pressure air guns, and the giant fist puppet's body was sent flying. It smashed through the broken branches and hit the wall at the end of the corridor. Boom! There was a loud noise, and a large number of cracks appeared on the wall behind the giant fist puppet. Some small pieces of soil and gravel fell from the cracks. Then Seito snapped his fingers, and a small flame appeared between his fingers. Seito threw it at the giant fist puppet. In the blink of an eye, the small flame turned into a long flaming dragon and bombarded the surface of the giant fist puppet. Boom! Another loud sound was heard, and a ball of blazing fire appeared, wrapping around the body of the giant fist puppet, burning fiercely. Pa 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 pa. At this moment, cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the crystals formed by the Red Lotus crystal release. Then, they suddenly exploded, shattering into a pile of crystal fragments that fell to the ground with a series of crackling sounds. Senpai, Red Lotus, who was walking slowly on the crystal debris, came to Seito's side and said in a low voice, "Use pentagonal crystal prison on this fireball." Seito pointed to the burning branches in front of the old man and the giant fist puppet. "Yes, Senpai," Red Lotus replied, and immediately made a ninjutsu seal with both hands and launched crystal release, pentagonal crystal prison. Immediately, a huge pink transparent crystal pillar appeared outside the branches and sealed the burning branches, the flames on the branches, and the old man inside, standing in place like an ice sculpture. "Destroy it," Seito said in a low voice. Red Lotus didn't say anything when she heard this, and directly changed her hand seal and shouted, "Break!" As soon as her voice fell, a large number of cracks appeared on the surface of the huge crystal pillar, and the cracks spread to the whole body of the crystal pillar at an extremely fast speed, and then with a crisp sound, it shattered into countless pieces and scattered on the ground. Let's go and see the others. After absorbing the world force and soul fragments of the old man's death, Sei-Ito said. Then Sei-Ito and Red Lotus left the floor where the battle took place and began to move around. At this time, the battle in the building was almost over, and there were corpses of the members of the environment team everywhere. Seeing this, Sei-Ito directly sent the injured members back to the Rubik's Cube world for treatment, and he continued to move around the building with the intact members until all of them gathered in one place. Chapter 530. Sei-Ito immediately opened the Rubik's Cube world and put all the combatants in front of him into the Rubik's Cube world. Then he took the magic dispelling tool and magic material that he plundered from the Environment Ministry's Hokkaido branch, as well as various psychic wave capturing instruments that can be used by ordinary people, and left the Hokkaido branch building. But in the end, Sei-Ito, thinking that since he has already destroyed the Hokkaido branch building, what's the point of leaving the Hokkaido branch building behind? Sei-Ito directly launched decomposition refining outside the building, destroying the Hokkaido branch building into ruins. Then he left the scene under the cover of the night and disappeared. Then in a forest halfway, he flashed into the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in the ninja village. You all performed very well in this battle. Sei-Ito praised the combatants who were still waiting for him in the central square. Then when they looked excited, he suddenly changed the topic and said, "But you still have a lot of shortcomings, otherwise there wouldn't be so many people sacrificed in this simple attack and defense battle." Hearing Sei-Ito's words, the orphan combatants all lowered their heads in shame. After all, among those who died, excluding the ninjas who were trained by ordinary people, they had the most siblings, a total of 5. As for the ninja clans like the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan, they have long been accustomed to life and death, so although their expressions were slightly gloomy, they didn't show it too obviously like the orphans. Finally, the ninjas who were selected and trained from ordinary people, because the number of people was the smallest and the number of people who died this time, only 1 or 2 of them showed a little excitement. But it's also a normal human behavior. But it can't be denied that this is the first formal battle that most of you have participated in. Some of your performance is pardonable. After a pause, Sei-Ito said in a slow tone, "But I hope that you can seriously think about this battle. Find your shortcomings to make up for them. Make these problems disappear, and work hard to save your own lives and the lives of your companions in future battles." Yes, everyone present responded in unison. "Now let's disperse. 3 days later in the morning, we will hold a funeral for the victims," Sei-Ito finally announced. Following Sei-Ito's words, the combatants began to disperse. They walked back to their homes in groups of 2s and 3s. At this time, Sei-Ito's figure flashed and appeared in the hospital where the injured were being treated. He offered his condolences to those who were seriously injured and could only be treated by Sei-Ito. In this way, after dealing with the wounded in the hospital, Sei-Ito flashed out of the Rubik's Cube world. He took out his phone and contacted Yellow Springs of Jianshan. At this time, the sky outside had begun to gradually brighten. A bright yellow light appeared on the horizon, illuminating the sky. "Hello." Jianshan Yellow Springs' somewhat lazy voice came from the phone. "Where is it?" Sei-Ito asked. "The hot spring hotel that we rented," Jianshan Yellow Springs said after he was slightly more awake. "Got it. I'll be there soon." Sei-Ito hung up the phone and waved his hand to summon a Mercedes-Benz. He drove toward Shishan Town. After more than half an hour, Sei-Ito's car entered Shishan Town and arrived near the hot spring hotel that he and Jianshan Yellow Springs rented. Then Sei-Ito turned off the engine, got out of the Mercedes-Benz, and waved his hand to put it back into the Rubik's Cube world. Then he leisurely walked toward the hot spring hotel. Bang! After returning to the room, Sei Ito closed the door. The wooden door made a muffled sound when it collided with the door frame. "You're back." Jinshan Yellow Springs woke up after hearing the sound of the door and turned over. He faced the direction that Sei Ito came from and said, "Uh-huh." Sei Ito took off his clothes and answered as he walked toward the bed. "Go take a bath first. The smell of blood on your body is too strong." Jinshan Yellow Springs wrinkled his nose and said with a frown, "Oh, sorry." Sei Ito was stunned when he heard that. He apologized, turned around and left the bed and walked toward the hot spring pool. Seeing Sei Ito walk away, Jinshan Yellow Springs pulled the blanket on his body and closed his eyes to sleep again. However, after more than 20 minutes, Jinshan Yellow Springs was woken up again by Sei Ito, who suddenly entered the bed. "Stop messing around. I want to sleep." Jinshan Yellow Springs bent his arm and slapped Sei Ito's hand away from her chest and muttered in a dissatisfied tone, "Yellow Springs, is there anything you can't let go of in this world?" Sei Ito, whose hand was slapped away, was not annoyed. He directly put his hand on Jinshan Yellow Springs' abdomen, pulled her into his arms, and asked softly, "What do you mean?" Jinshan Yellow Springs opened his eyes and asked with a frown, "Because we're leaving this world," Sei Ito said softly. "That's why I asked you what you mean," Jinshan Yellow Springs said with a slightly dissatisfied tone. "It means literally leaving this world." Sei Ito chuckled. "Are you sure you're not crazy?" Jinshan Yellow Springs turned her head slightly and looked at Sei Ito, who was supporting his head with his arm. "Forget it. I'll let you see it with your own eyes," Sei Ito said with a smile. Then, with a thought, he brought Jinshan Yellow Springs, who was only wearing a pair of beige underwear, to the house in the center of the Rubik's Cube world. "Welcome to my world." Sei Ito, who was shirtless, walked to Jinshan Yellow Springs and smiled at her, who was a little stunned by the sudden change of environment. Jinshan Yellow Springs, who was awakened by Sei Ito's voice, looked at Sei Ito and asked anxiously, "Your world?" "Yes, my world." Sei Ito took Jinshan Yellow Springs' hand and entered the inner bedroom. He turned on the TV with the remote control for her to watch, then hugged her from behind and said, "This is the world we will live in the future." After a while, Sei Ito asked Jinshan Yellow Springs, who was watching the TV in a daze, "Then let me ask you again, is there anything you can't let go of in that world? After we leave, can we still return to that world?" After a moment of silence, Jinshan Yellow Springs asked. "Yes," Sei Ito answered with certainty. "It's just that there will be a time difference between the two worlds. Maybe a long time has passed here, but only a little more than a month has passed in that world. Phew, as long as we can come back." Jinshan Yellow Springs was slightly relieved, then lowered her head and said softly, "Before we leave, I want to see Kagura, the last treasure." Ito-sei said softly when he heard this. Hearing Sei Ito's words, Jinshan Yellow Springs nodded silently. "If you can't let go of her, then just take her with you." Sei Ito said, "There are no evil spirits in this world, and all the living facilities are very complete. It's almost no different from that world, so she can live happily here. Not to mention, you could be with her normally. Isn't that good? I don't know if she'll choose to go with me." Jinshan Yellow Springs was a bit moved. "Then just ask her directly. If she agrees, we'll take her with us." Sei Ito straightened Jinshan Yellow Springs' body and looked down at her face. "Okay." Jinshan Yellow Springs hesitated for a while, then said while biting her lips, "Okay, then we'll return to Tokyo today and see Kagura." Sei Ito decided. Then, he turned off the TV that he had just turned on and returned to the Spirit Eating Worlds Hotel with Jinshan Yellow Springs. Next, the two of them hugged each other and rested for 3 to 4 hours. Then, they both got up and got dressed. After cleaning themselves up, they left the Hot Spring Hotel and took a taxi back to Zara City. From the airport there, they took a domestic flight back to downtown Tokyo. Then, the two of them took a taxi to Tsutamaya Kagura's home without stopping, preparing to see her. "Let's go in," Sei Ito, who was standing outside Tsutamaya Kagura's residence, said softly while holding Jianshan Yellow Spring's hand. Okay. Jianshan Yellow Springs responded softly and walked over with Seito. Ding dong, ding dong. Jianshan Yellow Springs reached out and pressed the doorbell. Coming. Not long after, a girl with a weak voice came from behind the door. Then, with a soft creak, the door that had been closed all this time was opened. Yomi! Sudamaya Kagura immediately appeared at the door and looked at Jianshan Yellow Springs with a surprised expression. Yoho, Kagura. Jianshan Yellow Springs smiled lightly and tilted her head to greet Kagura. This is Sudamaya Kagura, who had opened the door and was about to talk to Jianshan Yellow Springs. Only now noticed Ito standing next to her. She asked with a confused expression. Hello, Kagura. I'm Seito, Jianshan Yellow Springs' boyfriend. Seito let go of Jianshan Yellow Springs' hand, raised his hand in front of Sudamaya Kagura, and introduced himself with a smile. Boyfriend? Sudamaya Kagura looked at Seito in surprise. That's right. Seito smiled. Kagura, are you not going to let us in? Jianshan Yellow Springs reminded her when she saw Sudamaya Kagura in surprise. Oh. Sudamaya Kagura regained her senses and hurriedly stepped aside to let them in. She said to Seito and Jianshan Yellow Springs, My apologies, please come in. Seito and Jianshan Yellow Springs entered the room, took off their shoes at the entrance, and followed Sudamaya Kagura into the living room. They sat down on the sofa in the living room. I'll go pour you some tea, Sudamaya Kagura hurriedly said. I'll come as well. Jianshan Yellow Springs stood up and said, No need, I'll do it myself. Sudamaya Kagura chuckled. Let's have Yellow Springs come with us. Seito knew that Jianshan Yellow Springs wanted to have a good talk with Sudamaya Kagura. Then okay. Sudamaya Kagura hesitantly glanced at Seito sitting on the sofa. However, she was full of doubts and wanted to ask Jianshan Yellow Springs about it. So she agreed and walked with him to the kitchen. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.